Yeah. Okay. Okay. I now I'm going back into not understanding his serenity. Like I wanted to think that somehow he knew he would end up there, but it's like it's almost like he doesn't know exactly where he went.
Well, I think it's both. I think he thinks he'll end up there, but he doesn't know it's the afterlife.
Yeah.
But I think he definitely thinks he's going to end up there. I mean, that's why he's disappointed when it doesn't work.
Okay.
He thinks he'll go into the light and that'll be it. He'll just go over to the other side, but that's just not how it works.
Okay. It's just in terms of telling Widmore, I'll do whatever you want. Let's go. And then Sayid kidnaps him. Okay, fine. Like it's like he knows wherever he ends up, he'll be in that place.
Mhm.
And I don't understand why he knows that if he doesn't know that it's the afterlife.
Well, he probably just has I don't know, maybe a sense of destiny, a sense that this is that's his destiny is to be in that place. So that no matter what happens, he's going to end up there. It might not be a rational thing.
Okay.
But I think going to the afterlife might, warp your rational view of life.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think it does to a certain extent. Yeah. Okay. That's definitely the idea. It's disappointing to him that he doesn't go there when he actually goes down into the cave. So definitely sounds to me like he he really thought that wherever he was going there. He seemed to think he was going there sort of immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess he just had some sense he'd end up there eventually, and that calmed him down and made him not want to leave the island, for example.
Mhm.
Because he thought whatever he was there to do was going to lead him to that place. It looks like a leap to me, but I'll buy it. I mean, Desmond's a little crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a leap in the sense that he's only going off of the hugely transformative experience of crossing over to the afterlife.
Yes.
And seeing Penny and all that stuff, and So yeah, I think that changes his mentality about his life on the island, definitely.
Yes. Yeah. It's sort of like he subconsciously understands what it is, but not fully. Like he sort of gets that's his destiny, like you said, but not exactly how it's going to play out.
Yeah.
And so he jumps to, okay, wherever they're taking me, that's when I'm going to go there. Because the thing with Widmore was a test for what he was really going to do. And so it's like, okay, when they do the real thing, I'll stay there.
Mhm.
And so I get that. That makes sense.
Good.
It's just not quite what I expected when he originally adopted that demeanor.
Mhm.
I really thought there was something more specific about it, but it really was just a kind of vague sense. I such a dramatic, shift in his character's motivations and, behavior. I was sure he had something more specific in mind.
Well, he did. He saw exactly what he had in mind. He just didn't know it was the afterlife. I mean, to me, that's obviously an important part of the equation, but it's not. It doesn't. I think if you told him, hey, by the way, the place you went to, you can only get there if you're dead, that would change his opinion about what he should be doing. But
yeah.
he doesn't. He's not thinking that. He doesn't know that that's true. He's just thinking, okay, Widmore shocked me with electromagnetism. I crossed over to this other place where I'm happier, or I have a chance, whatever. And he's thinking that wherever they're taking him now will be a permanent version of that.
Right.
He can just transition to the other side, and that'll be it. But yeah, he doesn't. So I don't think it's vague. I mean, it might be vague in the sense of the destination, but it's very palpable in the sense of his connection to that place and that being sort of his destiny. I think it's a strong connection, but it's it's just he just doesn't know where he's going.
Right. I mean, it's really crazy to have your consciousness travel to your afterlife. So I don't expect him to know that that's what happened.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess I mean by the vagueness, I sort of mean in terms of what exactly was going to happen. Like I thought he had a more specific picture of what was going on.
No, he didn't know. He didn't know what was going to happen.
Yeah.
Like he even says, I assume it's a place where there's a very bright light. Like he's just assuming that. He doesn't know that for a fact. Right.
It's a safe assumption. It's a correct assumption, but it's it's something he's jumping to.
Yeah.
Without like actually seeing his future or something. I guess that's more what I thought, that just going with the flow of things, but somehow he understood that. See, but the problem is, like, when Locke kidnaps him, like, Locke really wanted to kill him initially. If he hadn't talked to Widmore and found out what Desmond was there to do, and Sayid had listened to him, Desmond just would have been dead, and I guess he would have gone to the afterlife then, too, but it doesn't seem like that's what he expected. Just to get shot by Sayid and wind up in the afterlife.
So many things would have been different if Locke would have done different things.
Yeah.
If Locke carried a gun with him these last couple scenes, he could have shot Jack on the cliff.
Right.
Things would have been totally different with very minor changes.
Yeah. I really wonder about that knife. It almost seems like
He's always taking it out.
Yeah, but it seems like that knife should be part of Smokey. Because when he turns into the smoke monster, I never get the sense he needs to like pick up his knife every time.
Yeah.
It seems like it's with him, so it's like, okay, is that like part of your body? He
might just carry it in the smoke.
Or he can just carry it in the smoke? Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing they didn't want us to have to think about, which is why they never showed him transforming.
Totally true.
Like his clothes and stuff. And
yes.
Yeah.
I think in the end, I thought they would show it, but in the end, I think it's kind of cool that they never actually showed anything like that. It makes Lost stand out.
Yeah.
A thing where you just have to imagine what happens when he turns into the smoke monster. You just know that he does, but you never actually get a representation of how that looks.
Totally.
So I appreciate that. Okay. So, are you ready for the next scene? Okay. Let's see. Miles calls on the walkie to Ben. He found Richard. Richard is alive. Richard asks Miles what happened. Richard verifies that Miles has the explosives, and then says they need to go blow up the plane one last time.
All right. So yeah, Richard's alive. I don't know what Smokey was doing. I guess he wasn't necessarily trying to kill him.
Guess not. It definitely seems like he could have. I thought he was dead. I thought Ben and Frank were dead. I'm sorry, Richard and Frank were dead. Personally, I always think people are dead.
You do.
I thought Mikhail was dead the first time Locke pushed him into the fence.
Yeah.
And then, and then he ends up, coming back later, and then I thought he was dead when the grenade exploded, and I was right about that one, but, sometimes people are dead, but I always assumed, I thought Kimi was dead when Richard shot him. I thought Charlotte was dead when Ben shot her for the 2 seconds before they revealed that she wasn't. And yeah, I don't know. It really looked to me like a death.
Yeah, if they don't show them dying on screen, they're probably not dead. Yeah.
I guess so. I mean, there's it's tricky. I think sometimes they need it for the story, and it kind of works here. And I was sort of glad. I definitely thought that Richard deserved a little more
Mhm.
than he got. So I kind of like that they didn't kill him like that.
Yeah, that would have been a really lame. I mean, it was cool the way Smokey just charged at him, but
Yeah.
we've never really seen Smokey do that to anyone else. Just like toss someone in the jungle and then they're dead.
Right.
Usually he smashes them on a tree or on the ground, and then we know they're dead.
Right.
So I don't know. I kind of want to think, that Richard's, Jacob's gift to Richard somehow protected him from dying here. Because he's not mortal yet.
Right.
So maybe he has some sort of, fast healing properties or something that prevented him from dying.
Right. Oh, so you thinking he goes mortal when the plug gets pulled or something?
Yeah, I think he goes mortal when the plug is pulled. Yeah.
Okay. Like he develops gray hairs, like in seconds or something.
Yeah, seconds or minutes or something. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, what do you think happened?
Well, I was thinking it was Jacob's death, since Jacob was the one that made him that way.
Yeah, but then that means he got gray hair in a couple days.
He got gray hair in like a week and a half, which is better than seconds.
Mhm.
I think it's at least possible to have a hair grow in that amount of time.
Mhm. Yeah, I think it was his hair had turned gray, not that he grew gray hairs.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought it was just like a little gray hair in there.
No, I think if you look at the shot, I think you can see that he's got some gray hair.
Okay.
I think. But I just assumed his hair, turned gray from the, centuries of built up stress that
Right.
his body wasn't able to sort of physically show in terms of gray hair because of Jacob's gift. But
yeah.
But as soon as the plug was taken out, that that made it where because Richard tried to kill himself after Jacob died, and couldn't do that. So if he was mortal then why wouldn't he be able to kill himself?
That's true.
And I think, we get that, talking about the writers telling the audience stuff, I mean, we get that line from Miles, pretty much right after the plug is taken out,
Okay.
Because, and that's
Sure.
also what makes Man in Black mortal, too. So it's like it's all connected.
You're talking me into it. It's just not what I thought, I guess, but it makes sense. I mean, the thing with Richard, Jack was there. I think that complicates it a little bit. It's sort of like Richard thought he couldn't kill himself, but maybe because he tried to get Jack to do it, it didn't work. That's a bit much for me. I agree. So I agree with what you might say, I guess. I think your explanation is probably better. I mean, I guess the idea is, to a certain extent, the power of Jacob is tied in with the power of the light.
Yeah.
And so when you remove that, then you sort of remove whatever that power has manifested.
Totally. I think that's the main idea from the light. I think the idea is that Mother and Jacob and the protectors have some connection to that light that gives them power. The power doesn't come from them intrinsically; it comes from the light.
Right.
And because they choose to protect it, or because they know about it, or they're in close proximity, there's some qualification that allows them to manifest that, manifest power in certain ways. But it's, I think it's most certainly directly related to the light.
Yeah. I agree. I guess I thought, it was in part connected to Jacob himself, but basically just because of the logistics of the gray hairs growing. But whatever. That's not that big of an issue.
Yeah, don't let the gray hair decide the plot for you.
Yeah. I will not do that. And I'll just say, I I couldn't. I was like, oh God, one last hurrah of blow up the plane. Like, here we go. Like, I didn't keep track of where the explosives went, but I guess Miles had them.
Yeah.
And so it's like, okay, we're gonna go blow up the plane. It's great how this is another one of those where I see the mechanics working. Like, they need motivation to go to the plane, and they don't have Frank yet. So they go there to blow up the plane, but when they find Frank, they decide to fix the plane.
Yeah.
So it's
like the second time they've done that, right?
Yeah.
Of like, no, we need to blow up the plane. Let's just fly it. Okay. Like, I think they did that before. Why don't we just leave on the plane? You know?
Yeah. It's just especially because it ends up looking like, you know, if Jack hadn't stopped Locke, he could have gone on the boat and I guess he wouldn't have gone to the plane. He wasn't even planning to use the plane, so I guess it doesn't even matter. Somehow I had in mind he was going to sail to the Hydra Island and get on the plane, but he wouldn't even know how to fly it, so he's probably just going to use the boat or something. But
he doesn't. I don't think he knows that Frank and those guys have fixed the plane. But I think if he did know that, he might want to go over there and force Frank to fly.
Try to use it, yeah.
But he doesn't. He doesn't know that they're.
He doesn't even know that's going on. Yeah, that's right. Because Ben's keeping it a secret.
So, quick thing though about who killed the Ajira passengers on Hydra Island.
Okay.
I know. Locke has this boat.
Yeah.
You think he could have just used the boat?
Sure.
To get over there? I mean, you can use an outrigger just as easily, but
yeah.
But I'm just thinking, like, they keep coming back to this boat every time Locke needs to go somewhere. You know, oh, he's got the boat. Oh, use the boat.
Now, I'm assuming that this is the Elizabeth.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I guess he, you know, the others had it, and I guess, you know, they sort of holed up in the temple for a while, and I don't know what else, but probably just he sort of ended up taking it over or something and using it. I'm sorry, what were you saying about the boat? I've lost my train of thought.
I was just saying, he might have used the boat to go over to Hydra Island and kill the passengers. You know, he knew where the boat was. I think you're right. The others had it, but it was just docked somewhere, and he knew where it was. That's why he, you know, when he tells Sawyer and those guys to go get it. Yeah.
They find it where he told them. So so he had access to the boat. He could use the boat. I mean, I thought the main problem was just timeline issue. Like, when did he have the time to do it? You know, that's basically the issue that you know, I'm willing to let that go, but I guess I think there's just not for me there's not enough information in the show to make a clear call on that.
Yeah.
It really looks to me like it could go either way.
Yeah, you know, I think there's more evidence that Widmore did it. It's not the best evidence, but, you know, he's at the scene of the crime.
True.
I think that says something about it. And we know he doesn't mind killing innocent people to get what he wants.
True.
But it's a close call. It's pretty hard to tell. It's another case of who placed the wreckage, you know.
Right. I mean, the thing I was leaning on, because it's like, well, Widmore was going to Hydra. Like, if they had been dead when he got there, he would have been there. But, and another thing I was leaning on was that Locke saying to Richard, basically, he wanted to kill those people. So you sort of had that. You have Widmore denying it, but then Widmore lies. So, you know, he lies to Locke's face that he has Jin, when it's obvious that he does. Yeah. So it's like, because it's like, okay, who came in and shot my whole camp with darts and took Jin? Like, I just cleared out the temple. There's no one. Is it Rose and Bernard? No one else on the island could have done that.
Yeah.
So it's ridiculous for Widmore to be like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you know, I think it's weird for Locke to have done it because, like, first of all, I don't think he has really any good reason to lie to Sawyer when Sawyer tells him the people died. You know, I mean, not that that would stop him, but I think, A, he doesn't have a really good reason to lie to him. I don't see why he couldn't have just said, yeah, I did it. And B, I think if you look at the logistics, you know, like you were saying, of time-wise of him getting over there, it would be like he goes over there and kills the people. You know, Widmore's people aren't there yet, right? Like, or he doesn't see them.
Yeah.
And he goes and kills the people and then leaves. And then Widmore's people go to the island and then see the dead people there. And then Zoe and her team drag the bodies into the trees.
Yes.
And while that's going on, Locke is telling Sawyer to go back over to Hydra Island to do recon because he thinks some of the Ajira passengers might be moles or something. So to me, it's just weird for if he was just already over there before Widmore gets there, and then he says, well, Sawyer, why don't you go back over there and tell me what you see?
Now, when you bring that up, I always have to mention that at the end he says he didn't send Sawyer to go check out the Ajira passengers.
Mm-hmm.
So that, I mean, he didn't say exactly why he sent him there, but he said that wasn't it. Now, I guess he could have been lying when he said no, but it's weird. It's weird to do that because Sawyer's basically saying you lied to me, and he's like, yeah, I did. Like, why wouldn't he just say, no, I wasn't. That is why. You know, it's ridiculous. Like, that looks to me like a real reveal. He didn't send him over there for that. So what did he send him over there for? I don't know. But
so that's the thing. So if you say, okay, if he didn't send him over there to check on the passengers, then the obvious idea is he sent him over there to check on Widmore, which means he thinks or knows Widmore is over there, right?
Yeah. I feel like he I mean.
Okay. I mean, something like that needs to be true.
Yeah.
Which means why does he even think Widmore people is over there then? They came on the sub, you know, stealth. Why does he have any idea to think they're over there unless he had already been over there and saw that they were there, or you know, I don't know how he would even. That's the thing. It does seem like a reveal, but it seems like one of those things, you know, where like they sort of just change the truth. You know, in the beginning one thing is true, and at the end they don't want that to be true anymore, so they have something else be true. You know, they do that sometimes.
Yeah.
And it just seems weird to me that he would send Sawyer over there, tell him go check on the Ajira passengers, knowing that the passengers are dead or that they don't matter, but yet he's got to already know Widmore is over there in order to send Sawyer over there. If he's not sending them for the passengers, so. I don't really think he had any good way of knowing Widmore was over there.
Yeah, I agree. It kind of looks to me like a creaky plot where, you know, so what's going to happen is Sawyer's going to go over there, find the passengers dead, and then one surviving. And they're going to play that up for a little bit. And then they're going to reveal to us that, no, that's not one of the survivors. That's just someone from Widmore's team.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so to set that up, I feel like Locke perfectly sets it up by saying, I think there's people from the plane who you need to go check out. Because it makes the Ajira passengers the issue, and that's the first thing that Sawyer deals with when he goes over there. So it connects nicely.
It sets up that not only are the passengers still there, but that they might have something to fear from them because they could be working for Widmore.
Right. But then Sawyer comes back and now we know the truth, and he's like, they have that whole exchange. You didn't send me over there for that. No, Charles Widmore, he says, guy named Widmore, Charles Widmore, I guess y'all know each other. It looks like, it comes across like he expected Sawyer to find Widmore, and so that's what it looks to me like in that scene. I don't really know how to explain that. I guess there's various ways you could try to do it.
Well, in that scene, it seems to me like he's surprised that Widmore's over there. Like he's surprised that Sawyer found Widmore. I mean, maybe he's just conning him, but it came across to me like he was surprised that Widmore was over there.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't really get surprised. I don't know what I got from his reaction. Since he's admitting to lying, it's like I don't even know where he's coming from. I wasn't sure if that was real surprise or it didn't even seem like, I don't know what it seemed like. It's just a weird scene.
Mhm.
You know. Because then, I mean, he talks about the dead Ajir people, and he's just like, well, that's terrible. What do you know?
Mhm.
You know. And then he tells him about Widmore. So yeah, I mean, so what are you saying? Like he actually did think he would go check out. He did think there were Ajir passengers. I mean, I think the people he's talking about, like potentially, would be sort of Alana's group.
Mhm.
That they were sort of the people on the plane who.
Yeah, I mean, he's got reasonable, rational reasons to. A reasonable cause to send Sawyer over there for that reason. He already knows Jacob's bodyguards are on the island. He's killed a group of them. He ostensibly wants to take the plane and leave, which isn't really what he wants necessarily, but that's what he's saying he wants. And so, anyone over there that is on Jacob's side is a threat to him. I guess I'll buy. I can buy the alternative theory if I can be convinced that he knew Widmore was over there.
Okay.
And I'm just not convinced he knew Widmore was over there.
Yeah. I'm not convinced he knew Widmore was over there. Although it seems like he knows who Widmore is and sort of has some idea of what Widmore is there for.
Mhm.
It's like he sort of seems to understand where Widmore's coming from, but I think for me the fact that he flat denies that's why he sent Sawyer over there for no reason. I don't see. I'm not comfortable saying that's what he was doing when he flat denies it.
Let me analyze this line. Sawyer says, Locke comes back and says, how did it go? Sawyer says, you didn't really send me over there to find passengers from that plane, did you? And Locke says, no. Well, in a very narrow sense, that's true. I don't think he wants him to find the passengers on the plane. At best, he wants him to find the moles that were on the plane. Like, I don't think he cares about the sort of non-Dharma, non-Jacob passengers on the plane. So
so the splitting hairs argument.
I think you can look at that line
because
like
they are passengers. I mean, the moles are passengers.
Oh yeah.
So he did send to find passengers under your story. I mean, you're saying like, okay, so you're not saying the specific word that fully describes. You're just naming part of the group of people I wanted you to find. Like, is he really? I mean, does that really warrant a no?
Yeah, or maybe I should phrase it like this. I'm thinking you can look at that line and Sawyer is saying something like, you weren't really worried about the survivors of the plane. You weren't really worried about the sort of civilian passengers. And Locke is saying no. And then Sawyer says, well, they're all dead. So, I mean, that is a splitting hairs argument. I'm just saying maybe you can look at the line like that and it makes more sense that he's saying, no, I didn't really care. I wasn't being, nice. I don't really care about those people. I was sending you over there for something else.
Yeah, okay.
And it could just be that the line is not the best written for that.
Yeah.
Because, that's the thing. Sometimes lines aren't written the best to, when we're trying to glean some overall idea, and then you have a line that sticks out that seems to be saying something contradictory, but it's like, well, what if they would have rephrased the line? Is the meaning the same, or is it different?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. I think you could maybe look at that line a bit differently and then say, okay, well, Locke is saying, no, I didn't really care if there were survivors from the from civilians over there. I cared about combatants. Put
it in with now you and I are the same, and that's just one of the many reasons we want to find Van Linus.
Yeah.
Like that sentence is just a fucking mess.
Mm-hmm.
I whoever wrote that, it so doesn't make sense. I don't know what they were doing. Yeah, maybe it is just like that. I just it just seems like it's, he's back and it's time to come clean, and that's what he's doing. No, it was something else. He doesn't really say what it was because they're just talking about what the issue is now, and so it almost becomes beside the point why he sent Sawyer there.
I think that's on the nose. I think it doesn't matter anymore. I think it was a little bit of a shaky setup anyway for what they were trying to accomplish, because he's telling Sawyer to go over there, gain the trust of the passengers, find out what you can, do some recon.
Yeah.
And which is sort of what Sawyer does, but the plot sort of turns in a different direction when they find out it's Widmore, which is something I don't think Locke knew. I think at best he was thinking there was more of Jacob's people over there.
Right.
So, Sawyer tells him that everyone's dead, and Locke goes, well, that's terrible. What happened? So it's like, he doesn't really care.
No.
He's just trying to get to what Sawyer found out. He doesn't really care.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and Sawyer just says I don't know, and I usually hang on to these things like if they only tell us one thing. I mean, the only person who's ever accused is Widmore.
Mm-hmm.
Now he denies it, but he denied other stuff that he definitely did. So, that's not enough. I mean, for me, it's sort of like the show, except for the scene of Locke. But the thing is, that's sort of pre the reveal that Locke is the Man in Black. That scene looks really weird when you think it's actually Locke, like, hey, go kill the Ajir passengers. But makes more sense later. But even still, it's like once they figured out who he was, they weren't following him anymore. Although they did follow him later. But anyway, I think you're right. I think that's basically what's going on there. And I think probably Widmore did it. It's just, for me, there's not enough to be totally sure about that.
Yeah.
It's sort of like the bomb on the plane. We reasoned our way quite convincingly that Smokey did it. But no, it was Widmore. He did it.
Yeah.
And so it's like you can do that and get to the wrong conclusion sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And I was happy with that theory, but same thing with the plane. It's like I never understood why Widmore did that. I still think that's that's a bit of a loose end in the story that it's not fully justified, but it's true. I mean, I think Widmore really did that. So
the planing the wreckage.
Yeah. Planning the wreckage, number one. Like, second of all, sort of the smaller, like where he did it. Like, it was just a bit of a weird plan.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like there's just so many things that are weird about it. It's like it seems like the idea was. I know I'm going way off topic here. It seemed like the reason he did it was he didn't want anyone to find the island. But it's like no one knew the plane was on the island.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like, oh, it's on the plane wreckage. Now we don't have to look for that island that it's on. So that part was weird. Then like he put it in a place that was like way off from both where the island was and where it should have been if it was the plane crash from Sydney to L.A. Like, it was just way off course. Mentioned it.
I think it makes sense if what he's trying to do is to give people a reason to stop looking for any survivors from the plane crash who are on the island.
Right.
So, they don't, no one on the outside world knows that they're on the island, but, people might be looking for them. So he says, well, I don't want people to keep looking and then find them on the island. I want them to stop it in the beginning, stop them from ever looking, and I'm going to put it in a place where, that's not near the island.
Right.
So, I mean, I think it makes sense in that respect. It's definitely overboard.
Yeah.
It's an extreme thing to do, definitely.
Yeah. Because, people might have been looking, but, I mean, the island's not supposed to be on course anyway, and so it's just like, and no one knew there was a connection, but no one knew about this island. You know, so it's like he's just worried someone is going to happen to find them who's looking for them, I guess. So yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's totally over the top, but I think that's what happened. And so with these Ajir people, I'm just not sure what to think, because it seems to me like Widmore looks like the better choice, but I feel like they could tell us that Locke did it, and I would have to accept it.
So I'm going to say one thing, and I think it's going to prove that Widmore did it.
Okay.
The same rationale for planting the wreckage, I think, is the same rationale for killing the passengers, because he can't rescue those people. You know, if he shows up when he shows up on the island, and so picture the scenario: Widmore shows up on Hydra Island. There's survivors from the Ajira plane who the first thing they're going to say is rescue us. You have a submarine, rescue us. Well, he can't do that. He can't let them call the outside world, not that they really could anyway. So I think he's sort of forced to kill them because he can't rescue them and he can't let them be rescued. Because they would lead people back to the island. They have no allegiance to the island or keeping it secret. So I think they would, they would pose a problem to him and the future safety of the island. So I think that's probably why he killed them. Does that help?
Yes. No, that's exactly why I imagined he would have killed them, if in fact he killed them. Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
Well, good. Yeah, I think that's the reason. I mean, for me, I was always wondering why would he, why kill them except for they're in his way. But in terms of, he can't just let them be rescued. So
right.
He can't. He can either just let them stay there and be in the way, or kill them. That's his only two options.
Right. Yeah, no, I think that's part of it.
What's the other part?
Sorry. That's not just part of it.
No. There's more, then let me know.
What I was saying getting him out of the way is part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's trying to set up camp on that island, and having those passengers around milling about is just kind of a nuisance. I know that's a very minor reason to kill them all, but I feel like that did make it at least.
Yeah, and it's like if Smokey went over there before Widmore gets there and kills all the passengers, then leaves. It's like, well, what is he sending Sawyer to do? If Smokey thinks nobody's over there.
Yeah, I mean, my best thing to say for that is just that he hadn't been over there in a little while. Maybe he killed those people, earlier.
Earlier that day.
And then he basically my theory for when he did it. Let's see. I think I had a time period. Let's see. Okay, there's a whole statue thing, and then he goes out. Yeah, I could try to put it in really early so that this is like, at least 5 days or so after that. I think there's some places in there where I could put it, so that he's just sending Sawyer to check it out, just to make sure the coast is clear,
Yeah, but that's. Okay, I would buy that, but that seems pretty weird thing to do when you think he has no reason to believe anyone's over there.
True.
And it's like, and he's telling Sawyer to gain the confidence of anyone who's over there.
Right.
So it's just that's a little weird.
Yeah. So it does that makes it sound like maybe he knows Widmore's over there. I don't know why exactly he would know that, but that's I guess that's the other thing I would say. Maybe he actually knows Widmore's over there, and he feels the need to lie to Sawyer about that because I don't know why. I guess maybe just because he doesn't want to say he killed all the passengers.
Which makes no sense because he never seems to care about admitting he kills people.
Well, I think he has denied that he's killed some people. Like, he didn't tell the others that he was the Black Smoke who killed the people in the temple.
Well, but yeah, he didn't tell him he did it, but he definitely told him they got killed by the smoke. But yeah, he didn't say he was the smoke.
But Sawyer knows he's the smoke, so he can't he can't tell Sawyer the black smoke did it, and he'll know that's him.
Yeah. And he's not. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. But I mean, other people, he just never seems to have a problem being honest if he kills people. You know, I think wasn't it? I thought he told somebody he killed the people at the temple.
Well, he told Sawyer.
Oh, he was telling Claire that too. You know, well, before he killed them, you know, I think it was Claire who he said, you know, she said you're going to hurt them, and he said only ones who won't listen.
Right.
You know.
Right.
And she knows he's the smoke, and so she knows he did it.
Yeah. And then he tells Sawyer that he did it basically.
Mhm.
By telling him he's the smoke. But I mean, it seems to me like, yeah. So you're right. Okay. So he admits to Sawyer that he killed all the people at the temple.
Mhm.
But now he's like, okay, I'm skittish about telling Sawyer I killed all the people on the jail plane. Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
That's like, at this point, I don't think Sawyer's going to be like, how dare you, sir?
Yeah, exactly.
He knows who he's dealing with, I think, and you know, besides just what he's done recently, it's the fucking smoke monster. So, you know, there's a general sort of terror associated with that. So in the end, I come down on Widmore's side, but I just have this lingering, like, I'm just not sure. It feels like it's not 100% clear.
Yeah, I don't think it's 100%, but for me, the evidence is mostly on Widmore. You know, he was the one accused. He's the one who denied it, sort of more specifically. And
later too. You know, the latest mention of that, you know, was him being accused.
Mhm.
You know, the thing with Locke was season 5 when he was still posing as Locke, and you know. The others weren't even going to carry that out anyway. That's not even what I'm saying happened. So, you know.
Yeah.
So like, you know, the latest thing in the show where someone says you did that is Widmore.
Yeah.
So, I mean, basically, you put a gun to my head, I say Widmore did it. But and I think the writers probably do too. It's just there's a slight tug in the other direction that I'm feeling. It's like no, but maybe not. But you know, who knows? Maybe there's a deleted scene.
Anything's possible.
I think it's weird. This is one of the things that I would have liked in the finale. You know, they go over to Hydra Island and repair the plane, and I don't know how any of those characters know, but it would have been nice if somehow they addressed that.
Yeah.
You know, found some way to conclusively tell
the bodies. If they looked at the bodies and there's gun shots, then Widmore did it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You know, I mean, Smokey's not going to shoot all those people.
Right. Yeah, if he wants to kill a giant group of people, he'll usually go with the smoke way. That's quicker.
Yeah.
More efficient. So right. Yeah. So that would have worked too. Like that's one of the small things that, like, I don't see any point in leaving that open. You know, like, I don't know, and it just seems like it'd be so easy for them to tell us. You know, and it would just satisfy my curiosity about that. So there's some things that are like cool mysteries to leave unanswered, and there's some things that are just like, come on.
Yeah, I was just going to say the exact same thing. Some things are mysteries that make sense to leave unanswered, and some things are like, I don't know why they wouldn't just say what the answer is. Yeah.
I'm not going to get any, like, you know, I don't know, deep. I'm not going to have a great imaginative experience trying to figure out who killed each air passengers. I mean, it's really down to 2 suspects, and it's just a matter of which one did it,
Mm-hmm.
and I mean, there's not a lot there. So yeah, that's one of the things that I would put on the list of like small answers that they could have done in the finale. They didn't even talk about. Like no one even seemed to be thinking about that.
Yeah, I think it's Lost has a history of wiping out big groups of people in one fell swoop, and I think the Jira passengers they needed to be off the Hydra Island for sort of story reasons and for character reasons. So
Yeah,
Widmore needed them out, and
right.
if they were around in the finale, get me on the plane too.
Right.
That wouldn't make any sense.
Right. Well, it's almost like if they had survived, they could have gotten on the plane.
Mhm.
Like they could have made it off the island if they just managed to not die.
Yeah.
Because there should have been, probably enough room with all the passengers who weren't there. Enough room for the people who get off plus whoever's left of the Jira people. So I guess, yeah, since Widmore was there, that was just not going to happen. But it's, no, you're right. The thing is, though, when they killed the Oceanic A-15 survivors, it was the others who did it. And when they killed the people at the temple, it was Smokey who did it. And It's like, at least I know who's responsible. I mean, it's not a big deal, but I'm just sort of frustrated with, like, the mystery of who did it, and I don't know.
Well, this third one is the Widmore doing it, He already rigged the plane with explosives, so I think that's another reason why he would just kill the passengers. He's not expecting them to ever get on that plane.
Right.
And he doesn't want anything impeding Smokey getting on that plane so he can kill him or whatever his plan was.
Right. On the other hand, if he arrived there and they were already dead, then he wouldn't have to worry about them getting on the plane for that reason.
Mhm. Yeah. But then you have to explain, why did Zoe and those guys drag the bodies out of the way?
Yeah, I don't get that. That's weird. And yeah, so if they killed him, that would make more sense. I don't see Smokey doing that either.
No.
He's not big on sort of tidying up.
No. He doesn't clean up his messes.
No. No. So yeah, it's probably Widmore.
Yeah. Like I said, he's at the scene of the crime. He's got the reasons. He's got the resources. Smokey doesn't have that much time on his hands to go to the island and kill people and come back and tell Sawyer to go back over there. It just makes less sense to me if Smokey did it. And there's, Widmore makes more sense.
Yeah.
So, all right, what else you got?
I agree. Let's see. I think that's it. Are you ready for the next scene?
Mhm.
Okay. Next scene is flash sideways. Miles arrives at the concert, sees Sayid in Hurley's vehicle. He calls Sawyer and tells him. Sawyer decides to go protect Sun because she was a witness to Sayid's murders.
All right.
Yeah, it was weird because Miles was like, only one witness left the scene alive, right? No, that's not true. I just thought that was weird.
Yeah. You mean they're ignoring Jin?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why.
Yeah, and I think they even referenced Jin in a previous episode. If I remember right.
Mhm.
What was that one where it was like, that's our bad guy? Was that No, that wasn't the candidate. Was that... I don't know what that was. That wasn't what they died for. Maybe that was the last recruit?
I think, but I think they were saying, I don't know, this doesn't explain it, but I think they described it as, a Korean woman and her bodyguard or something, they said. I don't know, I forgot how they described it, but they made it seem like Jin was separate from Sun. So maybe they're assuming she's more important somehow.
Okay.
Maybe that explains this line. I don't know why they would forget Jin.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, Korean female at the scene, and her boyfriend witnessed it. But he doesn't speak English.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they basically say he's a witness, and then they say she's the only witness in this scene.
Well, they seem to imply that she speaks English and he doesn't.
Yeah, and he's the witness. She was at the scene, but he's the witness.
Mhm.
And he doesn't speak English, but they don't even. They don't even talk about that. So yeah, it looks to me like they just I don't know, dropped the ball on that. It's weird. When they said that line, I immediately thought like there's 2 people left alive, definitely.
You know what it is? Here's why they said that. It's not a good reason, but I think it's because she's the one who's shot and she's the one who's at the hospital. You know, I remember later in the episode when Sawyer comes to Sun's room, you know, it's like he's telling her, I need to put you under armed guard, you know, security, because we need to protect you. And I was thinking, doesn't Jin need protecting too? But it's like, I think it's because she's the one who was shot and at the hospital. Somehow that equals her being the witness that needs to be protected.
Right.
And I think they're overlooking the Jin factor here.
Yes. Well, it's Miles calling her the only witness.
Mhm.
Like that's the thing, and you know, witness, not like victim.
Mhm.
You know.
Yeah, but that's the thing. He's saying, go make sure she's all right. You know,
right.
She's the one who shot, and then Sawyer says, yeah, Sun Paik, you know, gunshot wound over at the hospital. You know, so it's like that's the train of thought they're going for, and I think that's the reason they have the oversight of ignoring Jin. It's because they're saying, go. You know, the plot point is go check on the person at the hospital.
Right.
So that's why they're saying they equated that with being the witness when, you know, that's obviously not true.
Right. And it's just like I know we're talking about like purgatory crimes, but they're just wrong about what happened. Like Jin was actually the one in danger. You know, Those people are working for Sun's mom, and Saeed was just a third party who got pulled into that room and ended up shooting them. But like it was really their doing that all that happened.
Yeah, well, they haven't questioned them at all.
Yeah, no.
So they don't really know the facts of the case. I don't really think they're even handling the case. I mean, they're working it, but I don't think they're trying to solve it.
It doesn't look like it. It looks like they're into like apprehending the suspect and protecting the witness, but not really like solving the crime.
Yeah.
Because you're right. There's no like crime scene.
Yeah, there's no interrogation or, you know, there's none of that stuff.
Like, okay, Saeed, what happened? Yeah, it wasn't even about that. It was just like, okay, you're in a cell, you know. And Jin actually killed one of the people, so, you know.
This is what happens when you dissect the show too much. You see the flaws.
Yeah.
The lousy police work.
Right. But, you know, I have to say, since it's purgatory, I can let it all go.
Mhm.
Because it's like, it doesn't really have to be that great because it's like sort of a fakey police department. And, you know, same thing with the police who questioned Claire, you know, and that little scene with her in the hospital. Like, they're kind of fakey police, and Kate's just, like, in her little purgatory world. So she has to, like, deal with her problems, and she's not going to be caught right then. So, like, it sort of makes some of the weirdness of the Flash Sideways make sense.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and the timeline too. The timeline doesn't seem like as much of an issue when it's a weird, crazy place.
Mhm.
You know, because that whole thing with Sun and Locke arriving at the same time at the hospital, like it's like, well, okay, why not? 3 days passed for Locke, 1 day passed for Sun, and they got to the hospital at the same time.
Yeah.
Why not? Why not? So yeah, it's all that stuff. The police don't really investigate anything. It's, you know, it's a weird place.
Yeah. All right. Well.
But this is
going to the concert.
Yeah, and I was like, oh shit, Miles sees Sayid. Like, it doesn't matter at all. Like, Sayid's so not in trouble.
Mm-mm. Well, it's so ridiculous because it's like he sees an escaped criminal and he doesn't even go after him.
Right.
He just calls and tells somebody.
Right. Yeah, and it's like that's the thing that gets Sawyer to the hospital to meet Juliet, and that's almost like, it's almost like the purgatory is trying to put him there.
Yeah.
So he can have his little wake up moment and wind up at the church.
It's almost like that. It's almost like that. Very close to being like that. So close, it is like that.
Like, all the shit I was worried about, I was like, okay, Desmond's got charges. He's going to have to deal with it. He's releasing potential murderers. These people have crimes.
Yeah, he got really caught up in the implications of what they were doing, and I'm just like, it's not going to matter.
Totally. I mean, for me, it was a clue that something big was coming.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't just going to kind of go on with their lives at the end of this, because I really thought they were putting all in and going way farther than I feel like those characters would normally.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just that I felt like something crazy was going on. So it was just, I started obsessing over the details. Like, oh shit, these characters are in trouble if they just, they're going to be on the run forever. Like that's, that's why I thought it was something. I mean, of course, I didn't think it was what it turned out to be, but I thought it was more like they were going to, open up a portal or something, and I thought there was going to be some kind of crazy event at the concert where they'd all realize they were on the island and that the Man in Black needed to be stopped, and it's lucky that they had the incident and they were created so that they could, bring Smokey into their universe and sacrifice themselves, or I don't know, some kind of thing like that. That's sort of what I thought, where I thought it was going.
Mhm.
Obviously I was wrong, but I was only right in the small way that something drastic was coming.
Yeah.
But that's obvious. It's a series finale. I mean, you don't really have to even see an episode to say that.
Yeah, totally.
So this whole thing, it's weird when I watch it again, because all these scenes were so different the first time when I didn't know where they were going.
Mhm.
I was legitimately worried about Sayid, and I knew Sun wasn't going to get attacked, but I was like, okay, that'll just be an excuse for Sawyer to run into Sun and Jin, and I thought they would end up at the concert, which is kind of weird, I guess, if the killer's at the concert, but I don't know. All that stuff is just, it's just over.
I guess we don't see Sayid anymore. After Miles sees him at the concert, we don't see Sayid till the end again, huh?
Well, there's a scene with him and Hurley and Shannon and Boone.
Oh, they haven't done that yet. That's
yeah. Yeah. After his big wake up, then we just see him again at the church.
All right, so that must mean, so they go and drop Charlie off, and then they go do the Boone Shannon encounter. Okay.
Oh, good point. Yeah. Really. It's like, I forgot that's what was going on. Yeah, I guess they dumped Charlie out to go play his concert, and then go to their Shannon Boone mission.
All right.
Okay, so that's right. Sayid doesn't really go to the concert. The concert didn't matter. The concert was a red herring.
It only matters for Charlie and Claire.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But it wasn't like the concert per se, it was about getting those characters together.
Yeah.
Somehow I thought the power of the concert would matter, but...
Yeah, that was weird for you to think that. It's Drive Shaft and Daniel Widmore. Why is that going to be the big event? They have to pay people to show up.
Right. Ouch. That hurts. It really hurts, but it's true. Okay, so next scene.
With enough time and money, you can get anyone to come to a Drive Shaft and Widmore concert. Yeah,
Yes.
next scene.
Ouch. Okay, next scene, Sun wakes up. Sun is sore. Jin tells her a doctor is coming to look at the baby. Enter Juliet. Juliet says she's there to make sure the baby is okay. Then she realizes they don't speak English. She asks Sun to lift up her gown as she uses the little sonogram machine. Sun remembers the original, I put the original timeline, maybe I mean the island memories. Jin has the same realization. We see a little Sun and Jin montage from sort of the beginning of the show all the way up to their deaths in the submarine. Sun asks Jin if he sees. He does. Juliet points out their baby to them. The baby's fine. We realize Sun and Jin could speak English now. Sun says it's a girl. Jin says her name is Ji-yeon. Ji-yeon. Juliet congratulates them, says their English is fine, and leaves.
I think it's a little bit more than fine, Juliet. I think it's excellent. I think they have no problem speaking English whatsoever.
Fine is not enough to describe.
Fine is not enough. I mean, fine is fine for her to say that because they only said a couple words, but
yeah,
it's a little more than fine, if you know, but in reality.
Right.
So you know, Juliet, what are they gonna do? It's always a good scene if Juliet's in it.
Yes. Yeah.
It was nice to have her back. As soon as I heard her voice, I'm like, there she is.
Yeah. When they said someone was coming to look at the baby, I immediately thought it would be Juliet.
Mhm. Yeah, I feel like we should have guessed something like that. Like, oh, okay, Juliet will sonogram on Sun. Like that should have been obvious.
Totally. It seemed obvious until after they did it.
Yeah, when they're doing it, it's like, oh yeah, of course.
Yeah. Like I was trying to figure out. I never really imagined how Juliet would fit into the story.
Mm-hmm.
I was sure she was David's mom, but I didn't know what they would have her doing.
Yeah, it's funny because I remember saying somewhere like it makes sense that Jack and Juliet would get together. They both had similar interests. Juliet was medical research and all that stuff, and I should have assumed she was working at the hospital. In this world, of course she works at the same hospital as Jack.
Right.
Probably where they met or something like that. And it was. And I forgot about that thing she had with Sun. But it's like it's a total mirror of Ethan examining Claire.
Right. Totally. It's I guess Juliet went through a lot after those days.
Mm-hmm.
And I sort of forgot about Juliet's origins.
Yeah.
That she was there to study fertility issues, and that she, there's that whole thing about how pregnant women die, and she takes Sun off to the medical station to determine when her day of conception was, and I just that plot just fell by the wayside for me, so I just didn't think of it.
Yeah, it's pretty old stuff, but I think it's interesting that this isn't where Juliet wakes up. This encounter with Sun isn't the strong bond that she needs to wake up.
Right.
But for Sun and Jin it is.
Yes. Yeah. So basically, So Juliet's back. That's great. I definitely thought she'd be in the finale, so I wasn't surprised, but definitely pleased.
Mm-hmm.
To see her there. I think she, definitely needed a place on the show at the end. So that's good. And so Sun and Jin sort of wake up here. They get their little thing with the baby. A little surprising since that wasn't exactly their first priority in the original part of the show.
Mm-hmm.
But okay. I mean, it affects people.
That was probably their big dying regret, though, I would say.
Yeah.
As they both died, that's probably what was on their minds. They're themselves and their kid, So I think in that sense it makes sense.
Yeah.
Since that was the sort of big thing they didn't get to have. The same with, Juliet and Sawyer sort of not getting to have each other or something like that.
Right. Yeah, yeah, exactly. But they, I mean, this is the one where I was like, oh shit, something crazy's going on because they remember their deaths.
Mhm.
You know, and I'm like, oh fuck, you know, because we've been talking about how deep, you know, the things go, and the latest one before this was Ben's little thing with Desmond on the docks, but they hadn't surpassed the incident yet. And when I saw this, it was like, oh shit, there they are, past the incident. So that's not going to work anymore.
Mhm.
There's something else going on here. They're remembering dying. Why are they alive? This is weird.
Yeah.
And then they know English all of a sudden. It's like, okay, so they're remembering the original, you know, Sun and Jin, and I'm still not all the way there, but it's clear to me at this point this is not what I thought.
Mhm.
My theory is dying.
Yeah.
I do think it's odd, like, I think you pointed out earlier that when the characters realize what's going on, they just kind of serenely accept it.
Yeah, I mean, they have this, you know, as we're watching the scene when John Locke wakes up, and as soon as he wakes up, he's like, I gotta go.
Mhm.
You know, there's no thinking about it. They just know they have to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's pretty interesting.
Yeah. It's like, God, our deaths really sucked. And I never got to see my kid, and like, that's really crappy. But it's not like that.
Yeah, no, they're not upset.
No, not at all. So it's just a little strange. I'm imagining myself, and I just feel like I wouldn't react that way. But I don't know. I've never been to purgatory, so who am I to say? I guess.
Yeah, like I said, I was trying to think of how much I would care about a past life that I had, and it just, you know, I think it would seem so final to know you already died that you might not. I think intellectually you might have something to say about it, but I think emotionally, I don't know. I feel like I can almost understand not having the sort of obvious reaction people might think to have.
Right.
You know, because it's so. I think it would seem you would like remember it, but you would seem so disconnected from it. You know.
Yeah.
Because I do think they have their own memories of this place. You know, I think that's what's something else that's kind of strange is the idea that, you know, they get awakened and they sort of like there's no sort of conflict about who they are anymore. You know, it's not like, oh, I have these memories of a past life. Is that who I am, or is the person that I'm in this world who I am? And you know, it's just like, nope, they already know. It's fine.
Yes.
You know, there's no like conflict.
Totally. Yeah. Yeah. That's another thing that gives me the impression that these are like implanted memories or something. Like they're not, you know, I mean, it looks like some of them are sort of real, but like a lot of the stuff that's their history is sort of like something that is put in their mind to make the world make sense to them. You know. And as soon as they realize what's going on, it doesn't matter to them anymore.
Yeah.
You know, like Jack isn't like, oh, where's my son? I'm abandoning him. You know, like there's no like sense that Locke is like, I'm leaving Helen behind. You know, there's no sense that they're really like, you know, seriously connected to their original, you know, the way they portrayed the Flash Sideways characters.
Yeah, I like to chalk that up to the strong pull towards the afterlife. Like I said before, they just have this instinct that they need to go, and that sort of nothing in this world matters. They just need to go to the next side, and they can help their friends move on if they can, and you know, but their imperative is just to. I don't know. It seems like just sort of like a weird sort of you know instinct, so sort of you know conscious life instinct. Like their consciousness is saying, if I want to continue, I need to go to this place, and so it sort of overrides any of their other thoughts.
Mhm.
You know, or you know, and influences their actions and makes them do really extreme things.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think it's pretty interesting, considering like, you know, they just seem to feel and to know that that's the right thing to do, but they obviously don't have proof.
Right. Right. Yeah, exactly. It's like once they know who they are, and also I think they sort of know they're dead, they understand what's going on.
Yeah.
And sort of seemingly just kind of know where to go as well.
Mhm.
You know, like because I mean there's several people we don't really see get taken to the church.
Yeah.
They're sort of just there. It's like you have to imagine that some of them just kind of knew to go there.
I like to think Desmond told them where to be, because I like to think they didn't have to transition at the church. Maybe that's true, but I don't know. I like to think that it was just about them all being together, and wherever they were together, that would have been the place to leave.
Right. Yeah, I guess, yeah, I thought the church, yeah, I don't know if the church specifically mattered. I mean, I do think the point was getting the characters together, but the church was the place where they were getting together.
Yeah, the church happened to be the place, but I don't think it needed to be the place.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't either. But that, that was the place.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. I like to think Desmond, since he had the manifest and he was trying to find all these people, that he coordinated everyone getting there.
Okay. Oh, so what about the scene where Desmond leads Claire to Alana's office? Do you think differently about that now, or is that still just a weird coincidence?
Desmond going to take Claire to Alana. I don't really think differently. I mean, I guess. Well, let me think. What would be my new thought on it? That Desmond was just trying to get Claire to meet Jack or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's true. I mean, I think the coincidence is, that Alana was already looking for her. I think, if that wasn't true, then you just have Desmond taking her there, which makes sense because that's what he wants to do.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I think he wanted her to go. Ultimately, wants her to meet Jack. The thing is, does he? I guess you would say he just has some cosmic sense that this will lead her to Jack.
Yeah, I mean, I put it in the category of him knowing that Jack, lost his dad and the coffin's missing, and so he arranges for it to go to the church, and he's able to find these people in various places and sort of coordinate things and put them together, and he really seems to know more than ordinary Desmond knew. He seems to once he's sort of woken up by Penny, it seems like he's kind of the guy on the mission to round them all up and get them together. So yeah, I put him knowing about the fact that Alana is looking for Claire, and that Claire's there. The thing is, I mean, the coincidences to me now look more like design. Look more like the way the world was designed, not coincidence. So to me, I sort of reinterpret. I mean, I thought definitely that's what he was trying to do originally, but now it's no, it's sort of more than it's that's what was supposed to happen. That was sort of a setup for Jack and Claire to connect. Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. I feel like that's definitely true, that the world was set up for them to find each other, and that explains the coincidences. It just, and I think it is also true that Desmond sort of wants that to happen. So yeah, I mean, I think that's true. It just came off to me like he wasn't specifically trying to do it, but that's just how it came off. But I think in terms of intent, I think it's true.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to see if that because finding out what it is, it really made me look at all of the sideways stuff differently, and since that was something we talked about, I just wanted to see if it looked any different in light of what the world is, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's not. I don't know. It's in the end, it's about. It's about getting them all in the church, and and moving on and stuff. So like that could easily just be an aberration in the whole thing.
Mhm.
Because Claire ends up at the concert really because she's with Jack. Like that's sort of her entryway. I guess that that part is sort of important, but it's really Charlie and the connection with Aaron and stuff that wakes her up.
Yeah.
So that's sort of the thing she really needed, and Jack needed something else.
Mhm.
So I don't know. Thought I'd bring that up.
All righty.
Okay. Oh, another thing I was going to say about these wake-up moments, like at a certain point, I start to get a slight vibe of clip show from them.
Mhm.
It's like a montage of all the touching moments from seasons 1 through 3 in large part, but there's other stuff. But that's another thing. Like I liked those moments when I didn't know what was going on, but now it's just like I don't know. I feel like they showed a little too much, or maybe it was just a little too protracted. Because I don't know. At a certain point, I get what's going on. I don't need more footage like that, and it just feels like they're reusing stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm not getting anything out of it anymore.
Yeah, I think it's only really good at a certain point to let us know exactly what they're seeing. Exactly how far their memories are going. Especially when it gets important, like Sun and Jen remembering their death, and Sawyer, and I think it's really important with Sawyer and Juliet.
Mhm. Sawyer and Juliet is good.
Yeah, because their whole thing is about losing each other in that final moment.
Right.
And
exactly.
then reconnecting and sort of reliving that moment. So I think it matters there, but I see what you're saying. I didn't really have a problem with the flashes. I kind of liked how they, they would just intercut these flashes every now and then, and you get this. I don't know. The editing, you get an interesting sense of what that's like to just sort of be looking at things normally and all of a sudden seeing something else.
Right. See, Sawyer and Juliet got to, they don't have season 1 through 3 good times to replay.
Mm-hmm.
Their relationship didn't even start until late season 5, so it's sort of like there isn't that much to even show with them. But it was 3 years in the sort of actual show, but on the show it wasn't that long. But the thing that was good about it to me was they reconnected over when she died in his arms. And sort of completing that. Like, to me, that what I liked about it was actually tying in the tragic part.
Mm-hmm.
And sort of I mean, they're reuniting after the tragedy, but it was at least acknowledging the tragedy.
Yeah.
Which I felt like a lot of the flashes weren't doing sufficiently for me. A lot of the flashes were just focusing on the happy moments.
Yeah, I agree. But I think, if you think about the editing, it's like if they showed them looking at tragic moments, I mean, their resulting emotion is happiness at realizing the truth, right?
Yeah.
So it'd be weird to get flashes of all these tragic moments and then they go, yes, I'm happy I woke up, versus, I think, seeing the happy moments and then being happy about waking up. So I think it just is a continuity of emotion.
Right. Yeah, no, I understand that. It just felt like they were sweeping the misery under the rug.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I don't necessarily need them in the montages. I don't know. I just want a better sort of. I want that to have more impact than it feels like it does. Because it's sort of like the tragedy didn't matter because they all ended up together and happy in the afterlife, and I don't know. That's just too comforting for me.
Yeah.
I don't like that much comfort. To me, stories are more powerful when they have real consequences.
Mhm.
That aren't just
what
erased.
They show, it's not going to change that fact, is it?
It changes it in that they have a happy afterlife.
Yeah, but I mean, if they show the tragic stuff, then you could say, well, it's like the good times never mattered. I mean, it just seems like no matter what they show, it's still true that they end up happy, and in some sense, it didn't really matter what happened on the island.
Yes. No. It's a separate thing. Like, first of all, like, I'm just generally unhappy with the purgatory ending.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because I feel like the purgatory removes the, you know, so what I'm saying is pretty much a general thing. Like, yeah, for the purgatory ending, what they did is the only thing that makes sense. But one of the things I don't like about the purgatory ending is that it takes away that impact of the bad stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I guess, like, up to this point, you know, I don't know what's going on here, so it seems like those tragic things might not end happily necessarily. You know, I don't know where I am.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you make a point. They shouldn't, given the ending they're going for, they shouldn't do that. It's just I would have liked an ending that had that in it.
I agree. You know, I said it before. I'll say it 3 more times, and then I'll never say it again.
Okay. Wow. 3 more times.
Count them, guys. My biggest complaint is, you know, no real connection between the two worlds. You know, no sort of cause and effect. So I agree. That's a huge problem. But it's like, I think you can argue that the tragic stuff and the good stuff both are integral in what's the word, in joining these people, or, you know, having them be connected. So it matters in that sense. But I agree, they didn't show the clips as much as they could have, so it makes it seem like they're not acknowledging that it matters. But I think they would have to acknowledge both the good and bad matters, because it joins these people together.
That's part of what the bonding was. But it's sort of like those little silly moments on the beach, I just don't think they were enough. Like, the fact that it was a life and death situation a lot of times, I think, is what really makes people bond like that in a way that it's like the most important thing in their lives, you know. And so it seems to me like those moments are just not right to convey the weight. But again, you're right, they're not emotionally consistent with what they're going through. So
yeah, and it's about the characters connecting, and so they'll show the scenes of the characters connecting, not the scenes of them running for bullets or trying not to get hit by flaming arrows, or
right.
You know what I mean? Like, I think it has a lot to do with the writing and the production of the show for what they showed, you know, more than sort of what is the big list of things that, you know, for the two people that are connecting or whatever, or, you know, who's ever remembering this stuff, like, what's the big list of things that they should show? It's like they're just going for more of the emotional consistency and sort of like, you know, what makes sense to show in terms of the, you know, the video footage.
Right.
You know, the clips of them looking at each other longingly and touching and being happy and sort of sharing these small moments versus like the big, crazy, tragic things.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, there is a little bit of that. I mean, in the Sun Jin, I think they show the freighter blowing up, and you know, they show them dying in the submarine. So it's, I mean, you know, that's pretty tragic stuff. You know, there's a little bit of it in there. It just felt like it was definitely tilted very heavily towards the happy stuff.
Yeah, but those tragic moments are about those two characters.
Yes.
You know, so I think it comes back to trying to find things about the characters connecting.
Yes.
Or, you know, in the case of the freighter and their death, disconnecting. So.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
No, you're right. You're right.
Well, that's the only reason I do this podcast, is to hear you say that. So.
Well, you're going to hear it 3 more times.
Ooh.
Use it well.
All right.
You can only be right 3 more times.
I know. I'll try to be wrong more.
Yeah, that'll make it a longer podcast.
I think Smokey killed the Jira passengers.
Damn it!
I'm just trying to be wrong more. Oh, wait a minute. I kid.
All right. So, anything else about this little scene here?
God, no.
Is it that bad? Okay. Next
It's not
scene.
bad if Juliet's in it, so it's fine.
Okay. Next scene, Sawyer runs. Sawyer finds Jack and Kate and Hurley. I'm sorry. Did we just go back to the island?
Yep.
I hope so, because that's getting crazy. Sorry, I didn't notate that very well. Okay, back to the island. Sawyer runs. Sawyer finds Jack, Kate, and Hurley. Sawyer tells them about Locke and Desmond. Jack decides to go to the light cave to meet Locke there with Desmond.
Yeah, so this is the beginning of the strangeness in the plot.
Yes.
Of like, oh well, the bad guy wants what we want, sorta. So we don't have to hurry up too fast, guys. We'll get there in the end. It was really like, okay, all right, Jack. Maybe Jack has like too much faith now. He's a man of too much faith. John Locke is coming back from the grave, being like, okay, Jack, settle it down a notch or two. I didn't even have that much faith myself. I did try to kill myself, so
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Although maybe that was proving his faith. I don't know.
Who knows? Yeah. Yeah. Even I thought the button didn't do anything for a little while.
Yeah, exactly. Where is it?
But yeah, you're totally right. I thought the same thing, that the plot was strange. This is the kind of thing that I wouldn't have thought it was strange before we started doing this podcast. But now that I actually think about story occasionally, it's like, really? Like, it's the analogy you brought up earlier is perfect. Like the rebels and the Empire both build the Death Star together. They're like, I just know this is going to help us in the end, and I just know this is going to help us in the end, so we'll just build it together.
Let's just build it together. Yeah, it's so weird.
It's really weird. I really can't think of a plot that's anything like this. I'll just let him take Desmond there, because we're going to the same place, so we both want the same thing, except we want the opposite thing, because I want to kill him, and he wants to kill me, and he wants to destroy the island. I want to protect the island, but we both want the same thing.
Yeah. Like, at this point, this is the beginning of it being weird, and at this point it's not quite weird, because I definitely think Jack makes sense in saying, okay, we're going to the same place. It makes no sense for us to go try to track down Desmond, because he's going to end up with this, it's like he can trust that Smokey won't do anything to Desmond until they get there.
Because he's got to
use it. But, of course, once they actually get there is when it's in full board crazy mode of like, what are you guys thinking you're doing together?
Right.
It's trying to get two outcomes out of one thing is so weird. Two different outcomes.
Yeah.
But they kind of are right. So, I think that's why the writers did this. It works on some level because they both are kind of right.
Yeah, and they're both a little bit wrong.
Mhm.
It's weird. Like they both don't know what's going to happen. They both get a little of what they want and a little of what they don't want.
Mhm.
So it's I don't know. I guess it's fair what ends up happening.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's it sucks for Locke because the island doesn't get destroyed before he gets killed.
True.
Jack has the easier job of his goal is easier to accomplish than Smokey's goal because destroying the island takes longer.
Right.
And can be stopped by putting the plug back.
Right.
And I guess we could theorize whether or not putting that plug back would have given Smokey his immortality back.
Yes, we could. And in fact, I kept thinking he would come back.
Oh, really?
And then they put the plug in. I'm like, okay, now he's going to be alive again.
Oh no, I didn't think that. I'm like, there's no way you can't kill the villain and then have him come back.
That was the one time I just didn't think he was dead.
Mhm.
Just didn't buy it. He's coming any second, guys.
Yeah, I figured once they made him mortal, that was it. If he died mortal, then then there's no coming back from that.
Mhm. It's the way they push him off the cliff.
Mhm.
I just really thought, and then they have like Sawyer look over the edge. It's just like the ending of Halloween, like where the killer's like laying on. Spoiler alert indeed. Sorry. 1978, guys.
Hey, some of us haven't gotten around to it yet. There's other DVDs in our queue. No, I kid.
It's a classic. Check it out. This is sort of spoiling the ending, but yeah.
I think it's fine to spoil classics.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's what I'm saying, I think, doesn't really take away from the movie very much. But if you don't want to hear it, skip for 45 seconds. At the end of the movie, the killer's sort of like on the, he's been pushed off like the second floor of a house and like shot multiple times, and he they cut to him like laying on the lawn like apparently dead, and then there's a little dialogue, and then the guy goes out and look again, and he's gone. Like that's what I thought they were doing when they had Sawyer go. Like, look.
So, I thought something like that might happen because anytime somebody falls off of something, it's not for sure. But when Jack looks over the edge, you see his bloody skull, and I'm like, okay, he's dead. Like, if they didn't show his obvious wounds, I would have been more apt to think, okay, something might, we might get a surprise here. But he was lying there lifeless with blood coming out of his skull, and I'm like, yeah, that's a pretty clear sign he's dead.
Well, you were right.
Hey, that's number one. I gotta stop being right because I don't want to use up all my you're rights so quickly.
Yeah,
Jeez.
sorry, I shouldn't have. That was a bonus. I'll do more.
All right.
Yeah.
Actually, technically, I think that was a you were right,
True.
Not a you're right.
True. Because I'm saying you were right when you were watching the show.
Yeah.
Not you're right now with your theory.
Exactly.
Because we shouldn't have to theorize about whether or not he was dead in the end.
No.
Although, but yeah, no.
Well.
So yeah, I really.
Well, I will say, I don't want you to think you made a bad choice into trying to second guess what you were seeing on screen. I think that's a good instinct. So I applaud you for having an instinct to say, hey, just because he looks dead doesn't necessarily mean he is dead.
Totally. And it was like, I've seen this before. Like they show, like in Halloween, they show the body apparently dead. I mean, he's been shot like 8 times. He's been stabbed in the eye with a coat hanger. It's ridiculous. He really should be dead. It's a running gag in the whole series, really. He just does not die.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, yeah, but he's going to be in a whole series of movies where he doesn't die after getting shot and killed and stabbed. And that's his thing.
It only works. It only works if you don't know about the rest of the series.
If it's 1978, it works really well for you.
Totally. Totally. So yeah, even that alone is sort of a spoiler that he doesn't die. But yeah, I mean, basically because he's the big villain, And I was surprised he went out like that. I just thought he had more in him.
Yeah, I agree. He should. Again, it goes back to the idea that the Man in Black just really wasn't evil incarnate. He really wasn't this big bogeyman.
Bogeyman?
You heard me.
Okay.
And,
barely so.
And I don't know why I said it like that. I heard that somewhere.
Okay.
And yeah, he really, he was fortunate in the sense that he was a smoke monster. Like aside from that, he had no sort of, he was cunning, he was smart, he was, he had these sort of, tactical qualities, but he wasn't that great of a fighter. Like he was only sort of as good at fighting as maybe John Locke was or something, like he's still in a, 50-year-old's body or something,
Right.
But so, yeah, I mean, I think like it made the finale really sort of made him seem a lot less like a unmovable force, and so, yeah, so when Jack is fighting him and then kills him and it's like, that's it, it's like, okay, wow, he really didn't have much except for this, power to be immortal that was connected to the light.
Yeah.
But once that's gone, it's like Darth Vader not able to use force powers or something. It's like, well, now we can just fight like two men.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, it's
Totally.
definitely, it's not something you see coming. You expect him to have a trick up his sleeve or
Totally.
or something like that.
Yeah, because he's been the villain all season.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I'm just sure he's got more, and also I'm sure we're going to see the smoke monster.
Mm-hmm.
It's the finale, and I know he probably can't turn into the smoke monster anymore, but I'm sure that somehow it's going to work. And then, yeah, my second thing was once he puts the thing back in, okay, here comes Smokey now. But, yeah, that doesn't happen because he's dead.
Locke should have just jumped off the cliff, which wouldn't have killed him. I mean, I think, obviously Kate and Sawyer did it. They were fine. But, I don't think even if he got hit by a rock, he would have been fine. Oh, I guess at that point he was mortal. Sorry. At that point he was mortal. He had something to fear. But he could have just jumped for the boat and, instead of trying to kill Jack, he could have just jumped for the boat and let the island, try to get destroyed.
Yeah.
But his ego got in the way and he wanted to kill Jack.
Totally. Yeah. He decided to take Jack on.
Mm-hmm.
And that was his last decision, I guess.
Fatal mistake.
Yep. Because you're right. He's just a guy.
That's the thing. He's just a guy. He's just a man.
That's another thing that's weird. I didn't really get this. I mean, we already knew this in Across the Sea, but just a general observation that, to me, the Smokey was, and I mean, he does come out of the Light Cave and all, but to me, Smokey was part of the island.
Mm-hmm.
In some intrinsic way. I mean, it's kind of true, but you don't have the island without Smokey, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But we really learned that before Smokey, there was no Smokey, and once Smokey's dead, I don't think there's another Smokey.
Yeah, they set up the island like this place that intrinsically had set up this these good versus evil entities or something.
Yeah.
And that's just sort of true from the beginning of the island,
Mm-hmm.
Effectively, the beginning of the island, that just was true, and it's just, that's not true. The beginning of the island started with, as far back as we can tell, the Egyptians.
Right. Coming
there, trying to figure out what's going on, building some structures on the island, and obviously having, presumably having problems with fertility themselves and building that statue to tower at the fertility goddess and,
mm-hmm.
All that stuff. And it's just this is, most likely centuries, if not a couple of millennia before Jacob at least before Mother gets there. Or I should say before Jacob and Man in Black get there.
Right.
So.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, that to me is what's interesting. That's, setting aside the Flash Sideways stuff, the reveal of that, it's just the sort of normalcy that's made out of the island, obviously there's still some supernatural stuff, but, Jacob wasn't a god. He was just a man who had some powers. So was Man in Black. They weren't, Man in Black didn't have this awesome, crazy, connection to, people or anything like that. He could just do a couple of things that gave him some advantages, that made him very threatening and a force to be reckoned with. But it's like Superman, with kryptonite, or really Superman without the sun.
Yeah.
I'm going to come up with more analogies by the end of this. So just be prepared for that. But yeah, I don't know. To me, that's really interesting, just on a story level of peeling back the layers and seeing how sort of non-crazy these characters are in a way,
mm-hmm.
and saying, okay, well, they're not anything more than anybody else could have been,
right?
So I think that's really interesting.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and you can track through they kept going back. I sort of like that. Even though I do want to hang on to certain things about the island, but I sort of like the little okay, Tom, he's the leader. He must know stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then, okay, it's Ben. Ben knows everything. Come on, Ben, what do you got?
Yeah, you can track through all the different strata of people who supposedly know things.
Yeah.
And as far back as you go, no one knows anything.
And it's like Richard. Oh, well, he's been on the island for forever.
Mm-hmm.
He must know all kinds of stuff.
Clearly, he solved the mystery of the island. He's been on there for a long time.
Nope. He knows more than some characters, but he doesn't know that much, really.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's little bits that he has on everybody else, and he's not responsible for being immortal. He's not intrinsically special. He's just a guy, who ended up on the island for weird reasons.
Mm-hmm.
And same thing. So then it's like, okay, fine. Jacob, come on, Jacob, what do you got? Oh, he's just a guy who ended up on the island too, and just got invested with the power by this other woman, this mother. She made him who he is. He was just a baby. He was just like a Roman baby.
Mm-hmm.
Big fucking deal. Lots of Roman babies out there.
Yeah.
Well, not right now, but then.
Yeah.
So it's like, and Man in Black too, of course. Smoke Monster, same thing, just a guy, who got transformed into the Smoke Monster through a series of weird circumstances. And then it's like, okay, Mother, she's got to know everything.
Mm-hmm.
Of course not. Of course she doesn't. By the time you get to that, it's like you know she doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
Because they keep peeling it back, and it's like there's probably someone before her. Who knows where this all started? We'll never know.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look like anyone ever knew exactly what was going on this island. It's just a history of a lot of people going there, discovering some stuff about it, and trying to just do whatever they think they should do with that information.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean that's the bulk of the show. It's about people coming to the island over the centuries, who are just trying to make the best that they can out of the situation. Some try to leave, some try to stay, and the people who get involved in the mysteries only learn so much, and they never get a clear sense. Because now that Jacob and Man in Black are dead, like the history of the island that they know is gone.
Yeah.
Like no one's going to know about Mother anymore.
Right.
No one's going to know she was sort of the big head honcho or something before Jacob.
Yeah.
And so it's like, they're really just unable, to really be able to solve these. They just don't have the tools necessary. Now they don't even have sort of the oral history and the ability to tell the history of the island that way.
Right.
Because I'm sure there's a lot more Mother could have said or may have said to Jacob and to her two sons over the years about the island, but nothing was very specific because, how specific can you be about something unless you can do, really some like tests on it.
Right.
Just because you see light, you don't know what's causing it unless you go down there. And if you think it's bad to go down there, then you're not going to go down there.
Right.
And even if you go see the light, well, you don't really know what's making that happen unless you can get some equipment to tell you more than your senses can tell you. You're just not going to find any concrete answers. Right.
Right.
So, that's the thing that makes the lack of, ultimate answers fine with me is because it's an actual theme of the show, and it's not just like a letdown, or it's not like they just didn't want to tell us. They're actually saying, we can't tell you, at least in terms of the characters finding out.
Yes.
Because the characters won't be able to find out.
No one knows.
No one knows.
Who could possibly tell them?
Yeah, and that's
they don't have the equipment to figure it out themselves.
Yeah, I mean, if you would have told me in season 1 that, just the small idea of everyone who comes to the island is trying to figure out what's going on, but no one's going to know. No one's going to get close. And I think that wouldn't have necessarily even ruined the show, but it definitely would have placed a lot less emphasis on the mysteries, or I should say the answers, to me. Of knowing, okay, even though Dharma is doing some interesting stuff on the island, I know that they didn't solve it. So I'm not expecting them, season 2 or season 3 or whatever or season 5 or something to give me the answers via Dharma if I know beforehand that they didn't figure anything significant out.
Right.
Well, some significant stuff, but ultimately significant, like
true. Yeah.
Huge answers. So it's like,
yeah.
I wish I kind of knew that was the theme of the show, which it's a theme, of course, you see developing, but you still hope that at the end of the road, there is an answer there, and it's like, yeah, no, the road just keeps going, and you sort of never get to the end.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I just kept thinking the next thing was the thing that was going to finally give us the explanation.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that all the way to the bitter end, and it just never happened. But I mean, originally I thought the others probably knew a lot of stuff just in general, and then I thought Dharma knew a lot of stuff, and it seems like Dharma got somewhere, but it also seems like they were plagued with conflicts, internal and external, and probably never really, their projects probably never really came to fruition.
Totally. I was just thinking real quick about Dharma and the Orchid Station, which was built above the donkey wheel, right?
Right.
So they were doing time travel experiments there, and they were sending the rabbit to the future, correct?
Is that right? Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah.
It makes me think, like, were they actually sending it to the future, or were they sending it to the afterlife?
Bah!
Said the rabbit.
Sorry, I didn't see that coming. That was you could roll credits after that line. Jesus. Sending the rabbit to the afterlife. Fuck.
I mean, maybe that's not true. I mean, obviously there are some time travel properties of the island.
Yeah, and also, like, the donkey wheel did do some time traveling. Ben went about 7 months into the future, and Locke went about, I mean, it was kind of convenient for the story, but Locke went about 3 years into the future, or actually, I guess it was more than that with Locke. It was 3 years into the relative future, but, like, he actually transported out of, like, I don't even know when the fuck.
Yeah, that's right.
It was some indeterminate time period on the island. I don't know when it was.
Well, yeah, I think it's weird because it was after the donkey well was built, but before the well was dug.
Yeah,
which makes no sense now that we know about the building of that.
That looks like a whoopsie daisy.
So, yeah, and I almost want to say, the only time we saw the well dug and then filled back in was with Mother, but the donkey well wasn't in place yet.
Yeah.
So that can't be it.
Nope.
Yeah, what does that mean? What the hell? Oh, that means... Oh, what does that mean? I almost feel like that means that Sawyer and Juliet and those guys above ground flashed till before the donkey wheel and the well were built, yet John stayed at a time where the donkey wheel was there.
Yeah.
That's almost what it seems like. Otherwise,
totally.
It's some weird... Otherwise, somebody came in and filled the hole back in at some point, which makes no sense.
No, that's just weird. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it could just be a goof up for the timeline, but what you're saying sounds right. The other thing, I meant to mention this in an earlier podcast. I don't want to dwell on it because I think, again, it might just be a mess up, but Christian Shepherd appears to John down there, and tells him to about the sacrifice thing, and he's got to go get everyone back, and and basically that's Smokey. So if it really is before the well got built, that really shouldn't be Smokey. Like that's too much.
You're saying, like, so you don't think Smokey can time travel?
Oh, did Smokey time travel with them?
I assume he time traveled with them.
Oh, shit, that's interesting. Oh. Wait.
Does it make any sense?
No, I can't buy it because here's why I can't buy it. Well, unless he time traveled in a different way at a certain point, because he is, he's with the Ajira people when everybody else is in the 70s who is time traveling.
Mm-hmm.
So at some point he's not in sync with them. If he was time traveling with them, he stops at a certain point.
Well, but isn't this? Wait, what did you say? He's where? That makes him.
He's with the Ajira passengers. When he appears as Locke.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, he should be in the 70s if he's time traveling with everyone.
Well, but at what point? Well, but time is weird though because all the people in the 70s end up coming back to the future. So at what point do they come back? I mean, do they come back to the future after he wakes up?
They come back to the future after Jacob's dead.
Okay.
And we basically know that because, shortly after they come back, Jacob appears and said he died an hour ago.
Yeah.
So that's that's basically when Smokey should have reappeared, but of course he was there before that.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, isn't he also it doesn't make any sense anyway, because he, he's there as Locke, and then he also transitions as a Christian when they're at the Dharma camp. Yeah. Talking to Son and Frank.
Yeah.
But I guess he can do that. Jacob isn't dead yet.
Yeah, I think he appears as Alex also, as Ben.
Then how can he appear to Locke in the past?
Well, that was what I was bringing up originally.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Because here's one thing you can say is if you assume that this is a time period. I mean, the Smoke Monster's been on the island for a long time. Basically 2,000 years. Mm-hmm. So if it's any time during that time period, Smokey can be there, but he's impersonating Christian, which he shouldn't be able to do until Christian is dead, which is 2004.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it doesn't look like that's 2004 because the well isn't there.
Yeah.
On the other hand, if it's different times, that makes it work. It's weird, I guess, if it affects, but maybe he's down there nearer to it, and I don't know. Maybe that's why it affects him differently. I mean, it also looks weird that the well's not there, but the wheel is. That seems like a problem. And then Christian showing up is another problem.
Maybe when Locke turns the wheel, it makes Smokey go back to the future.
Because he's right there.
Yeah.
Okay. That'll do it.
So that means he time traveled with them.
Wow. Time traveling Smokey.
I guess.
That's crazy.
Or maybe he's appearing as Christian, he could. I don't buy this at all. He scanned Locke then and there and got the image of Christian from the future. Because Locke has already seen Christian.
Right.
And so he goes, "Oh, I know that's me.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll be him again." I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So. Because he'd have to sort of guess what his future self has planned for this Locke character.
True. Totally. Yeah.
In a very short amount of time, in a couple of seconds.
Right.
He appears and already knows what to say. So it's no, I would rather say he's time traveling with them, or he can sort of do some weird time travel stuff because he's connected to the light.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up, because I think, the donkey wheel is connected to the light, and that's what's causing the time traveling. So Smokey definitely has some connection to that. So the thing is, I also wondered how he knew where to go find original Locke, to have Richard stitch up his wound and give him the compass and tell him that he's supposed to die. You know, like I never really understood how he knew that, either original Locke or Smokey.
Well, the Smokey Locke knew that because he knew when John Locke got shot.
Yeah, but how did he know at what time on the island that was? You know, I don't think Locke himself knew.
We talked about that. I think it's only, you know, the only explanation I think we came up with before was he's just in touch with the island and he could tell when that was or something.
John Locke is, you mean?
No.
Or do you mean the smoke monster? Okay. I buy that more. But yeah, I was basically going to say, since Smokey's tied to the light that's causing the time travel, which is what put Locke there, you know, that might be some kind of part of an explanation of why he knows where and when to find him.
Yeah.
I mean, the reason he knows what to do is because of Locke's memories, but like it's the knowing where to go and when to be there and all that.
You
know, and I guess, you know, now that I think about it, or am I wrong about that? Is that the period of time when the outrigger thing happens?
It's close. I don't remember exactly.
Because it is the future, you know, it is the time when the Ajir stuff would be going on. Like,
what's your question specifically?
My question specifically is when Locke is shot and then Richard goes and stitches up his wound, is that the same time flash that from when the rest of them are on the main beach and take the outrigger out and then get shot at? Is that the same time flash? Period.
Before, yeah, I think so. I think because they go back and, you know, John Locke goes back in time to when Ethan is there, before Ethan, you know, meets him and all that.
Yeah.
And shoots him. So that's in the past. And I think that might line up with when the Losties take the outrigger and then they go out and on the water and get shot at, and then that flash I think is the same flash as when Locke flashes out of being saved by Richard.
Okay. So flashes out of being saved by Richard. Yeah. Because the outriggers have the Ajir bottles, so they can't be there, I think, when Ethan is there.
Yeah, but didn't the outriggers come with them from the future or something? Because they were near them or something like that?
Well, the one they were in did. Yeah, but when they originally find them, I mean.
So what are you saying? I'm getting confused here.
I'm saying, okay, so Locke gets shot by Ethan, right? And then he flashes. Okay. So the time when he gets shot by Ethan, that there shouldn't be outriggers with the Ajira bottles on the beach during that time period.
No. Right? I'm really confused on the timeline during that part. It's, you know, there was, you know, I think because, like, they flashed a couple times on the beach, and one was like, hey, our camp isn't here, and one is like, hey, our camp has been here a long time.
Right.
It was confusing when that was.
Right, so I'm trying to line it up. Like, their camp isn't there, that should be the Ethan time. You know, because Ethan dies shortly after they arrive there.
Yeah.
You know, so I think that's camp not there. Camp there with outriggers and Ajira bottles is the next one where he's in the future. He's in 2007 basically, and so are they, and that's why basically what I'm trying to get at is this seems like a clue that I've never thought of before, but it was there in season 5 about where the outrigger thing should go. You know, and if you look at it that way, it really should be really early in season 6.
The outrigger shootout?
Yeah.
Well, because where were they headed? They were going to Hydra Island, or were they?
No, they were
where they were going to go.
They were going to row around the island to go to the Orchid.
Oh, they were going to the Orchid, of course.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's really confusing what's going on.
Yeah, so at that point, I think I almost have it. At that point, let's see, when Locke flashes out of there, that's when the people on the Outrigger flash out of there, and they end up in the rain, and then and then they go on the beach and all that, and they're okay. So here's what I say, I guess. I feel like the closest thing we get to that is when Alana, kidnaps Frank and brings him over there. They go to the beach first. It looks to me like it's that group that's shooting at them, because that's the closest thing to that time period of people in an outrigger with guns. So it looks to me like it's sort of Alana's group, like coming back and shooting at them. And like maybe they shoot, I don't know who, Bram or something.
But nobody got shot.
I know that's not what happened, but what?
So you're saying that would have been? Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm trying to say, like, they sort of told us where in the timeline it is, because if we just follow where Locke was, if that's the same one, then that tells us where the Outrigger thing is, too. Because we sort of know what's going on the island during that time.
But does that mean? I'm confused. I have to see a timeline. There's too much going on for me. But I think I get what you're saying. But that just means that they didn't show us the Outrigger shootout before we even saw the people who were involved in the shootout. Is that what you're saying? Because it's like this whole time we've been waiting for the the timeline to catch up to the people in the shootout.
Yes.
But you were saying we already passed that point.
Yeah.
The shootout should have happened when Bram and Alana came with Frank to the beach.
Yeah.
To go show Locke's body to Jacob.
Yeah, it's almost like, yeah. I mean, it doesn't really work. I don't see how. I mean, with the story they told, I don't see how to actually make it happen. But it looks to me like they're the prime candidates for who it would be, because they're the closest to having an outrigger on the beach, having the guns, and potentially, shooting at people who steal one of their outriggers. That looks like, as far as like that time period, that looks like the best guess of who it would be. But yeah, the weird thing about it is, with the story they told us, that seems impossible. Like, even in season 5. It looks like they're already, like, doomed from ever showing us that, because they've sort of already passed the point when it should have happened. I'm just surprised it never really occurred to me until now to try to actually time it out. And maybe they just would have fudged it and had them separated by a few days or something. I don't know. Because it does sound like they tried to do it, or at least gave some thought to doing it.
Yeah.
But by my story, it was too late to do it by LAX.
Yeah. I'm going to just agree with you.
Okay.
I get most of it.
Okay. I'm not 100% sure about my facts. Like, I'm not sure if those are the same Flash. That's sort of what I'm leaning on, and I could be wrong about that. But basically, since they're both flashes to the future, it just seems to me like they very well could line up. But I'd have to actually look. I'd have to go into detail of the scenes and stuff to see if that actually fits. Yeah.
The only thing I would say is they just from what I heard, they made it seem like, or I don't know, maybe I was just wrong, but they made it seem like they were leading up to the Outrigger shootout, and that they got to a certain point in season 6 where they realized they couldn't show it or didn't have time. And they didn't make it seem like they had already passed that point, and that's why they weren't going to show it.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
so that's the only weird thing to me for your theory. But
Right.
other than that, like, it seems to make sense.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's why I would say maybe they, maybe they would have just fudged the timeline a little bit. Because it wouldn't be off by much. I mean, it'd be off by a few days. In the grand scheme of things, it's not so bad.
Mhm.
You know, but I think technically that's where it should be. And maybe that's some kind of clue of who it would have been.
Well, but you know, it kind of, I mean, think about it from this way. Whoever was firing at Sawyer and Juliet and Miles and that, in that group who were heading to the Orchid seemed to be, following them coming from the beach.
Yes.
So it would have been like Bram and Alana and those guys come land on the beach with Locke's coffin,
yes.
and then sort of leave to go do whatever. I mean, they really should have just headed straight to Jacob, but then for whatever reason they come back to the Outriggers and then go chase these people for a little bit, and then those people vanish and then they come back and never say anything about it. Like, that's a little bit weird, because I was thinking, oh, okay, Alana's group is firing on them as they approach the beach, but they should have already landed at the beach. So that means they got to leave the beach again.
Right.
To go chase these people.
Yes.
So that's a little weird to me.
Yes.
The whole thing is just weird anyway.
It's a lot weird to me.
Of the time traveling.
I agree. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it basically, what I'm sort of saying is they had already committed themselves to not showing it in season 5 finale, but they don't seem to think that.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, I like to think the shootout would have been with Miles and Frank and Richard, because since they were headed to Hydra Island anyway, it just seemed like, the people who were firing on that crew were sort of, either following them or heading in that direction. So with what we see in the finale with Miles and Richard rescuing Frank, it's like they're sort of heading in that direction. So if there was a flash there that brought the other boat in front of them, that would have somehow made sense.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know why Frank and Miles and Richard would have just started firing on a random boat in front of them, but
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think you're right to the extent that they definitely made a decision at some point not to show it, and maybe because it just, didn't line up right. I don't even know, why did they even have the shootout? I don't even know what sense that made anyway, besides just the drama of the shootout,
Totally.
Didn't really help with the plot at all.
Totally. Yeah, my first thought was, well, they just shouldn't have sent him to the future. They were committing themselves to something, and that was just a bad plan. But then I realized, well, there's the Locke thing. They got something out of that. They made that work,
Yeah.
But I think the shootout thing, it was harder. It was more complicated. And they had all these dead characters in that boat, and it just, it came across to me like they were shooting at them because they stole the outrigger. It's like,
That's definitely how it came off.
You stole our outrigger. Come back. We're going to shoot you.
But when Bram and Alana come, they only come with one outrigger.
Well, I know. That's why I'm saying it's not even.
Yeah.
It's not even consistent with what they showed us at that point.
Yeah, I mean, I think we assumed that since we didn't know who the outriggers belonged to, and our losties took one, and then people are shooting at them, we put 2 and 2 together and said, okay, well, they're shooting because they stole their outrigger.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's the case at all. I think there has to be some other reason they're shooting at them. No matter who's in that boat, like if it's Bram and Alana, they're not shooting at them because they stole the outrigger, because they didn't bring 2 outriggers.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it's confusing. I mean, I feel like they didn't include it in the story, so I feel like it's a hole in the plot. So, I mean, you could say they didn't bring 2 outriggers, but, I feel like they should have to make the story work. You know what I mean?
Well, if it's Bram and Alana shooting, it might not be Bram and Alana shooting at them.
Yeah, true. But if you're talking about Miles, Ben, and Bridget, like they're not even, they don't go anywhere near the main beach in terms of the outrigger. They're not on that. They're not in that area. So.
Well, but they're heading towards the Hydra.
Right.
So I assume they might have to pass the beach camp anyway. I don't know. I don't know the geography of the island that well, but from just the way they shot it, it looked like they could have been coming from that direction.
But they should have got their outrigger from the main beach, which they didn't.
Why do they have to get the outrigger from the main beach?
Well, okay, I guess they don't. It's since there were two outriggers there, I assume the people were in the other one.
Mhm.
But it could be wrong. I guess there's that outrigger could still be there, and then there's another one.
I almost feel like one of those outriggers might be a duplicate of the other or something. Some weird product of time travel and bringing the stuff that's near you with it or something. Like it's the same outrigger and now there's two, and
right.
I don't know, because it's definitely weird. It's definitely weird because I don't think anybody brought. Did we ever see two outriggers there except for that scene when they take one of the two?
No. There were two on Hydra.
There were two on Hydra, yeah. And that's the thing, Bram and Alana only leave in one.
Yeah, that's right.
So
right.
That means that they would have come to the beach and there's already a outrigger there.
The Stoli outrigger thing just works better for me because it's a reason why they shoot it. Like it's just weird if
I agree. But that's my point. Is that's just our assumption on the scene because it gives a motive.
Yeah.
But if you think about who could have been in there, it still doesn't make any sense that they would be shooting at them.
Yeah.
I think it just we want that to be true, but it doesn't make any sense that that's true. And since they're fudging the plot, I think it makes sense that that's the case, and they want that for the drama, of course, and they set that up for us to think that anyway.
Yeah.
So but I think it just shouldn't be true. Even if Bram and Alana had two boats, it shouldn't be true that they stopped what they were doing to go shoot at somebody who was taking an outrigger they didn't even need. That just shouldn't be true. They had more important things to do. They had to go show Jacob who he was up against,
right.
The face of who he was up against. So
yeah.
Any explanation to me does not explain why those people were shooting at them. So I think it's just a fuzzy plot.
I want to say at that point when they wrote that scene, I want to say they didn't have all the detail. I mean, I think that's episode 4 or something. That they didn't necessarily have all the details of what Alana and her group were going to do. Worked out, and maybe they envisioned that she would take two outriggers, and originally that's what was going to happen. But maybe with the story they developed, she only had one to take or something, and they just kind of went with it when they got there.
Mhm.
Because I feel like they wrote it before they fully had all the details worked out, even though it doesn't work with what they did later, they might have intended it to at one point.
Yeah. Well, they should have made it work then. I don't see the problem with giving her a second boat if that's what they intended her to do, but
I don't either.
I think it's just weird writing.
Yeah. I mean, as it stands, it comes off as sort of cheap drama.
Yeah.
With sort of no payoff. And personally, I'm okay with it. I can live with that they didn't actually do it. I just like them to say what they were planning to do.
Yeah.
If I knew that, I'd be totally satisfied. Just like a clear explanation of, okay, it's these people. Here's what we had in mind.
Mhm.
And even if they want for a bonus, here's why we couldn't make it work.
Yeah.
Like that, I would be cool with that. If they could, do sort of a Ron Moore thing and kind of go into detail about what their plans were and why they changed them.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of stuff would just help me, because when they're vague about it, I just have to try to guess from what we see in the show what happens.
Yeah.
And it's hard to do. But yeah, I don't know. That's my new Outrigger stuff, I guess.
All right.
Yeah. I know this. I don't think this scene has anything to do with the Outrigger. I don't know.
Oh, it's all about the Outrigger. The Outrigger is the key to understanding this scene.
Love this. We talk about a scene, and it's like, okay, Outrigger. Why not? Okay, so, yeah. Oh, we got off talking about the light cave and the weirdness of the plot.
Yeah, back to the Outrigger real quick. I just think
Okay.
that I think if anything, I think you're right. They might have had all the details down, but I feel like the Outrigger with the Jira bottles, I feel like they're thinking, okay, that's Alana's Outrigger. That's the one they came over in. Obviously, that's the one that came from the Hydra Island, where the Jira plane is. And I think the other Outrigger is only there so Miles and that group can take it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's a good reason why there's a second Outrigger there other than so they can take it. And I think that's the beginning of the problem.
I see. Yeah, because they flash out with it.
Yeah. Exactly.
So that Outrigger disappears.
Yeah, and remember the Zodiac raft was there before.
Right.
That's what they would have taken if it was still there.
Right. They needed a replacement for the Zodiac craft.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's just all kinds of mess. Man.
Yeah, it's messy.
Wow. We're just going to put this Outrigger's just for them, and it's going to flash out, and then have to explain why it's there. Oh, God. Wow. The mess. Okay, so is that enough? Any more on the Outrigger? Or
yeah, I think we're done forever.
Final concluding Outrigger thoughts?
Yeah.
Maybe may say a final word about that later, but yeah, let that die for now. So next scene?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Next scene, we go back to the island. I'm sorry, we don't. We go flash sideways. Jack talks to Locke, who's in a pre-surgery state. Locke, fuck. I'm not tired, guys. Locke talks about Jack's dad. Jack tells him, Locke asks about Jack's dad. I can't read. I'm Outrigger crazy for some reason. Locke asks about Jack's dad. Jack tells him they found the coffin. Jack says if he can fix Locke, that's all the peace he'll need.
All right.
Boom. Yeah, so this answers the question that I had, which was, are they literally going to do the surgery that day? Answer, yes. They're literally going to do surgery that day.
Yeah.
But again, sideways world, it's crazy. They can do anything they want after what they told us about it. So whatever.
Well, that's not that crazy, doing the same day surgery. I mean, obviously it would be more apt if it was emergency surgery.
Yes.
Or something like that. But doing same day surgery, Jack can set his own schedule. I'll buy it.
I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it's unlikely. I think that's, it's an experimental procedure. It's a delicate procedure. I think that's something you schedule and you sort of prepare for, like in typical situations. But, yeah, he wants to do it. I understand. But, it's like, okay, you want to do it? Boom, let's go. I got nothing else going on. Like, that's a little weird.
Yeah. Yeah, a couple hour surgery. He's abnormally or unusually confident anyway.
Right.
I think I can, he seems to think he can fix him, and, he's already been in there, so he knows the lay of the land.
Yes. Right. But again, I just, there's no reason he can't just fix Locke, go to the concert, go see his father. He can do it all in one day, no problem. It's, and he's going to succeed, of course. Everything's just going to work. There's just no there's no peril here, and I didn't understand how that would come together, but it does. There's not a big thing about it. Yeah, so, well, I guess I'll talk about that later. Yeah, I'll talk about that later too. And, yeah, okay, that's all I got. Anything else on this?
So Jack says, if I can fix you, Mr. Locke, that's all the peace I'll need. I'm wondering if, if fixing Locke is tantamount to believing Locke or something like that. Like Jack fixing Locke somehow is Jack investing in Locke, or being interested in Locke's journey, or I'm just trying to tie it back to the Jack and Locke on the island.
I was going to do that, and then I decided to save it for the end. But yeah, I think I'm not sure how to take it, because I feel like Jack came to believe in Locke, by the end. He didn't get to tell him while he was alive, but it's almost like he needs to. I almost want to say he feels like he needs to fix Locke. Like he feels somehow responsible for what was wrong with Locke.
Or maybe it's that he needs to help Locke become whole, which is something he didn't do on the island.
Yes. Like Locke really wanted Jack to believe him, and sort of to believe in him and to sort of be invested in his issues. So yeah, it's him working that out in some way, I think.
Yeah.
And Locke, I guess from Locke's point of view, it's also he needs Jack to believe in him, and something like that. So yeah, it's sort of allegorical, and I caught that, and I thought that was a writing thing, which it is, but it's also part of the plot.
All right. Guess that's it for this scene.
Okay. Next scene, we go back to the island. Richard and Miles prepare to get into the outrigger. Miles pulls a gray hair from Richard. Richard looks at it, says he realized he wants to live. Miles says good timing. Richard and Miles row. Suddenly a dead body floats to the surface. Then we hear someone yelling for help. It's Frank Lapidus floating on a life raft. They pull Frank into the outrigger. They tell Frank they're going to go blow up the plane. Frank suggests they just fly the plane off the island instead, and points out that he's actually a pilot.
He is a pilot.
In case they didn't notice.
Surprise!
I've been wearing this uniform all season, guys.
It's not a Halloween costume.
Yes. Okay, so this happened before the cork was pulled.
Oh, this was before, yeah.
I didn't really remember, so I figured we'd see it when it came. But yeah, this is before that. So it looks to me like there's some other explanation. I'm going back to Jacob's death.
Yeah, I'll go back to that too then.
Okay.
So then he just got miraculously saved in the jungle. When Locke tried to kill him or threw him in the thing, he just happened to not die.
Yeah. I think so. Maybe Smokey wasn't trying to kill him. He was just sort of knocking him out or something.
Well, you throw someone in the jungle, even if you're not trying to kill them, you run that risk, I think.
Sure.
Clothesline him with that speed, but yeah, maybe he wasn't necessarily trying, but I don't know what he was trying to do.
Yeah.
But I can't be sure.
It feels like a fake out to me.
Yeah.
Probably because I was faked out. But. Still, I feel like they sort of wanted us to leave Richard on an uncertain note. Is he dead? Is he not dead? And
But didn't Richard try to kill himself after Jacob was dead?
He did. I mean, yeah, but
so then that means it didn't work because of Jack.
Jack, yeah. Yeah.
So that means Richard could have set his own dynamite, most likely.
I think so. That's what it looks like to me. Yeah.
Oops.
But, of course, now he decides he wants to live.
He always wants to live when somebody tells him somebody shows him something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I'm going to kill you. Oh, I want to live.
Right. I think you might have brought up earlier that it's sort of like he says the same thing in the scene with Jacob.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when he says, I want to live.
Yeah.
When Jacob is putting him under the water.
Yeah, and he's like, why do you want me to stop?
Yeah.
Yeah, sort of trying to convince him he's not dead.
Classic Richard.
Classic Richard.
Always wanting to live when he's faced with death.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's just a thing. That's what he most wants to live.
Yeah. He doesn't want to live, like when he wants to kill himself, it's fine, but when other people want to kill him, he wants to live.
He really wants to live then, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird, but that's Richard. What are you going to do? That's who they gave us. So, yeah, I think it's, he just didn't realize that would happen.
Yeah.
When Jacob died, and so he thought that he still couldn't kill himself, but he was just wrong, and he didn't ever try to do it when Jack wasn't around. So, but
or this scene is out of order.
Or the scene is out of order.
I'll do a crazy theory.
Yeah, although if they had earthquakes and stuff, that would tie it in definitively.
All right, so we got Frank here, miraculously rescued. I was holding out hope. I was holding out hope. I figured, if they were ever going to use the plane, they needed Frank. So
yeah,
he got that. It's funny too because I remember seeing the life vests wash up on shore. After the sub sank. And I was thinking, something made me think that was a clue to Frank. I'm like, okay, there's life vests here. Are they telling us that, okay, the life vests are here and nobody's on them, so that means no one is alive? But I don't know. Maybe it was a little hint that, Frank had a life vest. Right.
Yeah. Well, it might have been. Since that's how he's there, I guess he's been floating there for several hours.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, I mean, it was at night, and Jacob had his talk, and all this other shit happened, and there he is.
I guess he's trapped in the current or something. You'd think he'd paddle ashore, but I guess he couldn't do it.
Yeah, I guess not. Yeah, I thought he turned up on the island if he was going to be alive. But honestly, once again, I just thought he was dead. I was so sure that he was dead. I thought he took a door to the face, and that was it. No more Frank. But and I didn't. Yeah, I even thought the debris was like, yeah, they're all dead.
Oh yeah.
That's the way I took that. But nope. Frank's back, and in fact, Frank survives the fucking whole series, basically.
Yep, not too bad. Him and Miles.
Yeah, really, that was a shocker for me.
Yeah.
Of the freighter people who showed up originally, I wouldn't have guessed it'd be Frank and Miles who'd make it to the end of the show.
Nope. That was
a surprise. I didn't even think we'd see Frank again after season 4.
He did say that, huh? He's like, let's see you again, or hope to see you never, or something like that.
Yeah. He said, like something like, "Good luck, Jack. I hope I never see you again."
Yeah.
So it was like, okay, that's goodbye, Frank. You served your function.
Mhm.
And then he turns up on the goddamn airplane. It's like, okay, well, I guess Frank's on the show now. We're stuck with him.
You'd think Frank would be connected to these people since he, saved some of their lives here.
Mhm.
But no.
No, he wasn't there in seasons 1 through 3.
Mm-mm.
I think those are the key times.
Yeah.
So yeah, he didn't. I mean, none of the freighter people got tied in.
So one of the things I want to say really quickly, now the show is over, is I still don't get, during the time flashes, why the Losties were the only one flashing.
You don't get that?
I thought that might make sense at some point.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like Jacob is doing this, or he's trying to get the Losties to the 70s so they can prevent the incident. Some overall reason.
Mhm.
But it just seemed to be random.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, these people are moving and other people aren't.
Yeah. Yeah. It does kind of look that way. I mean, in part, we talked about, in part, I think there was they didn't want certain characters to be, if everyone on the island were time traveling, it would get kind of crazy.
Mm-hmm.
At a certain point. With the others particularly. I think it was a good decision to leave the others, because if you had two groups of others on the island at the same time, that would be a little insane. So they left that out. I think the closest I can get to that is with the plane, with the Ajira plane. It looks to me like the candidates flashed out of there, and the rest of them didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Although I'm not really certain that Jacob had anything to do with it, but it does look like that's the pattern.
Yeah. I thought somebody who wasn't a candidate was flashing with them, but I guess that's not true.
Well, on the island.
Oh, Juliet.
The people on the island who were flashing. I mean, it looked to me like it was just all the 815 survivors were flashing.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't. It doesn't look to me like there's anything particularly special about the people on the island who were flashing. It was just kind of everybody except the others. But it's the Ajira people where it was more selective.
Yeah.
In terms of just taking 4 people.
Their things seem to be a little bit separate, because they seem to only flash. Well, they flashed because they were there, but I mean, they seem to only go to the 70s because I guess the prevailing theory is that they didn't recreate the event close enough.
Yeah.
So that's why they went to the 70s.
Something like that.
But I mean, But yeah. But in general, it wasn't just the candidates who were time shifting.
No.
So that doesn't really make any sense.
No.
I mean, I guess I would explain it. I guess my own little theory will be that only the people on the island who were in the current time frame when the donkey wheel was turned were flashing. The flash affected those people on the island, it coated them with whatever time-shifting energy, and then that's what made them flash. And so since it didn't happen, during the 70s Dharma time or something, that's why, those people weren't time flashing. Other Dharma people or other non-people.
Oh, yes. Yes. Right.
But, yeah, and Dharma was pretty much, the others are pretty much wiped out at that point, right?
What point?
Huh?
What point?
When the donkey wheel was turned? Or were there still...
When the donkey wheel was turned.
When Ben left.
When Ben left? No,
I guess there were still others.
The others are definitely there. Locke has to talk to him.
So my theory doesn't explain why they don't move.
Right. Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, from their perspective, Locke just disappears.
Yeah.
as they discuss later. Richard
Because, I mean,
mentions it.
It's not just the A-15 survivors. Like, Juliet flashes, too.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really make any sense.
No.
I'm going to stop looking for meaning in that.
Yeah. It looks to me like they had the people flash to do what they wanted to do with the story.
What? Yeah, I agree.
It doesn't look like there's a good general theory of, if you made them answer it, they'd probably say some stuff, but I don't know. They might just say it's random effects that just happen to give us a good story or something, but I don't know.
Mhm.
I didn't really think we'd get a scene where it was like, okay, here's why these time flashes happened, and here's why the Jared people flashed, and to that point, and I never really thought we'd get that, but I guess I did think we'd get a better kind of explanation of the time travel phenomenon in general.
I thought we'd get a reason why they were time flashing.
Yeah, basically.
Other than the wheel wasn't set properly.
I
which
can't
is
believe
something
that's
you
what
have
happened.
to just, nobody said that. That was just something we saw and
Right.
just assumed to be the cause.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the thing. Lost gets really subtle for, strange reasons. I'm like,
yes.
This is important. Why won't you state why this is happening?
Right. Right. Yeah, sometimes they'll go hit you over the head obvious,
mm-hmm.
and then on a little thing that barely matters, and then they'll change it up, and a huge plot point will just be okay, if you can really work, you can dig it out of what they show you.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the explanation. I think this isn't quite the right example for that, but on a sort of related note, they still get questioned about the polar bear a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I think partially that's from people who didn't really follow the show, but there was never actually a point on the show, I think, when anyone stood up and said, "Aha! Now I know where the polar bears came from."
Yeah. Well, I think there was.
When?
Or at least somebody referencing the polar bears coming from the cages, I thought.
They talked about the polar bears, but there was never a character saying, "Aha! When we saw, when Sawyer shot the polar bear when we first got here, that's where that came from."
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anyone ever said that. It was there for you to connect the dots. Okay, these are polar bear cages. Dharma Bhat polar bears there, and you can fill it in, but there's never a definitive statement of that's the answer.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure about that. And so I think that's at least in part why it's still lingering as a question, because they never actually had anyone stand up and say it on the show, even though the answer's in there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you.
So I think I'm not sure what to make of it. I guess based on the end of the show, I partially conclude that the plot wasn't that important. So they just didn't feel the need to get specific about plot points at some stages.
Mhm.
Why they were time flashing was not important to the story.
Yeah. So I guess we're supposed to still believe that a polar bear turned the donkey wheel.
Yeah, I think so.
And maybe we're supposed to believe that that's what they were training the bear to do in terms of being in the cages, trying to get the food. That was supposed to be sort of the same, that was the goal. Training the bear to get the food from the machine would be, the bear would have the necessary skills to turn that wheel or something like that.
Yeah. I never really thought of that. I guess I thought it was more there was an inquisitive bear who just discovered the donkey wheel and figured it out just the way they would figure out something in the cage. But
how would a bear get down there? I just, I feel like Dharma's probably doing science experiments. Well, they obviously are, but I mean, approaching this scientifically. So I feel like it would make sense to train a bear to push the, you don't know what happens when you turn that donkey wheel, so, train the bear to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't explain why you couldn't train some other animal to do it, but or maybe it was cold down there, so they, maybe that's why they got polar bears.
It was cold down there. We still don't know why that was.
Yeah.
It wasn't that way when Titus was building it.
Mhm.
So I don't know why it suddenly got cold. That's just weird. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with that. But that's a good point actually in terms of the polar bear going down there.
Mhm. It just seems like the kind of thing, and if you step back from it, it seems to make sense. The details are a little weird, but
yeah, and I'm not convinced that Dharma ever actually got to the donkey wheel.
Mhm.
Because we sort of show, they show Chang telling, he sees the little printout with the donkey wheel on it. He tells them to stop because they're gonna do whatever to it, and then later, it's dangerous or something, and then later we see in the orchid, you have to blow up the little chamber to get into the cavern, to get to the donkey wheel, basically. It's not readily accessible, and the well's filled in, they could have gotten it, but I'm not convinced they actually found, they actually went all the way to the donkey wheel. Looks to me like they built around it. With it sort of nearby. But I mean, it's not a great explanation. I mean, the best I can do with the bear is, Christian and Locke, it sort of looks like there's some kind of cave system or something that goes to the wheel, and so I would have to say that some bear just kind of crawled through some caves and stumbled upon the donkey wheel at some point and was just, decided to turn it out of curiosity or something. I mean, maybe they're smart bears from being with Dharma, and you're sort of on the right track.
Yeah, it never seemed like that cave was connected to anything to me, though. It just seemed like it was just sort of a carved out area. But
yeah.
Maybe it was connected to something. I just don't know how a polar bear would get down there unless Dharma got it down there.
Right.
That's weird to me.
Yeah, I agree. It's a bad theory.
Yeah.
But
their scans should have shown that too, or something. Oh, look, their cave has an opening somewhere. We can just go around and go down there the other way. There's a back door.
Sure.
So either the polar bear turned the wheel somehow, or Dharma zapped the polar bear in the Orchid Station time travel machine.
That's an alternative. They sort of harnessed the power of the wheel.
Yeah.
In a way that had the same effect on the bear. It's weird to use a polar bear for that kind of experiment. It seems totally unnecessary. It seems better if they have the polar bear turn the wheel.
Mhm.
First of all, because of the cold, a bunny's not going to have the strength to do that. That the bear would. The bear's, probably going to figure it out more easily. So I think that part works better. It's just it never came across to me like they actually, they got all the way to the donkey wheel. It looks to me like they sort of stopped, short of that because Chang thought it was dangerous to dig farther, But they could have done more. I mean, that was the 70s.
Yeah.
So they could have done I don't know what else, after that period of time. There's a giant gap between that and the Purge. So. There was something with the polar bear and the donkey wheel at some point. I feel like that's safe to say.
Yeah. On the Blastdoor map, there's a reference to the polar bear, Ursus maritimus, that says stated goal, repatriation accelerated deterritorialization of polar bear through gene therapy and extreme climate change. So, I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means either.
The polar bear, let's see, repatriation accelerated deterritorialization. So bringing the polar bear back to some place made it not feel protective of that place faster through gene therapy and extreme climate change. So, like, bringing the polar bear to a tropical location as opposed to a nice cold location, along with gene therapy, made the polar bear less territorial. Something like that.
Okay.
I don't know why they would be doing this.
I don't either. I don't trust the Blastor map.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of shit.
Ouch.
I'm just saying,
that's painful.
It's just stuff on the wall.
It is. Radzinski and Kelvin just scrawled some shit on the wall.
Mhm.
They didn't really. Neither one of them really knew that much, I think.
Oh, geez, that's an understatement.
There was a time when I was sure that they did.
Mhm.
And if you had told me, like, I was like, I don't trust the Blaster Map. You're like, the Blaster Map's a bunch of crap or something. Like, if you told me that in season 2, I'd be so disappointed.
Yeah.
Even though I quickly realized they weren't going to get a lot about out of the Blastor Map. I mean, they disposed of it in the plot very quickly, but I was convinced that somehow it held clues to the overall show that really mattered, I'm still confused about that whole Cerberus thing. Like that's
totally smoky.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that really made me think that Cerberus was a Dharma thing.
Mhm.
Which it's not Cerberus. It's some Roman guy. Doesn't have a name. Or maybe he does and we don't know it.
Yeah, according to the casting call, he's Samuel.
Yeah.
Not that really counts, but...
Yeah, because they always use, like, fake names in those casting call things.
Yeah.
Jacob had some other name, too.
Mhm.
And Zoe had some other name. Like, they just do that. So I think that's sort of, that's the closest we can get to a name, I guess, but it's not really.
That map that says I am here, I'm thinking, pointing to the swan, I'm thinking, this doesn't have to be true, but it seems like that's the kind of thing you write if you're alone.
As opposed to we are here or something?
Mhm.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe Calvin did that after Radzinski died.
Mhm. Or Radzinski did it before Kelvin came.
Or that. That works too.
Since I figured if he's going to start drawing this thing, you'd start where you are first.
That makes sense. I imagine he did this whole elaborate map, and then Kelvin came in. Where am I?
Where am I? I'm here. Actually, that could happen. I mean, Radzinski might not need to show where he is if he knows, so I don't know.
Mhm.
I don't know. That's just as likely as anything else, I guess.
Yeah, we'll never know.
We'll never know.
Although I love a mini-series about Radzinski and Kelvin in the Hatch.
Oh, that'd be great.
I think there's good drama there.
Listen, I could press this button if you weren't snoring all the time. Well, you know what? I could get some sleep if you would just do the dishes once in a while. I could just see the drama.
That's not really the show I wanted, but okay. I'll take it.
That's the show you're going to get. That's the show you're going to get.
Okay. I'll take it. It's good enough.
In between the other interesting stuff. I think that's what's around.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be great to, oh, man. Some dreams just have to die, I guess.
Yep.
That's one of the things I love about Lost. I think one of the things I'll take away from it in the end, like, they were really good at like, suggesting interesting stories that they never actually show.
Yeah.
Like, there's just a ton of stuff where it's like, God, that seems so interesting, but you never showed that.
No.
So I really like that they did that. And really that was true of a lot of stories that we eventually got, but they were interesting before we knew what they were. So I think that's one of their good traits. I mean, they're definitely good at like suggesting there might be something interesting there.
Yeah.
And getting your interest, making you want to say like, okay, I really want to know what's going on there.
Mhm.
There's got to be something there. And it's like, I imagine if they actually wrote the Radzinski Kelvin stuff, it'd be like, whatever. It'd be like what you said, a bunch of stuff about doing the dishes, and I don't know. I would watch that, but it's the way it is in my imagination seems more exciting.
Yeah. The stuff they would actually show.
Yeah. Like I would want them to talk about like the Cygnus, like how does Kelvin know that's not real? Like where did that even originate? Like I want a little stuff on that, maybe a little something about the button. I think in the end they'd have to resolve like what happened with Radzinski.
Kelvin shot him.
I maintain he killed himself, but that's up for debate, I guess. We'll never actually know.
Yeah, I think I like the drama and conflict of Kelvin shooting him.
I see.
Versus Radzinski just saying, "Oh, I'm going to kill myself." He just didn't seem like a guy who would kill himself.
He really didn't, but I guess I would imagine getting to that point somehow, showing how that develops.
Yeah.
And that would be the dramatic part, I guess. I mean, there would still be conflict with Kelvin. There'd have to be, or it'd be a really crap show.
Yep.
So, anything else about this scene here?
I don't know, what scene are we on?
Sawyer, Miles, and Richard, Miles, and Frank?
No. There's not that much here.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of a transitional thing. Big thing is that Frank's still alive.
Mhm.
Well done. He has a function now, so he gets more lines.
Yep.
Which is nice. I do feel like, once I see what he does in this episode, I understand why Frank was there.
What do you mean? Besides the obvious.
I mean, he didn't really contribute much this season.
Mhm.
But he plays a vital role at the end.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Like if they had him die on the submarine, it would have been just like, what the fuck? Why? Why did you have Frank hang around for that?
Mhm.
Like it didn't really, could have had him die at the temple, could have had him die any other number of other times, and it wouldn't have mattered. So, but he does something, so
yeah,
they end up paying that off. Okay, so next scene.
I think they end up paying it forward.
Paying it forward. Is that a pay it forward?
I'm just kidding. Next scene.
Okay, sorry. I haven't seen Pay It Forward, so I don't even know how that works.
It's pretty much like you think it's somebody does something nice for you, paying it back would be doing something nice for them, but paying it forward would be doing something nice for someone else.
Oh, okay.
So that's the difference.
I see.
So you
as opposed to paying it back.
Yeah, paying it back is repaying the person who did you a favor.
Right.
Paying it forward is doing a favor for someone who hasn't done a favor for you yet.
Aha. Okay. Oh, wow.
Yeah, it makes sense when they explain it in the movie, and it's actually the cool concept if it worked. It's basically like if everyone pays it forward, then everyone's doing good stuff from everybody else, and then everyone gets good stuff done for them, and they can just, instead of, you sort of having a closed loop of good deeds of people paying it back to the people who, paid it to them, you get this sort of forward momentum of good deeds spreading sort of exponentially or something.
I see. Yeah, I always thought pay it forward was a weird phrase. I didn't understand where it came from.
Yeah, spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert, yeah.
That's what it means.
Okay. I hope they explain that early in the movie.
Yeah, they do. Spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert, sorry. Okay. Wow. Yeah. I know you're just making a little comment, but
Yeah.
I got caught up on it. So you ready for the next scene?
Mhm.
All right. Locke, Desmond, and Ben walk. They see Jack, Kate, Sawyer, and Hurley and look at each other. Kate pulls out a gun and starts shooting at Locke to no avail. Locke approaches Jack and says, "So it's you." Locke thinks Jack was the obvious choice. Jack says, "He didn't choose me." Jack says he can't stop Locke, but he wants to go with Locke. Jack tells Locke he knows his plan, but the plan won't work. Jack's going to kill Locke. Locke asks how he plans to do that. Jack says it's a surprise. Locke says, "Okay, let's get on with it."
All right. Save your bullets, Kate. Please save your bullets.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess she didn't really see that happening before, so maybe she isn't really aware that that's a thing.
Yeah, and I don't think she cares, even if she did know.
Okay.
She's really not thinking. She's just, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to shoot at you with this gun until something happens. Like, you know, she didn't care who was around her, who was around him. She wasn't even, like, aiming, you know, like through the sights. She was just letting it go.
Yeah.
Trying to shoot him. I liked her fervor, but
Me too. I was shocked.
it was yeah, totally. I love how Ben and Desmond just like jump to the ground.
Yeah, hit the floor, yeah.
Yeah. But you think Desmond shouldn't really care, right?
Uh-oh.
I mean, I don't want to, you know, call out the turkey, but gobble gobble. I don't know what that means. I just made that up.
That's a good point. Yeah. Desmond should just be serene. It doesn't matter. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
I'll end up there. But yeah, it works to see him hit the floor with Ben. It looks appropriate.
Yeah.
If you don't think about Desmond too much. Because then it's like Locke standing there not caring, and everyone behind him is ducking.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. It'd be weird for Desmond, too.
Yeah.
I think instinctually it makes sense for him to just duck.
Yeah. But yeah, I was one of those things where it's not going to work, so she can do whatever she wants. But
Yep.
Still though, I did like that. I think Kate had a couple good moments in this finale.
Oh, totally.
Pretty pleased with her in the finale because, yeah, I think I liked her more early on, and then she had a weird middle period, and it was nice they gave her stuff to do.
Yeah, totally.
That was worthwhile. So the other thing is, Locke has this line about Jack was the obvious choice.
Mhm.
Felt like a fourth wall line to me. Like,
yeah.
I mean, it's legitimate for him to say that, but at the same time, it feels like the writer sort of, saying something to the audience. Like, we realized that Jack was the obvious one.
Mhm.
Because he was. I mean, I saw everyone saying that. I thought the same thing. It was not at all a surprise to me when he stepped up.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to have to say that, you jumped in the last podcast, the one about what they died for, and said, wouldn't be surprised if Jack has to hand it over soon.
Mhm.
And it ends up being somebody else.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, it's Jack. You're wrong.
Yeah, it was the kind of thing where I figured Jack would get the role, but like I said on that podcast, it just made sense story-wise for him to die at the end.
Yeah.
And so I was like, well, they need to be able to have both. And that other thing I think I said that at least we talked about at some point of Hurley trying to, be the leader and the little bit of inroads they made on that front of Hurley having responsibility early in the season. And I'm like,
right.
Yeah, that would make sense. I also like this line, and this is the kind of line I like, that it does seem like it's directly from the writers trying to telegraph to the audience something, but it's a total character line too, because he says, he didn't say like, "Oh, I'm surprised. You're the obvious choice." He said, "Jacob being who he is, I expected to be more surprised. You're the obvious choice." So he put it, the writers put it in the context of the characters, and it is, it does make sense that he would say this because he has been surprised by Jacob.
Yeah.
Jacob does surprising things to him. So
right.
I like lines like this where it's not just the writers talking; it's the characters saying something that's truthful, but it's also the writers talking.
Yeah.
And then I like Jack's comeback line of, "He didn't choose me, I volunteered." So I thought that kind of was a good way to sort of rebut that line.
Yeah.
Of like, okay, well, he sort of wasn't the obvious. I mean, he was the obvious choice, but he wasn't chosen.
He wasn't chosen, exactly. It wasn't Jacob who said, "It's you, Jack."
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so I kind of like these two lines together. It sort of brings up the topic and then sort of flips on its head and say, well, he did, Jack volunteered, and then, of course, Jacob probably knew Jack would volunteer, or at least he hoped he would. So
yeah, that's true.
But he didn't choose him, so that's still true.
Yeah. I mean, it's Jacob. I guess Jacob. I don't know what I want to say about that. I agree with you completely.
So the next little bit here, when Locke says, "I assume you're here to stop me," and Jack says, "I can't stop you. In fact, I want to go with you." So I really like when characters, especially a character like Jack, like sort of realizes their limits, and then like sort of puts faith in whatever decision they're going to make or whatever the circumstances is. It's just like, he's like, well, I can't stop this guy from doing what he wants to do, yet I know that there will be a way I can stop him. So he's just going to go along for the ride until the opportunity presents himself. But this whole thing of like, then it of course continues. And, the line when he says, "I'm going to kill you."
Mm-hmm.
Jack Shephard saying he's going to kill the smoke monster. Please tell me that in season 1. Please tell me that he's going to talk to the smoke monster in his face and tell him, "I'm going to kill you." And then the smoke monster says, "How do you plan to do that?" And Jack says, "That's a surprise." That's probably one of my favorite Jack moments ever. Jack having a trick up his sleeve of all people. He's not the kind of person who has that kind of who sort of that's like a Sawyer thing to do.
Totally.
To have this alternative plan or to have this secret plan or something. But and of course he's just sort of stalling, but it still comes off really cool when he's like, "Yeah, that's a surprise," and then the look on Locke's face of like, "Urgh."
Yeah, he definitely doesn't like that.
No.
It's because he is a little bit uncertain. He isn't 100% sure what's going to happen. And
you know why? Because he's just a man.
Because he's just a man. And the insinuation that Jack might actually have something in mind or might actually be right is probably, worrying him a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I love the look that Terry O'Quinn gives when he's smoking. He hears something he doesn't like, and it's just sort of that blank face, but it's also sort of scowling, but not really.
Yeah,
it's this weird face that's not really doing anything.
I know, and yet it conveys something.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, no, I like that. Yeah, he really doesn't overplay the villain. Like he doesn't make him. He doesn't make him like really overtly evil a lot of the time. He's just, but you still get the sense of the the gravity of the character still comes across, even though he's not playing big a lot of the time.
Yeah,
he's just doing, making little faces like that.
Mhm.
And it still comes across. But yeah, I agree. I like that part a lot.
But this whole bit this is when it gets a little bit weirder when he's like, "Okay, I'm coming with you," and then Jack tells him exactly where the light is, pretty much. And I don't think Locke knew that, but I guess I have to believe he was going somewhere, but I don't know how he knew where to go, unless he remembered where Jacob took him.
Oh. Yeah, so there's thank you. There's my theory that maybe he actually knew where it was.
Yeah, maybe he did. I mean, maybe he knew where it was from when Jacob took him there, but what was your theory again, though?
Yeah, that was basically my theory.
But, I mean, why was that important?
It's not important.
Oh, okay.
It's not important. It was just my theory.
Oh, I thought you were saying, I thought that was a point for something else, for another point or something.
I think it was supposed to be a point about, like, maybe he knows what's in the cave.
Oh, that he's been back since.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Although I mean, I don't want to take that very far. I mean, I definitely don't think he knows a lot about what's in that cave.
Yeah.
I don't think he even knows very much at all. I was just imagining maybe he just knows what it looks like down there. I don't know.
Mhm.
That's my best guess. But I do want to say no. I didn't have a great. There's no great theory leaning on it.
Yeah.
It's just a minor point that maybe he actually knows where the cave is since he actually came out of there.
Mhm. Yeah, so that's pretty much it for this scene for me. Then let's get on with it.
But for whatever reason, he couldn't. I mean, this is probably a silly question, but he couldn't go down there as the smoke monster and sort of pull the plug out with one of his tentacles or something. Like, I guess we're supposed to think that wouldn't work.
Well, I mean, then I would say to that, why couldn't he do it as John Locke?
That would be question number 2. I just want to see Smokey somehow, but yeah, okay.
Honestly, I just don't think, I really don't think he knew where it was. Honestly, I think that's part of the reason why Jack is going with him. And that they meet up here on the way instead of meeting up there already together, you know, like,
mm-hmm.
I sort of think he really didn't know where it was, and that the story is just sort of not making that clear.
Okay. It ends up being sort of like him waiting for Jack and Hurley to show up to the camp.
Mhm.
He had no reason to do that, but he kind of needed to do that.
Yeah, exactly. For
the story to work. So yeah. No, I'll buy it. I feel like there's at least a bit of a case that he knew where it was, but he doesn't have to, and there's nothing conclusive that he knows. He didn't ever say he knew. He was walking somewhere. It was a little weird if he just kind of walking, but I don't know. Maybe he knew where Jack was. I don't know. Maybe he was really trying to find them. So he has some connection with the Jacob figure or something. I don't know.
Mhm.
Like, he seemed to know that they weren't all dead, you know, so I don't know. It might be that, you know, that explains where he was going and not necessarily the straight to the cave or something.
Yeah.
So, let's see. I was going to say, I realized that one of the staples of Lost, like if you go through the series, one of the standard things they do a lot is just having characters talking while they're walking through the jungle.
Mhm.
Like that's
I've seen a scene or two of that, yeah.
Like yeah, I hope so. As long as you've watched the show.
Mhm.
It never really hit me until this episode how much that is, you know, how much they get done with scenes like that.
Yeah.
You know, they're always the transition scenes. It's always about where we're going, and the interest is in where they're going, but they get a lot of story done on the journey there.
Yeah.
With the characters talking to each other, they talk about issues, you know, whatever's going on. You get character stuff, like a lot. Just treks in the jungle. That's like so much of Lost is about that.
Mhm. So are you saying it's not about the destination, it's about the journey?
I wasn't saying that, but I'm going to say that now.
Oh, okay.
I was making the simple point of what Lost, you know, the conventions of Lost, but you've tied it into the overall theme.
Well, that's what I do here.
Well done.
I make your rambling seem relevant. No, I
Thank
kid.
you.
I
Yeah, just because this is another like jungle walking, move the plot along scene.
kid. Jungle Walk seems like a dance.
Yeah, it
This
does.
is Jungle Walk.
Jungle Walk, yeah.
All right, you got anything else for this?
I don't. Are you done with it?
I am done with it. I'm done with it forever.
Okay. Goodbye scene.
Goodbye, scene.
Next scene, flash sideways. Juliet approaches Jack. She gets the concert tickets. We see that Juliet is David's mother. Jack is doing the surgery, so he suggests that they take Claire to the concert. Juliet wants to meet Claire. Juliet and David leave. Then Sawyer enters, and Sawyer asks for Sun.
Yeah, Sawyer and Juliet pass each other on the elevator, and you know, it's a good thing they didn't touch each other here because they would have been probably having a couple flashes real quick.
Yes.
It's just interesting how some people look at their loved one from the other time and they can sense something, and then other people can look at them and not sense anything.
Yes. Yes.
So I don't know what that means, but well, it means nothing. So here's the scene with David playing the role. I mean, it's so weird. I mean, they have Jack and Juliet, and I guess for half a second, the audience who isn't paying attention is thinking, oh look, there's two separate characters who are not married and or not divorced, and then David comes in and sort of stands in between the two of them.
Yes.
And then looks at Jack and says something to him about the ticket, and then turns to the mom, and it's just like, oh, geez. Yeah, Jack goes, I just gave them to your mom, and we're supposed to be like, yeah, David knows that's his mom.
Right. Yes. I hope he does.
I hope so.
That's not my mom. Who's that?
So yeah, this is David's mom reveal.
Yeah.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone called it.
Yeah.
The entire world was right about that one.
Yeah.
But it's an anticlimax to me because I think it's just totally irrelevant. It doesn't matter at all. It's just, it's sort of a fake mystery.
Well, I'll say maybe it matters just on a character level that Jack actually was a good dad, like Hurley said he would be. You know?
Yeah. The relationship with David matters.
Yeah.
But who David's mother was, I don't think that matters at all.
No.
I think the David thing, I mean, it still has significance. It's definitely Jack, it's definitely Jack working out problems and, working through things about himself. And as far as Jack is an important character, I mean, that's, that matters. But, I just think, a lot of the questions we're asking about the larger plot, sort of the Flash Sideways are just not relevant anymore.
Yeah.
And that's one of those. So it's like we get this reveal, and I'm sort of excited about it, but it was very short lived. By the end, I was like, oh, yeah, that was not a big deal at all.
Mhm.
But it was really obvious, I guess, because there just didn't seem to be any other choice.
Yeah.
In the matter, and it was almost like Michael in the boat, It's like,
yeah.
It's like there's this mysterious person. Who could it be? It's sort of like just, process of elimination.
Totally.
But yeah, you're right about the Flash thing. It's not really consistent. It's bizarre to me that Libby, Libby knew Hurley for like a few days or something, and she just sees him, and although I guess Libby didn't fully awaken.
No. Any of the people who just saw their loved one, none of them were fully awakened by that.
Yeah, like they got it's like they got flashes, and they understood that they had like these other memories of that person.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't get all the way to the end. They didn't get to, okay, I'm dead and I need to go move on now.
Yeah.
Like presumably she gets that later in the off screen or something, since she's there at the end.
Yeah, something, I think Dan the scientist, who, like if, we in the Flash Sideways we see sort of Dan the musician.
Mhm.
But I think if it was Dan the scientist, he might have tried to come up with a list of probable reasons why he came up with these quantum mechanical drawings and equations and stuff. And one possibility is, well, we did this and it worked, or one possibility is we did this and we're dead.
Mhm.
And it'd be interesting to be that scientist who has to contemplate that reality of, maybe I did this and then I got us killed, or, I'm dead because of that.
Yes. No, I love the idea of being in purgatory and trying to figure out what's going on scientifically.
Yeah.
Like doing science in the middle of purgatory. That's just fantastic. I feel like he almost did that. He not directly because he didn't know anything, but when he wrote the equations and then brought them to someone he knew, Caltech or something, that's the closest we got to someone trying to do the science of the purgatory.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. If it seems like I'm somehow the musician thing, it seems like that ties into the relationship with his mother, and she didn't want him to do that, and so that's sort of she pushed him into doing the physics thing. So it's sort of like that's why he's not doing that in the purgatory world.
Yeah. Yeah, he gets to have his music and his mother and his father.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So we don't get that whole scene, but it does seem like that would be possible.
What we didn't get either is a Penny and Widmore scene.
True.
Of just a scene of hey, our relationship is good. All right, bye.
Yeah, you're talking about Charles Widmore.
Charles Widmore.
Widmore is Charles Widmore, but I think it's true that Penny and Charles have never shared a scene on the show ever.
Yeah, I can believe that to be true.
Which is pretty amazing, but yeah, I think I remember reading that they hadn't shared a scene up to a certain point, and it was season 6 when I read this, but so I was like, okay, well, this is their last chance, and basically the last chance was the Flash Sideways.
Yeah.
And they never did it, so yeah, it looks like they were father-daughter that never were in the same scene together.
Yeah.
Very odd.
Mhm.
But I guess they were totally disconnected from each other. So.
That's what happens when your daughter doesn't want to ever see you,
Pretty much.
anything to do with you, and actively hides from you.
Yeah. Yeah, Desmond had a bunch of scenes with him.
Mhm.
But not Penny. So yeah, you're right. There was Widmore wasn't there at the end. He wasn't ready to wake up. Are you saying that's an issue they should have needed to work out or something?
Well, yeah. Well, I assume that Dan got to have an extended good relationship with his mom, and he got to do his music, and then of course he never had a relationship with his dad aside from Widmore supporting his science research,
right.
during the Cambridge days and that Oxford days and that stuff. But yeah, I just thought in terms of this being sort of more or less a place where people can have the thing they didn't have, that would be the thing for Widmore, is just a good relationship with Penny. And I feel like she was around, so that's probably true, but we didn't see it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Alrighty, well, I enjoyed Jack's line of telling Juliet she's going to love Claire because Claire's extremely pregnant.
Oh, did he say that? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah.
And it's like, what? Oh. You like pregnant women, I get it.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I guess that's the idea.
Yeah, and then Sawyer comes in, and then that's it.
Sawyer, yeah. I wonder if him and Juliet will meet again.
Probably not.
We'll have to wait and find out. But yeah, I agree. Probably not.
No.
Are you ready for the next scene?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Next scene, back to the island. Sawyer asks Jack what's going to happen with Desmond. Jack just thinks that Desmond is some kind of weapon. They arrive at the bamboo. Locke tells Jack, Locke tells Jack and Desmond it should just be the three of them from here on. Locke, Jack, and Desmond start to leave. Hurley says, "I believe in you, dude," to Jack. Jack leaves. Locke says it's going to be a bad storm. Then they arrive at the light cave. Jack, Locke, and Desmond. Jack and Locke prepared to put Desmond down the cave. Desmond tells Jack it doesn't matter. Jack's going to lower Desmond into the light, and Desmond will go somewhere else. Desmond tells Jack about this other place and that Jack is there. Okay. He tells Jack that they met each other. He's talking about the Flash Sideways. He suggests he might be able to bring Jack there. Jack says, "What happened happened. All of this matters." Locke wants to get started. Desmond enters the cave. Locke and Jack follow.
All right. So this is a pretty interesting scene, the last part especially.
Yeah. Yes. My parenthetical comment was he's talking about the Flash Sideways.
Uh-huh.
That's not literally in the scene, but I realized that when I was reading the details of what he's actually saying there.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, Desmond says none of this matters, and you go, okay, he's just talking about the Flash Sideways, so none of the stuff on the island matters. And I'm like, okay, that's fine to believe that. And then Jack says, no, it does matter.
Mhm.
So it's like, well, what are they telling us is the truth, besides they want us to think it's either?
I think Desmond ends up being wrong about what's going to happen. So I think Desmond is wrong that none of this matters.
Mm-hmm.
I think he just kind of misunderstands what that Flash Sideways world is.
Yeah.
And jumps to the wrong conclusion. So I think Jack's right.
Yeah, playing devil's advocate, though, does it matter?
Well, I think so.
Well, how does it matter in terms of the Flash Sideways, though? So you're just saying it matters for them at that point?
Yeah, it
Okay.
matters. Yeah, it matters for the characters.
Mm-hmm.
That they, Jack needs to, fulfill his sort of what he wants his destiny to be, to sort of have a fulfilling life, and the people need to get off the island and do their thing, and Hurley takes all that stuff. I feel like matters, for the characters. I mean, I want it to matter. I do think the afterlife undercuts it a bit, but I don't know. I really want to say that it matters.
Yeah, it's interesting, though, because neither one of them really know what they're talking about. Like, Jack doesn't really understand what Desmond is trying to say. It's almost like Saeed's really different. Yeah, I guess we're all different now, whatever the line was.
Yeah, that was it.
Like, Desmond's trying to say something specific, and he's sort of off in his interpretation. But on top of that, Jack doesn't really understand what Desmond is saying anyway.
Right.
Jack seems to be trying to explain how you can't change what happened, therefore everything matters. But Desmond's not really saying that. He's more saying, I think, the end result is is fixed, so it doesn't really matter what we're doing at this point.
Yeah.
So it's like they're kind of having a different conversation, which is interesting.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's, I liked it. It was interesting to see Desmond, you know, approach it that way of saying, you know, and I think that goes back to his state of mind, you know, his sort of serenity of none of this stuff matters. If I go with Sayid, whatever. If I go with Widmore, whatever. If Locke captures me and puts me in a well, whatever.
Yes.
You know.
This is our big answer on that question.
Yeah.
This is why he doesn't seem to care what's happening, because he doesn't think that anything matters. Because he thinks he's going to go to a light and go to this other place. And Jack's going to be there. And what he's describing definitely sounds like the Flash Sideways to me, which is to say the purgatory, not the light part, not the sort of next thing.
What do you mean? Not the next thing?
Yeah, the place they move on to, you know, the place they go.
Yeah, none of them know about that place. I don't think they're aware of that place.
Yeah.
Until it happens. Like, I mean, you know, obviously they're aware they need to move on, but until Christian opens that door, I don't think any of them know that what's going to happen there.
Right.
So yeah, I think he's talking about the purgatory meeting place.
Yes. Me too.
You know, and that's what's weird is like Desmond's only wrong in that he's sort of inaccurate, like thinking that he can actually get there this way, but he's right in the sense that he will get there.
True.
You know, so that's why it's like I don't want to say that he's just completely wrong, you know, and I want to give some credence to his idea that it doesn't matter because he's right in a way. He's just wrong about the actual details, you know, of how he's going to get there.
Yes.
You know, it's really like someone could just shoot him now and he'd go there maybe.
But I think I think, you know, the thing is, though, a part of the afterlife is predicated on what happened in the actual life, you know? And if they don't have certain experiences, the afterlife isn't going to be the same, you know? So I feel like, to me, at the end of this story, Desmond's still alive, and they really leave it like, you know, Ben or Hurley or whatever suggests that, you know, they bring Desmond back, like that's the first thing they should do. And I think, you know, I'm imagining they do that, and Desmond actually reunites with Penny, and they have some kind of life together. And I feel like that matters, you know, for Desmond.
Yeah, I would say it matters, but I would also say that the bulk of experiences that seem to bind these people have already happened. You know, and of course all the stuff that Desmond saw in his flashes with Penny was stuff that, you know, we saw. And, of course they're not going to show future stuff.
Right.
That detracts from the drama of whether or not he's going to live.
Yes.
But I would argue he's already connected to Penny by what he's done so far, so it doesn't even matter if he dies at this point, you know.
Yeah.
But I think I think you're right in a general sense that it matters that they, and I think to me that again that really goes back to one of my problems is it does seem to matter that they get to this island and they have these big experiences so that they become connected. But I think, you know, I think it's true that they are already connected beforehand. So it's like, you know, if Jacob doesn't bring them to the island, I feel like they will they're connected whether he brings them to the island or not. You know, and I think the island solidifies that connection and strengthens it. And I don't know what it would look like if they didn't go to the island. And maybe that means they would have had a lot harder time waking up in the afterlife without these really strong shared experiences, you know. Because I think, you know, if they would have all just landed at LAX, you know, they might intermingle in each other's lives sort of intermittently or something over time. But it's not going to be the sort of concentrated experiences they get from the island. So that's sort of my big problem with the show. Back to that is just really being able to decide whether or not their experiences on the island really matter in terms of the creating the Flash Sideways.
I see.
Since it seems like they're connected anyway. You know?
Yeah. So I would want to say that if the plane hadn't crashed, then I think, I mean, to me, to me, the reason they're connected is because of their experiences on the island. And so if they don't go to the island, I don't think they have this. I don't think they have this afterlife. I mean, maybe the people, the few people who are connected maybe share something, but as a whole group, I don't think you have that if you don't have a plane crash. Because I think in real LA, you don't have stuff that like what happens in the Flash Sideways. I think in real LA, people can easily just go their separate ways, and not really cross with each other very much. I mean, maybe sometimes it's not doesn't never happen, but I feel like the reason they're connected is their shared experiences on the island, and that's why they get this purgatorial place to meet, basically. So, but as far as I can tell, it's not the island per se. It's they have this shared group experience.
Yeah, which that's sort of my point is, when you take the island out and put something else in there, it seems like it would be the same result.
Yes.
So that was my point. If the plane doesn't crash and it goes to LA, I feel like they still will be connected and run into each other intermittently, but it would be less concentrated, less strong. They might see one or two or three of the other people sometime, but it might be another year or two before they run into somebody else or something like that. Like, you're not going to get the same concentration of experiences that you get from them being trapped on an island and trying to escape and coming back and stuff like that. But it seems like, I guess that's the question is, are they connected because of the island, or are they connected already, just intrinsically?
I see.
And I want to sort of say they're intrinsically connected outside of them having to go to the island.
I see. I don't. I want to say so my version of that would be, if they just land in LA and go their separate ways, I don't see any reason that they're really connected anymore. But if they also, if they had some other experience where they were, stranded somewhere together, and had some shared, experience of that nature, their plane crashes, in the middle of some large mountain range or something, in the middle of South America or something, and they have to fend for themselves and survive and stuff for an extended period of time. I think you can get that same connection out of that.
So,
but I think just landing in LA, I don't think that's enough. I think that's gonna lead to them just having their own separate stuff.
Okay, so then I think that notion also, I think, ties into the Flash Sideways interpretation of saying that that's their Flash Sideways, that like other people sort of don't get a purgatory like that, like theirs is special, and like, because to me I'm thinking the main idea here is that people are connected. There's a certain, everyone's connected to a certain group of people, sort of no matter what happens. And when you go to purgatory or whatever, you need to find those people to move on. And that the Losties, sort of more than most people, got fortunate enough that they were on the island together, got these strong bonds, which helps them in the afterlife, but doesn't necessarily trigger this afterlife for them. Like, I feel like other people who die in the world get to come to an afterlife like this, or this afterlife or something, and have their own people that they need to find. Like, the Losties aren't special in that.
Yes, I agree.
So that's why I want to say they're not connected just because of the island, because I feel like everyone's connected to different people.
True.
And that these Losties are connected to them, to the, they're connected with each other outside of being on the island. And that, that's why I feel like being on the island helped them get to, expedite their transition in the purgatory world. But, like, if they were, like I said, if they didn't crash and they were just in L.A. and went about their separate lives, I feel like those people are still connected to each other, but they're not going to get that concentration of shared experience, which would help them in the afterlife.
Yeah, I don't think they're connected. I don't think they're any more connected. If they land, I don't think they're any more connected than they are to any other flight they take in their life. I mean, I think it's just the strangers you have around you at any moment. I don't think you have a connection with those people. So to me, really, the connection is well, we see on the show. I mean, we see the connection being formed, and I see that as being something they bring about. They happen to be sort of chosen by Jacob and brought to the island and stuff, and that's what, led to the connection being created. But I think, you have to have that circumstance. And, maybe you could say that they would all meet up and share a lot of experiences together, but it doesn't look like that to me. I mean, it looks to me like they were all kind of in their own separate worlds for the most part before.
Well, like I said, you'd have to believe the conceit that they're connected to say that they would find each other again anyway. So if you don't believe that,
right,
then of course you believe they'd go about their separate ways.
Yeah. That's. I mean, there were crossovers, of course, but I mean, they were much more sporadic and much smaller, and I don't. That doesn't look to me like enough to, be something that you could really, that would really kind of solidify or be something you'd look for in the afterlife.
I agree. I agree. I don't think they would have. That's what I'm saying. Like, them getting trapped on the island was a fortunate thing for them in terms of the afterlife.
Yes.
But I want to believe that it, and again, you can go two ways with it. You can either say people just become connected to who's ever around them, or you can say people are intrinsically connected to a group of people, and that's it.
And
that these people are in your life because you're connected, not they're in your life and then you become connected.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going with the other one, I guess. Mm-hmm. That you're just connected to the people that the people that you happen to be connected to.
Yeah.
Not sort of that you're connected first and then you share the experiences.
Yeah, I just got the sense that, the show is trying to tell us they're sort of cosmically linked, already, and that's sort of why, why things happen the way they did. Because they're sort of already linked.
Yeah. I mean, I got that sense too. I've just changed my mind about that. Because it doesn't look like that to me. I mean, they're linked in the sense that a lot of them were chosen by Jacob, so that's a link. But I don't think that's that's Jacob's little decision. I feel like that's not something sort of intrinsic to the character. Like that's the people he picked.
Yeah.
So beyond that, I don't think they really have a connection to each other until they actually crash on the island. And start, interacting and sharing the experiences and all that. That's what I'm saying, but you're right that there's no reason you can't say they're intrinsically connected. It was something I believed up until this episode, so I've only recently given that up, and I think there's not really evidence to say you can't believe that. That's just kind of my interpretation of the thing.
Alrighty, well. What else is going on in this scene?
There's a couple of comments about the storm coming.
Let's see. Storm. Yeah, I don't know what that storm is about. It's just, atmosphere. Yeah.
They were doing something with the weather, but I think they kind of dropped it, so I don't know what to do with it anymore.
That's a hell of a long con, Doc.
I can't believe he actually said the name of one of his episodes. I really didn't catch that.
All right.
So the thing I was going to say was, since I now agree with myself as well, that Desmond really is talking about the Flash Sideways Purgatory world. I think you're right that the reason he expects the light is because that's what he saw when he was transported there.
His line earlier when he says, "I assume it's a very bright light where you're taking me."
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. No, what I'm saying is, I think you're right that when he went there before, that's what he experienced. So he's just connecting that.
When Widmore flashed him with the electromagnetism?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And even in general, like when those things happen, we get the bright light. So
yeah, we totally get the bright light.
It's consistent, but yeah, I didn't really. I wasn't sure until I actually read what happens in this scene.
Mhm.
So
okay.
Yeah. All right. Next scene.
Yeah.
Okay. We go to the flash sideways. Hurley tells Sayid he can't explain the situation because of the rules. Hurley tells Sayid he trusts him because he thinks he is a good guy. He thinks he shouldn't let other people tell him he's bad. Sayid thinks Hurley doesn't know him. Hurley says he knows a lot about Sayid. We hear some fighting. Two guys are fighting. Then a woman comes out, and one of the guys hits her, and this causes Sayid to come out and subdue the guy. Sayid then helps up the woman, who is Shannon. They both have their little island memories. They say each other's names. Boone thanks Hurley for taking his time. Boone got Shannon there from Australia. Sayid and Shannon make out. Hurley wants to give him a minute.
All right. So this is probably the worst awakening to me. Doesn't mean it's bad. It just means it's on the low end of the list.
Yeah.
I guess that means it's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just, okay, so I don't know. Let's start with Boone.
Okay, Boone.
What's up with Boone? Why is he awake and what happened?
Boone's already awake. I don't know.
He's already awake.
I don't know. We didn't see it.
He wasn't awake on the plane.
He was so not awake on the plane. Yeah, I don't know. We'll probably never know.
Yeah.
Let's see. Is there a guess? Nope. He went to Australia. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. So he went to Australia to try to get Shannon out of a bad relationship she didn't want to be out of, and so he left her there.
Right.
And then he comes back, and then I guess Desmond contacts him at some point. Desmond or Hurley contacts him at some point and wakes him up.
Yeah.
I don't,
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of the experiences that would have made him wake up. Here's a question. Well,
I got nothing on that.
I was going to say him and Shannon, but Shannon wasn't awake, so.
Right. But actually, it can go one way and not the other. So it is possible Shannon woke him up. But that problem is he went back to Australia already woken up, and he wasn't awake when he came from Australia. So it doesn't sound like that.
Well, I was thinking Shannon eventually came over after he came back. Maybe Shannon was like, "Oh, Boone, you're right. That guy sucks. I'm coming back to L.A." Shortly after Boone left.
But there's this line. Well, now I'm gonna have to find it.
Oh, what was it? Oh, the pain getting her there from Australia.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean he went there, does it?
Well, I guess not. Doesn't seem like much of a pain if he didn't even have to go.
Well, again, dialogue, but being. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I'm trying to make it make sense, but if he's on the phone arguing with her to get over here, that could be a pain. You can be a pain. You can get a pain from arguing with someone on the phone. But I mean, obviously, it makes more sense if he went over there.
Yeah, that's what he did originally. But okay, I mean, even if he didn't go, he was woken up without her.
Yeah.
So to me, there's not much left. I feel like all it can be is Locke or Jack, which doesn't look like he had a lot of contact with either one of them. But it seems like those are the people he had the most connection to. I mean, he was barely on the aisle. I barely buy that he deserves to end up in that church with the rest of them. I mean, it's like,
yeah,
lucky you were there in season 1. Like, any character who was around for that short of a time, like the Freighter characters had more than Boone did. you know.
Yeah,
but
I mean, that's really feeding into my theory that people are just intrinsically connected, and it doesn't matter that much about their experiences because, yeah, some of these people really weren't there that long.
Yeah. 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 I mean, it seems to me like they're mostly putting the season 1 characters in there. There are some exceptions to that.
Yeah. So you got. So I guess Boone just picked a fight with some guy, and then was like, "Hey, let's take this outside, buddy," because he knew Sayid and Hurley were out there, and then Shannon just, of course, intervened because the guy's beating up her brother.
Right, something like that. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, I didn't really like this. I mean, it was cool in the sense that these characters are back, and and then Sayid, Sayid doesn't want to help, this guy get, who's getting beat up, but then he sees Shannon get knocked out, so he jumps to her rescue. He's so chivalrous, and
it's a woman in trouble.
It's a woman in trouble.
You can't resist.
A blonde woman in trouble. So.
Yeah.
And as soon as he touches her, he realizes who she is, and that's that.
Boom. Yeah. Yeah.
He can't even remember. He can't even remember Nadia's face. Doesn't even remember what she looks like.
I mean, the thing is, maybe you're right that they're intrinsically connected, but the thing is, okay, the people in the church, I guess, that's what you have to say. Because there's a lot of people in the Flash Sideways, besides the people that were on the plane.
Yeah. That's why I feel like people have to, just because you're on the island didn't get you in the church, people have to deal with their own sort of like, their own stuff in that world. You have to find the people to cross with together. Maybe Ben even realized, he didn't have who he needed. He needed Alex and Rousseau or something too, or at least felt like he couldn't leave them behind.
Right. But it does seem like it's partially about the experiences because you have.
I definitely think it is. I mean, I think, like I said, I think the difference. My sort of general theory is people are intrinsically connected. If the Losties had lived their lives with not going to the island, what happened in the purgatory world would not have happened the same way. They wouldn't have had those really strong, specific connections that allowed them to find each other sort of fast, even though time has no meaning there, but sort of like generally quickly, within a week or two or something relative, they found each other and were able to cross. And I feel like other people in that world don't get that. They don't get to have that quick of an awakening and working out of their problems and realizing their past and all that kind of stuff. So I feel like the island is important because it gave them that. But it didn't make them. But I feel like it's not responsible for them being intrinsically connected per se.
Okay, I see.
So I mean, it still matters that they went to the island. It matters a lot that they went there.
Right.
But it's just that these group of people are just connected anyway.
Okay. I see. But it's like, yeah. I mean, it's not. There is more to it. Like basically, you have stuff like Libby, she gets to be there, but Ana Lucia does not.
Mm-hmm.
The Marshal isn't there. The Arst isn't there. Nikki and Apollo aren't there. There's a lot of characters who are on that plane. Michael, of course, bitter. That aren't there. So it seems like that isn't enough. There's more to it than just the fact that they were on the plane.
I agree with you. I think you're proving my point.
Well, what I'm saying is, if there's an intrinsic connection, it's not applying universally. It seems.
Well,
to be...
the intrinsic connection is with the people who made it to the church, not everyone who was on the plane went to the island.
But that so Libby was intrinsically connected to the people, but Ana Lucia wasn't. Like that, really?
Well, how do you explain it then? How do you explain what you just said?
Well, she had a specific experience with Hurley.
Uh-huh.
And I think that connection is why she's connected to that group of people.
Okay, but what about the other people who had big experiences on the island who didn't end up with that group? Why don't they get to go with that group if they're connected because of their shared experiences on the island? It's like some people didn't get enough shared experiences with other people.
I mean,
there's some sort of qualification.
Yeah, it seems like there's certain kinds of experiences that qualify. I mean, it's not totally consistent, but yeah, it's like the ones that matter more or are more important to the characters or something. Like they have to have a certain kind of shared experience that affects them both in some particular way, or affects the group in some particular way that bonds them together. Like it's not just the fact that they share experiences. It's it has to go deeper than that, but that's a circumstance they need, this desperate situation to bring that about. So it's not automatic. I mean, maybe I sort of want to go down the road, but just because people are put together in a situation like this, I don't think it's automatic that they're going to have that happen. But it's setting up a circumstance where it could happen.
Mhm.
So basically, like the characters who go, just had the requisite experiences together, and the people who don't didn't.
Mhm. Yeah. So for me, change requisite experience to intrinsic connection.
Okay. Why is Livy intrinsically connected? I don't understand.
I don't know. Why is anything?
Because
I don't think there's necessarily a rhyme or reason why. I mean, I wouldn't. I think that I'm just giving sort of a cosmic explanation.
And like Penny too. Like Penny, I don't think she's connected barely to anybody. She didn't even go to the island ever. And she gets to be in the church.
Well, I would say she finds Desmond and she's connected. She's connected to Desmond because she's intrinsically connected to this group, or at least to Desmond. You know what I mean? Like it's just sort of a general idea that, despite what series of events these people might go through in their lives, that they're a group together that are dispersed into the world, and because of the island, they get to be in the same place. Most of them get to be in the same place around the same time and have these huge experiences, which lets them find each other relatively quickly in the afterlife and move on. But outside of that, those same group of people would still be connected throughout the world, and they might not necessarily find each other. It might take them 2 more lifetimes to find each other. I mean, it could be that could be the point, that the island gave them the ability to find each other so they can move on in the afterlife, whereas other people who never find their group of people in the real world move on to the afterlife when they die, and then they have to sort of start all over. They may have to try again to find these people. That's how I want to look at it. I don't want it to be that the Losties are the only special people, and they're the only ones who are intrinsically who are connected to each other because of their experiences on the island, and 99.9999% of the rest of the world just don't get sort of screwed on that because they didn't get to go to the island. I want to believe that everyone has a group of people they're connected to. I feel like that's what the show is saying. Everyone has a group of people they're connected to, regardless. But in this case, and what we saw with the show, these group of people were their connection was strengthened, which gave them a benefit in the afterlife. I can't believe I summed up Lost like that. That's so weird. But that's sort of my general view of the show.
Okay. Yeah, I think there's something there. But I think the experiences have to matter to some extent. I think just kind of an arbitrary, you're intrinsically connected thing is not enough for me. I would need more. I do think a weakness of this is that makes it look more like your theory is, some of these fairly weak connections being the the catalyst. Mm-hmm. For me, it's particularly with the Sayid scene. I know he cared about Shannon to some extent, but I'm not prepared to believe that he had more of a connection with Shannon than he did with Nadia.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I'm not saying the island doesn't matter. I'm saying it is the single most important thing that allowed them to do what they did in the purgatory world. It does matter a lot for their end result of moving on to the afterlife.
No, I know you're not saying the island doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, it is very, very important that the connections that they have get strengthened. But I feel like they already had connections that may or may not have played out in different ways, depending on, if they went to the island or not.
I see. Yeah. 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 I mean, I think I would just lean more on the actual experiences being the thing that should matter, because I think for me it would be to extend it to the rest of the world. Like, everyone has their own group of people that they have experiences with, and they have relationships with, and stuff like that, and sort of those are the people that they would find, in the afterlife, and it would be like this, But in the case of Lost, they had a very intense, shared kind of experience.
So you're saying the Losties could have been connected to other people if they didn't crash on the island?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And yeah, I mean, I think, Penny sort of proves you didn't have to get on the island to end up in this group.
Yeah. Which I think proves my point, that they're intrinsically connected.
I think it proves my point that it's about her experience with Desmond, and that's what gets her in there.
Yeah.
Because she's not intrinsically connected to
So she's not connected to the group, she's connected to Desmond. So
yeah.
why is that strong enough? So why is that strong enough since it's about the group?
Well, I mean, the thing is, it's yeah, I mean, it's about the group individually. Because all the group isn't connected. To me, each member of the group is not equally connected to all the other people. Like, they're more connected to some than others. And I think the flashes of them waking up sort of made that clear. Like, there's certain things that are more crucial to them in terms of connections than others. And so I think with Sun and Jin, it's definitely Sun and Jin. They're connected to each other more than they are to any of the other characters, and I think that was pretty clear from what they showed. So to me, that's what it is. It's, they are a group, but the actual connections they have sort of are not totally symmetric with everyone else.
Yeah, but it seems to me that would mean Sun and Jin could move on by themselves if they wanted to.
Yeah.
Whereas it seems like they can't. They need the power of the whole group to do it.
Yeah.
Like, they have to wait on everyone else to be ready. They can't just say, as much as people wanted to just leave as soon as they woke up, they realized they had to all leave together, even if their spouse or their loved one is their most significant person. Or even with Locke, like, who is his most significant person? Like, I guess Jack, but who would you pick for Locke? I feel like he's just connected to that group of people. I feel like it's the sum of the parts that's important.
Yeah. 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 I guess that works. I guess that works. I need some room for the experiences to matter, and it's not like some kind of lottery, Here's the 10 people you're connected to. Hopefully you meet them at some point. Otherwise, you're screwed in the afterlife because you won't remember them. Like that's I don't like that sort of arbitrariness. I feel like they have to share some experiences before they're connected. It just bothers me that if they don't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, it's a slight difference of opinion on how to look at the show, but I feel like, like I said, I don't want to think that the Losties are the only special people because they got to share their experiences on the island. And if you don't get those huge experiences with people, I mean, most people don't go through that kind of drama in their entire lives.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't think you need to have that kind of drama to get what they got in the afterlife. Like, I don't want to think that that's true, but I want to think that they got it because of their important experiences on the island.
Right.
And I feel like if you went through your life and you died and you go to the afterlife and I feel like that might be the point, that you have to find these people and you have to have these big experiences, and if you're alone in your entire life and you never find the people you need to move on, that, in my opinion, you're intrinsically connected to, then I don't know, go to the next life and you just keep doing it until you get that.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, that's just how I'm trying to view the show.
Okay. No, I think there's something there. I don't like it, but I almost want to say the show is telling us they get a special thing. because of what they went through, and then everyone else doesn't get
something special. But what I'm saying is, I don't think they should be the only ones to get purgatory, to get this meeting place world. Like, I feel like that shouldn't just be for them. I think they get out of it faster because of what they went through on the island. But I feel like, other people should be there. Other dead people should be there working out their own problems and doing their own stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. But I do think they have, they do have some kind of leg up or advantage or something special privilege or something because of their experience. I kind of feel like that's what they're telling us.
Oh, I believe that, yeah.
So I'm not really happy about that. I think that is kind of ridiculous, but whatever. I mean, it's the show's, it's the show's sort of theory of the afterlife, and, they don't have to make it so that I like it.
Yeah.
They can say whatever they want, and I mean, I don't think it's true, so it doesn't really matter if it's sort of unfair or something, but because they're under no obligation to make it fair. But yeah, I think there's something to the idea that these characters were connected before the plane crash. I mean, I think there's something there. It's just I don't want to throw out the experiences. I feel like that needs to matter to a certain extent.
Yeah. Well, I agree with you. I feel like we're agreeing, yet you're disagreeing with me. It's like you're saying things I agree with, but then you're somehow saying something different than what I'm saying. So.
I think I just have a slightly different weight on things. Like, I think I'm leaning more on the experiences, and you're leaning more on the intrinsic connection.
Yeah.
But we're both admitting the other thing matters to a certain extent.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm saying in terms of the show, I think the island is more important. Like I said, in terms of what they get out of it at the end, if you want to say what's more important, if you have to gun to my head, what's more important, I would say the island.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying I just choose to believe they're connected before that. I just choose to believe in a fanciful cosmic sense of the whole thing that these people are going to walk through the light at the end, and they're going to go through some other life where they might not even it might be another scenario of them being different people and finding each other again and realizing, who knows what the afterlife is going to, the real afterlife is going to be. But I feel like these people will be, sort of, since this place is outside of time, it just seems to me like cosmically these people are kind of linked.
Okay, so I'm not even sure I disagree with you.
Okay.
It's one of those things. I mean, as you elaborate, I misunderstood your position a little bit, so it sounded to me like I disagreed more than I think I actually do.
Yeah.
There might be a minor difference in how much I want the intrinsic connection part in there. Maybe I want it in there a little less, but I agree it's got to be there. I mean, there's too much in this show to really throw out. It's just kind of depressing to me because I feel like it isn't there in the end, but you sort of rehabilitated it, and I kind of wanted it there anyway. So yeah.
I think it's nicer.
I agree.
So maybe I'm biased. I think it's nicer if they're just intrinsically connected, and and I think that gives them a leg up, in terms of what's going on.
I agree. It is nicer. It is nicer. I just need the experiences in there, but they're there. It's fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's one of those things. I don't know. Talk about it long enough, and I just start agreeing.
I'm just too rational. I get it.
Too rational. Got to stop that.
Yeah, I'll try.
Yeah. All right. So under the Sayid just wasn't intrinsically connected to Nadia, I guess.
Oops.
Yeah, because I feel like their experiences are stronger, but yeah, I guess he's okay with Shannon. He doesn't seem to particularly.
Yeah. I think it says something to that effect that he doesn't get Nadia in this reality, in this purgatory world, and
yeah, because I feel like he has as much right to get Nadia as Desmond does to get Penny.
or Jack gets to have a son, or any of that kind of stuff. So I feel like that might.
Jack's son wasn't there in the church at the end. I mean,
Oh, okay.
Like having Nadia in the church, I feel like is as valid as having Tiffany in the church.
Yeah. I just meant in terms of people sort of seemingly getting things that they want or need to work out their problems.
Yeah.
Like most people seem to have gotten that except for Saeed, and it seems to be, you take that idea with, the fact he doesn't get Nadia in the Flash Sideways, plus he gets Shannon for eternity seems to mean, okay, well, he really wasn't connected to her. Like, that just wasn't the person he was supposed to end up with, for eternity. And, a lot of Saeed's whole thing with Nadia, I think a lot of it seemed to be, he loved her, but there also seemed to be some guilt there, from his days in the Republican Guard. It seems like she was tied into some of his guilt that he had for the actions that he did, and it was almost like he was trying to make up for that by reuniting with her, the one he let escape and all that kind of stuff. So it could have been his love for Nadia was sort of tainted by these other emotions and these other things that weren't just whatever pure connection he had with Shannon.
Yeah. No, I mean, Nadia started out as a prisoner at the Republican Guard, and Saeed was supposed to be torturing her and stuff, so it's, I mean, there's no way that that's not going to remind him of his past.
Yeah, and it's like, I think, weren't they childhood friends or something like that?
Yeah.
And so he's got this love for her, of course, but I think there's so much else involved, and he's running away from his past and trying to make up for it, and so I think that kind of stuff, plays a role, and I think maybe that's sort of the difference between him and Shannon is, he didn't sort of have all that extra baggage as a reason to pursue her or want her or anything like that.
Right.
But because I would say, in the Flash Sideways, if he was with Nadia, and then he meets Shannon and he takes her, like that's to me that's contradicting the point. But I feel like since they say, okay, he doesn't get to have Nadia, and then he gets Shannon, then that seems to say, okay, well, Shannon's the real one.
Right. I mean, it did show that he still cares about Nadia. I mean, it didn't totally go away, but
but what did he do though? He basically, it's in a world where she's married and has kids,
right,
and effectively happy. But of course, they still have a history, and he decides not to be with her. But it's like, if he's responsible for the circumstances of her being there, the same way like Jack's responsible for David being there, then it's almost like, he's giving her the happy life she never kind of had.
Yeah.
And then he leaves,
Yeah. Yeah. And also, like, it looks, I mean, I caught that when we watched it, but that whole thing with his brother and Kimi and sort of having to get him out of that jam, like, it really looks like that's directly playing into that scene with him and his brother and the chicken. Like, it's the same kind of thing. Like, I mean, that's the smallest thing we got with his brother, but that he had some need to protect his brother, or to like.
Yeah, his brother getting into in a situation, and he needs Saeed's help.
Yeah, to help his brother out of difficult situations that he couldn't handle or something.
Yeah,
that was some weird way of him to deal with that or go through that or something like that. But I think you're right. It's just I don't know. Feels like a last minute kind of left field, what the fuck kind of moment.
Yeah.
Because, like, I don't know, the Saeed-Shannon relationship is just weird. Like, to me, Saeed and Nadia seem so much better together. They have a certain quality that I buy their relationship, whereas the Shannon-Saeed thing always struck me as odd and kind of out of nowhere.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. It was never great, and for them to say that's enough for them to be connected eternally, that's why I go back to intrinsic connection, because it's just like, that, it was tragic when she died in his arms and stuff like that, but, they were around for, a week or two or something before that happened? It really wasn't that much time.
It really, really wasn't. Because I mean, it started a little bit early. I mean, it was very slow to develop. There was the tiniest hint of it, like when they were going over Rousseau's map and stuff, And and there was some a little scene I remember with Saeed and Boone where he tells him to stay away from her, and so then when Boone dies, Shannon has to go through that whole thing. I think actually she tries to get Saeed to kill Locke or something. It's a whole whole drama there. But it's not about the romance again for a little while because she's like grieving for Boone. So it's sort of later before they get back to that, and then it's really like a few episodes of season 6 before she's dead. So I mean, oh my God, season 2, not season 6.
Well, she is dead in season 6. That's at the end.
Right. Yeah. So I actually did read on Lostpedia that relationship was Naveen Andrews' idea.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and he basically said he wanted to do it to, quote, shock middle America.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so that's basically where that idea comes from. And when I learned that, it's like, well, of course it plays weird. Like that, it's not an idea.
It's not natural. It's not organic.
Yeah, it's not an idea based on the characters to begin with. It's something Naveen Andrews wants to do for his own reasons. And I saw him on Jimmy Kimmel, and he's never seen the show except for the pilot. So he has no idea.
Oh, he's never watched any of the episodes?
That's what he says.
Oh, wow. He's a weird guy. In the recap, he was in the recap, and he has a couple of little talking head interview things. And, you would hear other people say things about the show, like when they first got the pilot script. Oh, this looks really interesting. What are they doing? And then you cut to him, and he has this very untrustworthy take on things. He was like, what did he say? He was, I forgot what he was talking. I don't know if he was talking about the pilot or something later in the first season, but he was like, I don't know what, with some plot twist. And he goes, I don't know what they're doing. Are they just trying to be clever, or is there something here? Like he had this really sort of skeptical tone about, the way he was referring to the early days of the show.
Yeah.
Where nobody else had that tone, but he had this like weird tone of like, just sort of not trusting and not really thinking it'd be good, or like really wondering when it was going to get cracked. Like, I don't know. So it's not surprising to me that he would choose to do something to shock people. Because he seemed, I don't know, he comes off like he's got an interesting personality.
Totally, yeah. Yeah, there was that weird Barbara Walters interview where he like made her uncomfortable and was talking about how, something about how being sober is anathema in England or something, and that's why he had to leave. It's just like, surely you're not saying, everyone there is, yes, I am. It's true. I live there.
Yeah.
It got weird, and he was very blunt, and, and I remember an interview where he criticized the show in season 3, and yeah, he's a weird guy, definitely.
Yeah.
He's not very he's not very political about things. Like, he seems to really just say what his opinion is.
Yeah, he seems to.
The conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
One more. Can I get a fourth one? Oh, can I get a fifth? Ooh, okay, let's see if that actually works.
All right.
I didn't even get more than 3, but okay.
Nice.
I guess the word I'm looking for is he seems full of himself.
Oh, okay.
He seems to at least think very highly of himself, which that's not necessarily a bad thing, but when you come off like that, I think that's a strange thing.
Yeah.
So that's how. Yeah. If you watch the recap, you'll see his comments about things, and it just seemed like, why are you the only one who's questioning things like this? It was weird.
Yeah. I didn't really get the full of himself thing. To me, it was more like he doesn't pay attention to, like, those are the kinds of things I could see someone thinking, but not saying in a Talking Heads interview, sort of at the end of the show, like, looking back nostalgically. It's like he's just sort of bluntly stating, like, thoughts that, for the most part, I think actors would keep to themselves.
Yeah.
And maybe that is a bit arrogant.
I think it's arrogant when you just say things you should keep to yourself. Like,
yeah.
It's in the same category somehow.
Yeah.
He's British, though.
I know.
Their Navy ruled the world at one point, so they won't let us forget it.
Yeah. And, whatever his thoughts were, I liked him on the show, and I'm glad he didn't just leave. I mean, he stuck it out to the bitter end. So, he could have pulled a Mr. Echo or something. So, I've heard, when actors make weird comments on that show, it's always weird. But in the end, I'll take the, the show itself and what you did there over whatever you say in real life. But he is a weird guy.
Yeah, I try to separate actors from their characters, and if you're a cool person in real life, that makes me like your characters better. But if you are an asshole in real life and you have good characters, then I can as long as you're not anti-Semitic or racist or something really horrible.
Yeah.
But if you're just sort of a guy that I wouldn't I could have one drink with and not all night drinking or something, you know what I mean, like you're just an okay person or you're an asshole, like I can deal with that and separate that from the acting. So positivity in real life gets you points.
Right.
Negativity won't take you down too much unless you're just a horrible person.
Yeah, pretty much. I there's a number of people I like who I think are good, but who personally seem reprehensible. I think I can even go further, even if they are, whatever, have some views. I mean, if they make something good, it's hard for me to sort of deny it. And, to the extent to which it sort of expresses some horrendous viewpoint, I guess that can mar things. But
yeah. I mean, it doesn't mean they're not a good performer. It just means I'm not going to necessarily want to watch you in something.
Yeah.
Versus someone like Robert Downey Jr. who seems cool, I'll go watch stuff he does because I think he seems like a cool person in real life, and that charismatic quality comes through.
Yeah.
Versus someone who's like I can't even think of somebody that's horrible in real life. I'm not sure who I could think of, but
yeah.
Because I probably don't like that.
Probably not. Yeah, you're not a fan, presumably. Yeah, but with Naveen Andrews, it's really just his personality. I don't think he necessarily.
It's nothing horrible. It's really nothing horrible at all.
Yeah.
But then, like I said, he's British, so.
Yeah, I feel like that's at least part of the story. Because I've heard Alan Dale say similar things, although he's not actually British, but New Zealand.
He's one step removed.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think he's got a similar thing going on with just I don't know. It just seems like a different way of approaching publicity.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Than what's normally done. But yeah, I don't know. It's Did you see the Jimmy Kimmel thing?
I saw part of it that night it came on. I have not rewatched it, so I definitely missed parts of it.
Okay. Yeah, I sorry, what did I do? I went to abc.com and I watched it.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you downloaded it on iTunes.
Oh, yeah, I might have done that too.
If it is on iTunes, I don't even know, but...
I don't either, but I must have done one of those things.
Yeah, must have.
Anyway, I went back and watched it. It was interesting. Very fluffy, but
oh yeah.
But it was interesting. They got a huge number of cast members there.
Yeah.
And he spent a little bit of time with each one of them, and then there's a thing online you can watch with questions from the audience. Those questions are atrocious, but
they always are. They never pick. They always, I bet 90% of them are questions people should already know.
Yeah, totally. And they were just silly questions. It was like, can you recommend a restaurant for me in Hawaii?
Oh man, you're kidding me?
Yeah, no, I'm not. Even Jimmy Kimmel was like, I thought you guys were going to ask about Lost. Like, you're asking horrible questions.
I thought he had people who would screen the questions and pick the good ones. Jeez.
It looks like he didn't. It looks like they just, had, people raise their hands and thought.
Oh, so it was in the audience.
Yeah, it was from the audience.
Oh, okay. It wasn't like people emailed in questions and they screened them. It was on the spot.
Yeah, on the spot.
Oh, that's stupid.
Yeah. Jimmy Kimmel himself was the only one who asked a plot-relevant question.
Oh God, that's awful. I do like him more. He's always been, okay to me for a late night host, but I do enjoy the fact that he's a big Lost fan.
Yeah.
It's always nice to see, when you have someone, it's like Bill Maher, when you see someone who has a TV show and they get to sort of have on people they generally like or are interested in. It's more interesting to watch when they're just like giddy about the experience.
Right.
It was interesting to me to see all the Lost characters there because I'm just like, part of me, when all of them came out at some point, like, I'm just like, I just want to collect you all up and stick you in a room and never let you leave.
Yeah, totally.
It's like, I can't believe so many of them are just here right now. Okay, just somehow grab them, make them perform Lost live, go.
Totally. Yeah, it reminds me, like, there's this thing on the Twin Peaks DVD of a lot of the cast on the Phil Donahue show.
Oh, geez.
From the early 90s.
Dating it a little bit?
Totally dating it. And I was watching this thing, I'm like, this is going to be like that eventually, This cast is going to kind of go their separate ways and do their own thing, and this is going to be, like, one of those things you can watch years later of them, like, together right after they finish the show.
Yeah.
Still talking about the show and stuff like that, sort of like making history and, doing the last sort of round of publicity for the show.
Mm-hmm.
Because pretty soon, they're just going to be, but yeah, I have the same thing, and I was a little skeptical of Jimmy Kimmel, but he definitely convinced me that he knows the show. It's really not coming off like he's bullshitting that.
No, I don't think you can have as much loss as he had,
Yeah. Like he seemed more clued into the show than a lot of the audience was.
Yeah.
Which is weird. I feel like, I guess the weird thing about it was I think they taped it before the finale.
Oh, so the audience didn't get to see the finale. That's always lame.
No, and they open it up with the audience watching the last scene of Jack's eye closing, spoiler alert, and they show like people in the audience crying, and it's this big moment, and then you realize later, like I thought, okay, maybe they watched the whole episode. You realize later they only watched that last scene.
So they didn't get to watch the whole episode?
No.
Wow.
No, I guess he just showed them the end of the show. I'm assuming a little more than that, just so they wouldn't be spoiled by the show.
Mm-hmm.
But not the whole thing, the whole 2.5 hour, episode.
That's like when at the end of was it last season's finale or no, maybe it was something this season when they revealed who the smoke monster was, and Carlton and Damon were on that Jimmy Kimmel that night, and so they pre-taped it so the audience hadn't seen it, and then Carlton was like,
oh yeah,
yeah, then you find out John Locke is a smoke monster, and the audience was like, what?
Yeah,
and it's just like, yeah, it sucks for the people who are such big fans or whatever. They want to go see, they want to go to Jimmy Kimmel to see this stuff, but then it's usually when they can't actually have been up to date as they could have been if they would have stayed home or something.
Right.
So
Exactly.
It's like a weird trade-off.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about is from early LAX.
Yeah, I think it was after the premiere or something.
Yeah,
something big.
Because that was when we found it out.
Yeah.
So I think it was right before that aired probably, and so that's probably why they were doing that. But yeah, there's this whole thing with the alternate endings, and Damon and Carlton are in that, and there's a little. It's clear to me they filmed it. They filmed it in that room they shot the Wired article in, because you can see the board behind them, and it's like the same stuff. So I was definitely trying to read the banner. There was not a good shot of it, unfortunately. I really wanted to read the island to island thing, but I wasn't able to.
I hope that's a real room and not like our Lost production office set.
Right.
It could so just be a set, but I guess I guess it should be real.
It's a lot of detail for a set, but yeah.
Does have detail.
Sure they do. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I guess you'd have to just ask them and find out or something.
Pretty much. But yeah, it's it's sort of like it's supposed to the gimmick is it's them trying to write the finale.
Mhm.
And so
I didn't see that one.
They go through various options, and it's not bad. There's some good parts there.
Then I saw some of the alternate things, so I guess I saw part of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't want to spoil it for
I didn't see the setup, but I saw part of it.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's not. Is that really a spoiler?
No.
Okay. Spoil a fake thing. I guess it's a fake spoiler. So.
Spoil a fake thing. Yeah. No, I think they announced, like Jimmy Kimmel sort of announced, they were going to have alternate endings, and I think David and Carlton got some pretty serious mail, like worried about that, like the idea that they had alternate endings. And so they had to actually say on their podcast, it's not serious. Don't worry. We only had one ending for the show.
Yeah.
But, they were floating that out there. So anyway, that part's pretty good. The whole thing, I mean, it's, it's kind of typical late night stuff. Pretty light, but I thought it was worth watching, personally. So,
yeah.
Gets my, I like it, seal of approval, I guess.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Well, do you want to go back to the scene that we were on?
I realized that wasn't exactly relevant to the scene, but...
well, I think it's been like an hour since we were talking about that scene, right?
Yeah.
It's been a while.
What scene are we on? Oh, Saeed and Shannon. That's right. That's right. It was from Saeed. That was my thought process, because Naveen Andrews is on the Jimmy Kimmel thing.
Yeah, that's what happened. That's where we got diverted. Okay, back to this.
And he's weird on it too. There's a whole thing with him. Like, if you're watching it, if you keep an eye on him, like he's like talking in the background. There's something going on with him.
He's drunk.
Yeah, he might be drunk actually, because he's doing a lot of stuff.
I saw him kiss. Who did he kiss? Ben?
Yeah, he kissed. Who did he kiss? Was it Ben? It might have been. I think it was actually.
Jimmy was talking about Ben's character being bad or getting. Oh, he was the most.
Ben
said he's the most beat up.
Yeah, that's right.
Then he gives him this awkward kiss on the forehead.
Yes. I think you might be right. He might have been shocked.
Well, everyone in the UK is, right?
Yes.
That's what he says. So
that is.
He learned from the best.
That's true.
Yeah, there's probably all the free food and alcohol they can drink back there.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So
absolutely.
Why didn't Josh Holloway show up? I saw the clip of him not being there, and I'm like, you couldn't come. What are you doing that's so important?
I don't know. They had a whole skit with him. I really have no idea.
Wasn't everyone else there?
Pretty much. I mean,
Was Matthew Fox there?
He was there.
I mean, if Jack shows up, come on, Sawyer.
I know, really. I can't, let me think. Was there anyone who was not there? Besides Josh Holloway, I can't, that's pretty much everybody. There was some minor
tertiary characters that they have?
Well, Widmore.
Like Miles wasn't there.
Charlotte. Dan was there.
He had the hat on.
He totally had the hat on.
He had one of those musician hats, and I'm thinking maybe that's why he had the hat on in the show.
That's what I was thinking too.
He just either they put the hat on him in the show and he grew to like it, or he already liked it and he told them to put it on in the show.
Yeah.
Which came first, the chicken or the hat?
Yes. And Michael Perno was there. That was kind of weird since he was barely in this last season. Let's see. Claire was there. I guess she was a character.
You guess she was a character?
Sorry, Claire. Yeah. I was thinking she was like a side character. She's technically sort of not.
Well, just by definition.
Yeah. I think I'm not seeing anybody else that's not like a main character.
What about Juliet?
Oh, she was not there.
Elizabeth Mitchell? No.
Not there. No.
Yeah, she's on V. Oh, maybe V's canceled. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, V might not be canceled.
Is it? I thought it was.
Oh, really? Maybe it was.
Yeah, I don't remember.
God,
maybe it got brought back again.
If it got canceled again, ouch.
Yeah, just give it up, guys.
Yeah, seriously. It's just not working. Got to be something else there. I guess, yeah. I guess, what?
May 13th, ABC renewed V for a second season. The return date has not been confirmed, however, it may be in November. So, looks like it's back, according to this.
All right. Go, Elizabeth.
Wow. Well, that's good. I hope it works out.
Yeah, she had a better, she looks like she has a longer-lasting show than Charlie and Penny.
Mm-hmm.
They're just dead.
So, yeah, that's the one that Flash Forward.
Yeah. Yeah, Flash Forward is canceled, as was Heroes.
Oh.
Yeah, I was going to say, if V died, too, it'd be like, damn. Everything. That's every show.
Everything. It's only 3 shows.
Isn't that?
There was 4, but Lost is over, so
yeah.
There's only 3 left. So
3 shows.
Mm-hmm.
And they're all canceled.
Let me see.
Good luck, America.
Yeah, this is definitely canceled. Yep. The biggest mistake was putting Joseph Fiennes in the Jack Shephard role.
You know, when you originally said Joseph Fiennes, I thought you meant Ralph Fiennes.
Oh. Rafe?
Sorry, Rafe. Fuck. Yeah, pardon me. Because I've seen him in a lot of stuff, and he was good, and I was like, why is he bad on this show?
Mm-hmm.
But it was his brother.
No. Rafe is the good find.
Yeah. He's good finds.
Yeah, he's good finds.
Yeah. No, I never actually watched Flash Forward, but I don't know. I didn't really like the idea. I know there's flash forwards on Lost and all, but I didn't really like the premise, and it just didn't look like a show that I would want to watch.
Mhm.
So I just steered clear of it. Most people seem to agree with me, apparently.
Yeah, ratings-wise.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to watch it. I saw the pilot. It was pretty horrendous. Like I said, mainly because I say he's the Jack character because he's sort of the main one who's sort of involved, and he's like, he's the guy who, after the first big incident of people passing out, tries to figure things out, and he realizes he's, in the future trying to work on this investigation. And that was a big point for me that lost me, whereas it was like he has flashes of himself in the future working on this mystery.
Mm-hmm.
So part of his information about how to solve the mystery is coming from his future self. And I just didn't like that. That was just too much for me. And his acting was bad because they made him have an American accent, and he's trying to be emotional in this American accent that he can't pull off. They should have kept him British. They should have just let him have his awesome British accent and be a cool British hero. Like, we didn't need an American G.I. Joe hero. Like, I feel like they were trying to recreate Jack Shephard, and they failed.
Yeah. No, I agree. If they can't, if they have trouble with it, if it trips them up, then it's really best to just let them do the original accent. It'll be better.
Yeah.
There's some actors who do that really well, but not everybody. Some people, it just starts getting distracting, the words they don't say right.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I can is he actually a doctor?
No, he's a in the show.
Yeah.
I assume you mean, because in real life he's an actor. But
okay.
On the show he's a detective. He's a detective.
Oh, okay. He's a detective. All right.
Yeah, fancy that.
Yeah.
A detective trying to solve a crime.
What?
Trying to solve a mystery. Yeah, I know.
Those guys, what will they think of next?
Mhm.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
So yeah, R.I.P. Flash Forward.
R.I.P.
And Jimmy Kimmel, I don't know, go watch it or something.
Yeah.
I didn't get to see it the night it came on because I was doing an initial reaction.
Oh, were you?
Which you can listen to if
I
you want.
That.
If you haven't already, you probably have already if you're this far in the podcast. So, anything else about this scene?
Nope.
Okay, so the next scene, we have Miles calls on the island. Miles calls Ben's walkie. Miles tells him they're going to go to the plane to fly it off the island. Claire comes out of the jungle. Kate takes Ben's walkie. Claire shoots the gun in the sand. Claire thinks they're with Locke. Richard tries to get Claire to come with them. Claire says no.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a pretty crappy little setup here where Claire's shooting and we don't see who she's shooting at, and she's just shooting at the ground. Like, was Claire really just going to start unloading into Miles and Ben and Sawyer? Or not, well, Sawyer's not there. But, yeah, that was kind of a, red herring, if you will, but...
yeah, it's weird because she seems to think Locke sent people to kill her.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the deleted scene will explain why she thinks that. Because I don't understand why she thinks Locke wants to kill her.
Well, I'll say this. Locke wants to kill all her friends.
There's that.
He knows that. And she was planning to get on the sub, and she didn't, even though he said specifically it's better that you don't.
Yeah, you don't want to get on that sub.
But I think I got the sense she was just coming from a place of, like, he seemingly has abandoned her. And she was always insecure about her position with him, So it was like, she's like, why do you need me? Why do you need me? And he's like, yeah, I need you. Yeah, I need you. And then he tried to kill all her friends.
Yeah.
So I think she's jumping to conclusions, obviously.
Yeah.
I think it's weird that, like, she would think he would send other people to kill her. I think it's fine for her to think he might want her dead, but it's weird to think, like, oh, he sent you here to kill me. Like, you two people who had nothing to do with him forever.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they weren't even with the group,
Right.
But it's Claire. She's crazy.
Yeah. Although I will say, I thought Richard was doing that, like, too excited, kind of in your face, like, don't shoot me speech where someone usually gets shot.
Mm-hmm.
When they're sort of like, kind of almost like twitching or something, and like, no, you can't shoot us. We gotta get on the plane. We're gonna get on the plane, right? Like they're sort of too excited, and it ends up making the person nervous, and they end up getting shot. Like that's sort of where I saw this scene going, but that didn't happen.
I think they were setting it up for you to think that.
Yeah, so do I. But yeah, I mean, Claire's definitely, I think, she's got her own personal problems, but she's not in a place where she's going to just start murdering people.
No.
I'm not ready to buy that. The others, that axe and the other in the chest, I mean, she still thought they had Aaron. She thought they were lying about it,
Yeah.
It was a different time.
Yeah. She was more crazy back then.
Definitely more crazy. Yeah, she really shrugged off the craziness. Okay, so
let me ask something real quick. So Ben tells Miles, whatever you do, don't blow up that plane. But I'm thinking, like, when did Ben think Miles was going to blow up the plane?
Well,
that only became a plan again after, Richard told Miles that.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I'm just thinking, am I missing a scene where they radio to each other and he's like, we're on our way to blow up the plane?
No, I don't think you're missing that scene.
Okay.
I mean, we hear that his walkie goes off when Miles radios him, but first of all, the plan hasn't been formulated yet. Second of all, Ben doesn't hear it because he turns the walkie off.
Yeah.
So maybe there is a deleted scene where he finds that out, but no, doesn't look like it.
Yeah, it just seems to me Ben is watching the show, and he's familiar with the plot line that they were going to go blow up the plane, and now Miles is saying, well, no, we're not blowing it up, we're going to fly it.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
Because it's not like when Miles left the Dharma camp, he told Ben, all right, I'm out of here because I don't want to get killed by Smokey, and by the way, I'm going to go blow up the plane,
Right. Yes, no, you're right. He was clearly just kind of running away to survive.
Mhm. Why did he even say that? I'm confused. What's going on here? So okay. I'll give him some slack. I was confused about the logistics here. Okay. So Miles says first, we're on our way to the plane. And then Ben just sort of warns him, don't blow it up. I'll buy that. Because that was, that's what people wanted to do so far was blow it up. So I'll buy that. I just thought he was like, hey, Ben, it's me, Miles. And then Ben is like, whatever you do, don't blow up that plane. And I'm like, why would you say that? But, yeah, there's a line here before where he tells them we're on our way to the island, to Hydra Island.
He at least knows, they're going, okay. Yeah.
I'll give him a pass on that. I thought it came out of nowhere, but there's something there. So.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't really have anything else in here.
Yeah, I don't either. It's a short thing. Okay, next scene.
Yeah.
Locke and Jack prepare to lower Desmond into the cave. Desmond begins to descend. Locke asks Jack if this reminds him of anything. Locke brings up Desmond being in the Swan, the button, the pushing, all that. Jack tells Locke he is not John Locke. He is nothing like him. John Locke was right about most everything. Jack wishes he could tell John that. Locke insists that John was wrong, and Jack will drop into the ocean. Jack says they'll see. Jack and Locke look down the waterfall, and we get a mirror of the shot down the hatch.
Down the hatch. All right. I did like the line here about, his whole reference, Locke's reference was good.
I don't know. Maybe I'm fixating on this too much, but I found this, as far as like the Smokey Man in Black character, I just found this to be a really great moment. Like, Jack knows he's not Locke.
Mm-hmm.
But he decides to like bring up this thing from Locke's history as though he is Locke.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just weird that it's like old times, right? Like, it's so weird for Smokey to do that.
Yeah.
To me. Like, I just find that really interesting that he even bothered to like do something like that. I thought that was a really great moment.
Yeah, it seems like he's noticing the similarity of the situation John Locke and Jack had, and so it makes it, it comes to his mind. So he asks Jack, "Hey, is this reminding you of this thing?"
Yeah.
Yeah. But, the whole thing about, if there's, it is such a crazy coincidence. These two guys looking down where Desmond is going, and it's just like, yeah, that's very similar to the previous situation. And
yeah.
And his whole thing about if there was a button there to push, we could fight about whether or not to push it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then Jack's line about you're not John Locke and you disrespect his memory by wearing his face. I love that, by wearing his face. Not by looking like him, but by wearing his face. Okay, so then we get to the really important part. Turns out he was right about most everything. And then Locke says, he wasn't right about anything.
Yeah.
So which is it?
Well, Well, Jack seems to think he was right about most everything. Looks like Man in Black's point of view is that he was not right about anything.
You just repeated what I said.
Yep.
Which is not the same as making a point.
It's not?
No.
I thought I could get away with that.
Not on this podcast.
Okay. Damn it. You want me to say which one's the right answer? I mean, I think.
Well, what do you think? Yeah.
I think in the end, I think Locke. I think there's a real sense in which Locke is. I think Jack's maybe taken it too far, but I think there's a real sense in which Locke was on the right track about certain things, and was a real catalyst for leading Jack down this journey that he really thinks he should have gone down. He really thinks he needs to do this, and so in the sense that Locke was telling him that, was telling Jack this is what you're supposed to do, and Jack believes that. To that extent, like he's sort of right about that. As far as like particular things individually, like splitting the hairs of what he said, I mean he was wrong numerous times. But it's sort of in a broad sense about the central conflict with Jack and Locke, like it does seem like Locke had sort of more the right idea, or at least from Jack's point of view here.
Yeah.
And I think Smokey is just sort of denying that. Because he doesn't think that he thinks he's going to win out here, and the island's going to be destroyed, and Locke's devotion to the island will be sort of proven to be worthless. Because Jack won't be able to do anything, and so I think Jack is basically more right, but not exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like John Locke was right about the fact that they were brought there for a reason, and that it was important, that the island was important. He didn't of course know, the island needed to be protected or anything like that. So, it's like it's like he was right, but his target was off. He was right in a narrow way, and his target was sort of off.
Yeah.
Whereas, Smokey is saying, he sort of wasn't right about the big picture.
Right.
Specific things maybe, I guess. And
right, like he had no idea that Smokey was actually manipulating him into doing certain things to carry out his agenda, and not like this island destiny force, whatever he thought it was.
And that's what's strange is Jack doesn't know that either.
Yes.
Like, I don't think Jack has a good sense of when, well, of course it's after he was dead, but, when Smokey becomes Locke, but, like, he doesn't have a good sense of the entire history of, the implications of that, like how far back that goes.
Right.
In terms of being the one to tell Locke to leave the island to go do some of this stuff.
Yes.
Because that's the thing. Jack would probably agree he should have listened to John when John said, I want you to come back to the island, but that's what Smokey told him to say. So, I don't know what Jack would say about that.
Right.
Like, well, if John is right, then I'm right, because I wanted you to come back here.
But I will say that, Locke tried to get Jack not to leave at the end of season 4, before Smokey told him that. He blew up the submarine to try to get Jack not to, I feel like he wanted Jack not to leave of his own accord. He didn't necessarily need Smokey to tell him that.
Yeah.
Although he did eventually get told that. But I think there's, it seems like he wanted that himself, in addition to thinking he was ordered by the island to do that or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Jack definitely has no idea. That's one of the things it's a very minor point. I don't even know how they'd portray this exactly, but it'd be nice if Jack realized that, Christian Shepherd saying, say hi to my son to Locke, and then he eventually realizes here that Smokey pretended to be Christian Shepherd. Like he would maybe make the connection that Smokey actually was manipulating Locke into doing what he wanted to carry out this plan.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I mean, you know, it seems like he's got like part of the puzzle there, but he never really knows the extent to which that happens.
Yeah.
So I think from Jack's point of view, Locke is telling him, we're supposed to be here, you're not supposed to leave, you've got some kind of destiny on the line. From Jack's point of view, he's sort of right about all that stuff, and so I feel like that's sort of what he means, but, you know, Locke said a lot of things, so
yeah,
he can't really totally win out.
Yeah, totally.
In the end. But yeah, God, that's one thing I can say. You know, Locke was dead. Locke really was dead.
When he died?
When he died.
Mhm.
They weren't going to resurrect him.
Mm-mm.
He wasn't going to take, you know, turn in, you know, Smokey's body wasn't going to be taken over by Locke or something.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, that they really just, he died in that motel room when Ben choked him to death.
Yeah.
That's it for him, that character. And see, I think that's amazing, but, you know, whatever. Then there's that whole afterlife thing.
Mhm.
Which softens the blow, probably too much for my taste.
Yeah.
I like the bluntness of it. I like he was irreparably broken, you know. And it's sort of like the purgatory sort of fixed him.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, Jack fixed him.
Jack fixed him.
But yeah, the purgatory fixed him. But that's what it's for, so
I know.
You know, it's like, yeah. I mean, what happens to the people in the real world who work out their problems in the real world? Do they just go straight to the good afterlife? You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Good question. Maybe.
Like, what if you got your shit together before you died?
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe you don't need the purgatory.
Don't pass go, just go straight to heaven.
Mm-hmm. Yes, proceed directly to heaven.
Proceed directly to heaven.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, it looks like everyone on the show still had problems.
Oh, show about flawed people. Why is that interesting?
Good question. So, yeah, they don't really answer that. But, you know, I don't know. You could fill in something there. I would say it seems consistent that if they don't have anything to work out, then maybe they do just go straight there.
Mm-hmm. Or maybe they have to go to purgatory to learn how to have problems.
Oh, okay. That'll work.
No, I'm kidding.
Hey, you need problems.
Yeah, you need problems, son. But wait a minute. I thought having problems was bad. Shut up. I'm purgatory.
Yikes.
Yeah, it talks.
I don't like that. Purgatory should not talk.
Why not?
I don't know.
Purgatory, why can't it talk?
All right, you convinced me.
You can talk.
Yeah. Well, all right, you got a point there.
I'm just proving points left and right.
How can I argue with that?
The sky is blue.
Well,
I make a true statement. That proves my point, right? Isn't that how it works?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Pretty much.
So, next scene?
Hold on, let me make sure. Yeah. Yeah. I guess so. Next scene, flash sideways. Juliet gets a call from the hospital. David and Claire stay at the concert. Oh, they're all at the concert. Charlotte wakes up Charlie, passed out backstage. Charlotte asks Dan where the band is. Dan tells Charlotte Charlie plays bass for Drive Shaft. Dan and Charlotte introduce themselves.
All right.
Boom. Charlotte cameo.
Mm-hmm. So, anything here?
And Juliet has to go back to the hospital to go meet Sawyer.
Yep. Destiny's calling.
Destiny calls. Uh-oh. Finally.
Yeah.
I was wondering when Destiny was actually going to call.
Finally got around to calling. Been sitting by the phone for eternity.
Wow. It was purgatory before it called. But at least it called.
Finally.
Yeah, this whole business. Oh, concert. Yeah, it was. So there's a little Dan and Charlotte thing, I guess. It's sort of like, I don't know. They'll figure it out eventually, but they don't really get it here. They're having moments like our characters did earlier in the season, where it's like, there's some kind of weird, vague thing there, but they don't really know each other yet. They don't have their full memories.
Yeah, I guess they didn't touch each other.
Yeah, maybe that's the problem. So you ready for the next scene?
Mm-hmm.
David and Claire arrive at the table. Kate and Desmond are there. Kate recognizes Claire. Pierre Chang gives an introduction to Dan and Driveshaft. Then Dan and Driveshaft come out, and Dan starts playing. Charlie sees Claire in the crowd. They see each other. Claire has some kind of pain and excuses herself. Then Kate follows Claire.
All right, sitting at table 23.
Oh, are they? Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Even in purgatory, the numbers are everywhere.
That's another thing. We didn't find out if Hurley used the same numbers to win the lottery.
Oh, right.
In the purgatory world.
Although there was a deleted scene.
What was it?
That showed that he used different numbers.
Oh, that's right. I remember that now.
Yeah.
So we did find that out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a deleted scene, so it's sort of not the show, but it does look like that was the answer they had.
Is there a deleted scene that explains the numbers? Because I just realized they never did.
You just realized that?
Yeah, I just realized they never explained the numbers.
Yeah, no, they did not explain the numbers.
Yeah, I forgot I cared.
You're totally right.
Well,
you forgot you cared?
I stopped caring, and I forgot I stopped caring.
When did you stop caring?
Would it look like they weren't going to answer it?
Oh, okay. When was that?
I probably stopped caring. I don't know. The last time I remember the numbers being relevant was, season 5, Building of the Swan, or Hurley's Camaro. The numbers coming up there. But besides that, it didn't seem like they were talking about him at all. So, at some point around that time, I stopped caring. Because it seemed like they weren't going to address it.
Yeah, totally. I remember when Hurley saw the numbers on his odometer, I remember thinking, again, with the numbers, are they really going back to that? Is that – because I think I had already given up by that point that the numbers were going to be on the show. I think that one of the big things was they had the whole ARG explanation of the numbers. With the Valenzetti equation and all that shit. So I basically thought, okay, that's the answer. It's never going to be in the show, so I'm not looking for it.
Mhm.
So I was surprised that they brought him up, and they sort of continued to sprinkle them throughout, and they did that with Desmond and Claire in the elevator. The floor was 15, and they have this 23 thing here, and
Hurley and Desmond at the chicken place. Desmond's number was 43 or something.
Yeah, total 42. Yeah,
42,
exactly.
Yeah.
So it's they're still messing around with it, and also of course the candidates.
Mhm.
They were.
Jacob just had a thing for numbers, apparently. That's what Man in Black explanation was.
Right.
But I'm thinking he had a list of people and he numbered the list.
Well, yeah.
Call it a thing for numbers if you want. To me, it's called organizing a list.
Right. Yeah. It's sort of I don't know. You got a thing for spreadsheets or something.
Yeah.
It's just a good organizational tool. Sorry.
Exactly. Yeah. You got to think about counting stuff. Well, I'm trying to count them.
Yeah. Does it have to be a thing? I mean, it's weird.
Yeah.
Totally.
So I don't know. I don't know how much of a thing he had with the numbers. There seems to be a very simplistic explanation in that he needed to number his list.
Totally.
And it ties into the lighthouse numbering stuff.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, it looks like the White House sort of, there were 360 numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And that's sort of why that's where we get the numbers from. The number of numbers. The reason why it probably goes from 1 to 360.
Yeah.
I assume, unless there's a 0, that'd be weird.
There might be a 0.
Possibly, but yeah, I for degrees it should be 0 to 359, but it doesn't matter. So like from my point of view, okay, I can't explain the numbers. I mean, there's that ARG stuff. Take that for what you will. I don't put too much weight on that stuff, but it's there. It exists. There's this candidates thing, which seems, but I guess to me it seems more like the other way around, that the candidates who were last were, corresponded to the numbers because of the numbers, and not sort of the numbers are the numbers because the numbers are the candidates who survived numbers.
Say that
See what I'm saying?
Say numbers some more. Throw some boat in there while you're at it.
I get stuck on words, but do you see what I'm saying? Like whether Jacob whether Jacob assigning those numbers to those characters made the numbers what they were, or whether because the numbers are what they were, again they show up in a coincidental way, seemingly, with the candidates. Like which way around is it? From my point of view, it's the numbers showing are what they are, and they show up in a sort of coincidental way as the candidates' numbers. That's sort of my point of view on that. It doesn't explain what the numbers are, but
so maybe let me turn it around and see if I get what you're saying. So, for instance, if the 6 candidates who have these numbers attached to them, if they had different numbers attached to them, to their names, and they're still everything else is the same, are you saying the numbers would be different numbers?
No, that's exactly what I'm not saying.
So you're saying that the reason that the candidates are the candidates is because they were assigned these numbers. Or I should say, are the final candidates, is because they're assigned these numbers.
I wouldn't say that's the reason. I guess I would say, so more like that.
Okay. So you're not saying they're the reason, but you're saying that if... See, what I'm confused about is if they had different numbers, are you saying that list of numbers would be the ones that we've been seeing the whole time and they would just keep showing up because they're tied to the candidates?
See, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
So I presented 2 possibilities, and you're talking about the one I'm saying is not the case.
Okay, so what's the other one?
So the other one is there's the numbers, okay? And basically, like we've seen, in a lot of parts in the show, we've seen those numbers pop up in just a variety of contexts, okay? For the most part, it's just those numbers in like very mundane situations.
Yeah.
Usually associated with the characters, but all over the place. It's on the hatch. It's the numbers. It's that stuff from the Flash Sideways. It's other stuff from the real world, the odometer, and numerous other references besides that. So what I'm saying is the cave wall. The fact that the numbers for assigned to the final candidates happen to be the numbers, capital N, is just another instance of the numbers coming up, just along the lines of them appearing on the odometer. You know what I mean? It's not that they created that situation. It's not the numbers sort of have that power, but they're somehow, maybe they're connected to the characters in some way or whatever, but they show up everywhere. This is an example of them showing up.
Okay. So I'm just confused. What would happen if the numbers were different? Would you just sort of assume that the numbers that the candidates are assigned would just coincidentally still be the same new different numbers?
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, what if one piece is changed? What does that make the puzzle look like?
Yeah,
I get the coincidence, and I get you're trying not to say that they are the candidates because these are their numbers.
Right.
and I agree that that's going too far. But I'm just wondering, like, okay, if you change the numbers or if you change the names, you know, what does that give you?
Right. Yeah. I mean, to me, it's like the numbers are the numbers, and you know, they have a way of showing up everywhere, and so it was going to have to be that those numbers were the ones that showed up there.
Mhm.
You know.
I think there's something to the fact that, you know, these are the sort of 6 who lasted towards the end. I you know, part of me wants to make a connection that the numbers show up because they're tied to the candidates, but I guess I want to stop just short of saying that. You know, I want to give them more significance than they're just these numbers that show up in random places for no explainable reason. You know, since they're just everywhere.
Right.
You know, there's so many places. What's powering this massive coincidence or series of coincidences?
Right.
You know. So part of me wants to say, oh, it's because they're tied to the final candidates, one of whom becomes, you know, one of whom is the main, you know, becomes the main villain, and one of whom is the, you know, or 2 of whom are the last Jacobs, you know, the protectors.
Right. Yeah, no, I see what you mean. Yeah, there's something I want to add here, but I won't. I'll sort of leave it for later. I just noted it down.
Okay.
There's a Dark Tower connection here that I want to talk about, but I can't quite do it without throwing out a minor spoiler. So I'll leave it till later. But I think basically what I want to say, what I will say for now is that in the Dark Tower there is something like the numbers, and the explanation in the Dark Tower, I think, is what's going on here. So if you know what that is, you know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
But I'll maybe I'll actually say it later. So yeah, I mean, I can't really explain the numbers, but what I'm saying is, yeah. So as opposed to them being sort of like the numbers matter because they're associated with these candidates who matter.
Yeah, almost like the island is broadcasting them, asking the universe to send its protectors or something. You know, like somehow they're being reflected everywhere in this sort of very, very, very low level subconscious like way of saying these are the people who are important. These are the people who are important.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah, and you know, the Valenzetti equation was supposed to predict the end of the world, and you know, if the candidates don't protect the island and prevent the life from going out, the world is supposed to end to a certain extent. So, you know, it looks to me like that could work.
Yeah. Because like if you knew that the numbers were tied to names, and every time you saw the numbers, then you would think of those people, and you would think, okay, well, you know, these people their identities are being reflected in Hurley's Camaro or Echo Stick or you know, wherever you saw the numbers. Like it's you know, if you know that going into it, then I think you would read it as, you know, as it's not just these numbers, but it's about the people.
Right.
You know. But yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I think I'd rather be the numbers matter because of the people instead of the numbers just being magical on their own. Like there's this weird mathematical group of numbers that just are places. You know.
Right.
They show up places, and I don't know why. But okay, well, I'll wait for your theory though. Your Dark Tower theory.
Okay.
Explanation.
Yeah. That's going to be the best I can do. As far as the theory, because it just seems to me like the same, like the way the numbers are used in Dark Tower is similar. So what they're, in fact, I go so far as to say they may have gotten the idea from there.
What?
It's at least possible. There's something very similar.
they've never said they're a fan of Stephen King, so I don't know how that could be possible. I just, they don't like to read other people's work because it influences their own.
Right.
Lost is a closed experience.
Yes. Yeah.
There's no influences here, damn it.
Yes. I will say, though, that my sense of where the story was going this season was way the fuck off. Like, I thought there was really going to end up being two camps and there was going to be a for real war, and it just never really happened.
That war was, it didn't really happen.
It was never what I thought. There was
they should have said battle. They should have said skirmish.
Totally, yeah. Like a few missiles, that's a war?
Yeah.
Okay.
An incident.
Yeah. It just, I don't know.
Incident on and off a Pacific island.
Yes.
Why is it the alternate title of Lost? Incident on and off a Pacific island.
Oh, God, that's totally a... That's a perfect, alternate. Yeah, I love it. Wow. That's really what it was.
Yeah.
If you want to sum up Lost in one sentence.
There it is.
That'll do it. Yeah, when Widmore was like, there's a wall coming, I was like, oh, shit, Again, the writers are so good at suggesting interesting stories. And then giving you this.
Yeah.
It was. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Along those lines, I want to throw in the sort of realization that if Miles had gone with Bram and his group, he'd probably be dead.
Oh yeah, it's a good point.
If he would have joined the bodyguard crew, or something like that.
Right.
And I'm still, now that the show's over, I still don't understand what Bram was going to tell Miles about his powers. What did he really know about any of that stuff? I guess he could maybe say, Jacob is our leader and he's got these powers and you have powers indirectly because of that or something like that. I don't know what he could say specifically, though.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, he does seem like another character who seemed like he knew more than he did. So, yeah, that sounds plausible. I guess you're right. In hindsight, I guess he was just trying to kind of recruit Miles. Yeah. He knew he had a connection to the island, and, he's just trying to get him to sort of be on his side. And, yeah, maybe he had in mind somehow he would learn a little bit more about his power or something. But, yeah, that whole thing with what lies in the shadow of the statue, and you just have to know that answer or you're not ready or something. I don't really... I still don't understand that. That was... Yeah,
I was just thinking, too, how did Bram know Miles had a history with the island? I'm thinking maybe Jacob is the one who basically said, hey, Bram, or however he directed issued the directive, but, go find Miles and give him the choice to come with us or something like that. Give him the choice to join our team. Maybe Jacob did something like that. Yeah. Because I don't know how else anybody would know he was on the island when he was a baby.
Right. Yeah, no, Jacob did talk to Alana, and Alana was definitely there with Bram, so that's he's like he's like one step removed from Jacob. So yeah, he very easily. Jacob could have told Alana, and Alana told him, or Jacob could have talked to him directly, and that's how he could know.
I love how we never found out how Alana got hurt.
Yeah, you're right. She was just hurt.
Mysteriously, really, really badly hurt, and then he just miraculously healed her. And I think that might have been even after Miles was already on the island. All of that stuff. I think that was all post-Freighter, right? I guess it's hard to tell, but...
Yeah, because I want to say, post-Freighter? Yeah, good point. He goes on the freighter, right? That's the whole point of that. Yeah, it is hard to tell, but it does come across like it's closer to when she goes and gets Saeed.
Mm-hmm.
It
seems like it's pretty close to that, yeah.
Which is later, so... Yeah, Yeah, but nonetheless, like, you know, Jacob's supposed to be like a father to Alana. She, you know, he could have seen her some other time.
Yeah, I imagine at least once or twice before.
Yeah. I hope so. If that was their whole relationship, that'd be really crazy. I'm assuming that Alana got hurt in her training.
Mhm.
Basically, I don't know what she was doing.
Yeah.
But that's my assumption.
Maybe. Oh man. Maybe she was training how to survive a dynamite blast. She was practicing dropping unstable dynamite. Because, you know, that's the...
She did not practice enough.
She didn't.
She thought she had it. That's why she was so confident about the dynamite.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I've done this a million times.
Yep. She knows exactly what not to do to make it blow up, except for, you know, dropping it on the ground when it's full of water.
Yeah, right.
Full of bottles of water.
Wow. I hope that's really what she was doing. Trying to, like, have dynamite explode. Trying to practice not having dynamite explode.
Yeah.
That's a great thing to train yourself with.
Yeah. Well,
I just think I'm going to need this.
I just might need it.
You never know. But yeah, there's so little to go on. We really don't know Jacob and Alana's history at all.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's a cool thing. It's like if they showed us it, it'd be crappy. But since they didn't show us it, it's interesting.
Yeah.
You know, I wonder what that relationship was. I'm curious about it.
Well, it's probably crappy. That's why I didn't show it. So, other thing I want to mention real quick is that this is all off topic, but Zoe's map of the electromagnetism, when she was trying to talk to Jen about it.
Yeah.
I'm going to assume she was trying to find the cave.
Yes.
You know, her and Widmore was trying to find the cave.
Yes. Yeah.
And they saw his maps, and they needed clarification about. I mean, I guess it seems like they could just see whichever one was the biggest, but you know, maybe it's more complicated than that.
Yeah. Yeah. I kind of feel like Jacob should have told him where it was, but I don't know. Maybe he just said, "Look for electromagnetism."
Yeah, you know, he doesn't tell you a lot of stuff. If he tells you anything, it's the bare minimum.
It's true.
And they had a whole timeline, and I think that, you know, he brought a geophysicist or whatever she was, and so I think it's like he needed people to find this thing.
Totally.
And I was going to say something else about that whole thing. Oh, I was going to say Jen might have never even found it, though, since it's hard to find the cave.
The cave? Yeah, no. No,
maybe he could have detected it, but, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. That definitely seems like something that was just doomed from the start.
Mhm.
It just wasn't going to work. They got Desmond there. That was sort of the crucial part.
Yeah, totally.
And then everybody else took over from there. So yeah, I don't see. I think it's, you know, that kind of thing is really just hinting what they were gonna do.
Yeah.
You know, it's the best we can do. I mean, that's what you're doing, like to kind of extrapolate. What would they have done if they hadn't just unceremoniously died?
If they didn't have to move up the timetable, you know.
Yeah, if they didn't have to move up the timetable. God, those timetables. Love that.
Everyone's got a plan.
We had a timetable.
Yeah, there's a lot of loose ends in this season, and I think, you know, it's okay to the extent that so many things happen sort of so fast and the stakes were, you know, so high, it kind of makes sense. But, you know, in terms of planning and stuff, people did a really piss-poor job. You know, like Widmore's whole plan really wasn't that great. You know, he comes and he sets up fences, and you know that you know, it just wasn't, you know, it wasn't the best plan. Like he tried, and I guess that's the best he could have done, but it just wasn't, you know, none of his stuff was foolproof. You know, oh, okay, I'll set up the sonic fence. Oh, but it's powered to a generator. You know, it's powered by a generator. Oops.
Right.
You know, what if someone shuts it down?
Right.
You know, it's just like he wasn't this tactical mastermind I thought he would have been.
Yeah.
You know, he had some good ideas, but ultimately they weren't that great. And the best last idea he had was to hide in a secret room. You know, like, that's all he was left with. With all his money and resources and time and planning, all he could do was hide in a room and hope that Benjamin Linus, of all people, doesn't sell him out. And then he sells him out, and then on top of that, he gets shot by him. So
right.
It was just, you know, it's the kind of thing where it seems like if you're planning this writing-wise, you would be a lot tighter. But it's just like, you know, some of the stuff it was just things happening.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So it feels more realistic in that sense, but at the same time, it's less good, I think, because
it's definitely
so much of the plans. Yeah, it just comes off like a mess. Like, you know.
Yeah. It seems like Widmore was a bit of a red herring. Like he came in like he was going to take charge and get stuff done, and he just kind of dwindled, and so it was just him and Zoe in an outrigger full of gear, and hiding in a secret room. And now we can conclusively say that gear did nothing. That gear was totally...
you know what? I think that gear was probably what they would use to find the cave.
Yeah, totally. I agree.
You know, and I think the problem Widmore made was he should have taken more than just Jen. I don't know if he knew about all the candidates, but he should have taken as many that were there. And I think his big problem was he only took Jen.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that was a weird plan. Because he takes Jen, and then, like, the candidates kind of drop in his lap.
Yeah, and then he decides to protect them, but it's like, well, why didn't you try to get them earlier?
Right. It seems like he wasn't trying to do that originally.
Yeah. Like,
originally, he didn't seem interested in Jen because he was candidate. It seems like he was interested in Jen finding a cave. He was going to take... It sounded like he was going to take Desmond to the cave and then have Desmond do something, like, on his own.
Yeah.
You know? Like, what did he want Desmond to do there? Like,
listen, nobody knew that answer. Not even Jacob knew that, so, you know, you can't blame Widmore for that one. But, yeah, what did he expect is anybody's guess. He just expected something good would happen, like Jack.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. I feel like they needed Widmore to bring Desmond. They wanted to suggest, I think, something about the light cave and the electromagnetism being connected. I think he sort of served that. I think they wanted Widmore and Ben to have a confrontation, and then in the end they wanted him out of the way. So I think they tried to get all that, you know, make all that happen, and it just ends up looking like a mess.
Yeah. All righty. Well, anything else in the scene?
What scene are we on? Oh, yeah. No, I think that's it. I'm sorry, what scene? Now I'm lost again.
So, yeah, the concert scene, the first concert scene where they're sitting there. And
Claire and Kate
I think Charlie. He's about to play, and then he sees Claire, and then he sort of... Does he get a flash? Or he just gets mesmerized?
Yeah, I don't think he gets a flash. Yeah, I think he gets that, like, minor version where you just think you recognize it, like deja vu kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's
it seemed like he didn't really play much of the concert.
Yeah.
I just had the sense, like, he sort of started in the beginning, and then, like, Claire leaves, and he comes soon after that.
Yeah, they did a really short set or something.
Yeah, but it's like, I think they come back to them playing, and Charlie is just not playing, I thought.
Oh, really?
Don't they come back to the playing at some point when they come back to... Oh, I guess not. No, I guess they don't come back. Because Kate goes after her right away.
Right.
Oh, it's when they come back when when Desmond's talking to Eloise.
Oh, okay.
And
yeah, you're right.
Didn't Charlie already leave at that point? I forget. I don't know. It just made it seem like Charlie wasn't playing anymore, even though the band was still playing.
Yeah, Charlie hasn't. When they show that scene, Charlie hasn't gone back there yet.
He hasn't gone back there yet. Okay.
Yeah, it's right after that. So I think he finishes his song and then goes backstage, and then the Claire thing.
I see. So he plays like one song.
Yeah. Yeah. He plays one song. Not much of a concert.
No.
Yeah, I have to say this whole Dan on piano with drive shaft idea it just doesn't work.
Why is that so ridiculous? I don't know, but it is. It's just I've seen rock bands play with pianists and it works.
Yeah.
But the idea of Dan doing it somehow just makes it seem so preposterous.
Yeah. My big problem
with drive shaft.
Yeah, it's both things.
It's like okay, if Dan's gonna do a solo thing or with other classical musicians or something, I don't know. That's one thing, but the two things, drive shaft and Dan on piano, it's just like, okay, guys, you told me there's a light cave on the island. I guess I'll believe anything.
Right. Yeah. It came off to me like it was Dan playing on piano, and then the band would come in, and then you really couldn't hear him anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And then they'd stop, and Dan would play for it just didn't seem integrated very well. It seemed like just kind of bashed together. Like I'll play piano, then y'all play, and then I'll play, and then y'all play, and it's just kind of that.
Mhm.
Like the not really like actually melding the two.
Is y'all play and I'll play new yogurts from Yoplait?
Sure, why not?
All right, just wondering.
Yeah, y'all play. Ugh. Shame on me.
Y'all play.
That's what I don't know. That's what happens when I start talking about this topic, I guess, somehow. My brain stops working.
Y'all, everybody.
And I go, yeah, y'all, everybody. Y'all.
Oh, I remember that reminds me. The whole y'all thing was kind of a Southern thing, and I was something the other day. This is total aside. It has nothing to do with Lost. Forgive me. And it was I was about to respond to something online in a comment somewhere, and I was going to use the phrase like blah 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 has run of the land.
Mhm.
And for some reason that phrase was weird to me, so I'm like, is that the phrase I'm thinking about? And so I Googled it, and it came up with like 10 results or something, which is never good. And half of the results were like referencing like cowboy stuff or Southern stuff, or like, and I'm just thinking, oh, okay, maybe I use this phrase because I'm from Texas, or something like that. Like maybe this is a very specific kind of phrase that most people don't use.
Yeah.
But it was just really disconcerting for all the results to be, half of the 10 to be like cowboy related or something.
Right.
Like Western themed like stuff. And it's just like, oh yikes.
10 results on Google is amazing.
Mhm.
That's like
it almost doesn't exist.
Yeah, seriously, like no one's using that.
Yeah.
But when they are, it's all about cowboys.
Mhm.
Yeah, I know. It's one of those things that I really don't want to crop up, but occasionally I guess it does.
Yeah.
When I start talking about y'all play.
Anyway.
So yeah, I mean, basically, to me, that's the problem. Like, they're not melded. I mean, I think probably the bigger problem is Dan is a classical pianist and Drive Shaft is
a pop rock band.
Yeah. I don't know what the word is, but yeah, just it's not really compatible with classical piano.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we never saw Dan playing like rock piano or whatever, and he doesn't even here. Like the pieces he plays are more like classical style, so it's like he's just not blending with the band. I feel ridiculous being a music critic about this because it's just some bullshit. But
yeah, it's some bullshit. But it makes it seem like we're on Critics Corner right now. It makes it seem like Dan just needed some musicians to accompany him, and he wanted Drive Shaft to be those musicians. Not like they wrote songs together, or they intricately plan their pieces together, or he's going to play some Drive Shaft songs and they're going to play some dance. It just seemed like he needed musicians to accompany him, and he just wanted to hire Drive Shaft because he could afford it.
Yeah, I think you're right. Because I feel like if they're going to play Drive Shaft songs, they really should have played You All Everybody.
Totally.
That's the only Drive Shaft song we know.
There's only one.
So,
from the album, You All Everybody.
Of course. it's a short album.
Mhm.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think it was like really expensive backup musicians.
Yeah. Mommy, I want Drive Shaft.
Totally. That's
all right, dear. You can get them. But only because I killed you in a previous life.
Ouch. When you just put it out there like that, it sounds bad.
Yeah, well.
But that's kind of what's happening.
Yeah. Yeah, I think little Danny's going to get anything he wants.
Mhm. Yeah. It just seems like he'd be better off with a symphony or something.
Yeah.
You know, that's where he would fit in. Play like Rachmaninoff or something. That seems like where his head is.
Mhm.
Or maybe that's where his heart is, or I don't know. I don't know what I want my metaphor to be.
Well, his head is definitely under that hat.
Okay. Oh, that hat.
Mhm.
That's always going to be the musician hat to me.
It is.
That's one thing.
I'm a cool musician. Look, I'm wearing the hat.
Do you see the hat?
Yeah, it's like I'm a really good dad. I just ordered pizza for my son.
Exactly. It's just like that.
Yeah.
Cool dad equals pizza. Cool hat equals musician.
Mhm.
That's what it is. Things I can take away from Lost / The Lost Lowdown.
There it is.
Add it to the list. So much. So we have, let's see. So we have Kay recognizing Claire, like, I kidnapped you, and then I helped you, and that's kind of weird. But, of course, it doesn't really matter in the end. And then we have our last Pierre Chang appearance, I think. Here. So I suppose we'll never know why he called himself Marvin Candle and Mark Wickman and Edgar Halowax and whatever else.
Johnny B. Firename?
Johnny B. Firename, sure.
Yeah, I guess we know that.
Why not?
I think that was the next one on the list.
It was.
They were running out of ideas.
Clearly. Johnny B. Firename? I'm not filming that.
Yeah. Come up with something better.
Yeah, I'm very tempted to call bullshit. I don't know how to explain that whole thing.
Yeah.
It was so cool when they first did it. I remember when we first saw the Pearl video and he throws out Mark Wickman. It's like, wow, why is he calling himself some other name? Dharma is insane. If we can only learn about Dharma, there's some deep mystery there. But it's like Chang is just some guy. I mean, he's in charge in Dharma, you know, to a certain extent of the science side, seemingly. And, people know who he is. He just walks around. People, he's not like some secretive figure. The people they're sending to these stations probably have seen him. I mean, he appears in the welcome message when you arrive on the island.
He might even check you in if Amy's having a baby that day.
Yes. He might even check you in. Good point. So, and then you go to your assignment, and he's like, "Hello, I'm Dr. Marvin Candle." Like, what are you supposed to get out of that? Like, it's okay. Like, is it? I don't know. I don't understand.
Well, I don't either. The thing is, like, I don't even know what the audience is supposed to get out of that. I don't know what, sort of in the show, like, characters would get out of that. Like you're just illustrating. So I don't really have a good answer because I don't even know from what perspective there is a reasonable answer for that.
Yeah, I just originally thought Dharma was more secretive.
Mm-hmm.
And it was somehow about hiding his identity or people not knowing they were seeing the same person. I just thought they had the idea of like the Pearl spying on the Swan, and so it's sort of like there's all these different stations and they're not connected to each other and they need to not know, certain things about each other, and so it came across like there was just much more secrecy. But when we actually see it, it doesn't seem that way, and so I don't know. I got nothing on that. I don't think there is an explanation. I mean, it seems to me like it was something they did and then never paid off or never explained. And it doesn't, to me, look like from what they gave us, it really has an explanation.
Yeah. Yeah, So his name is Pierre Chang. And in the videos, he used aliases. He never used his real name in the videos, right?
Right.
The only explanation I can have is that, the videos were not supposed to be seen by people who would know his real name. And similarly, not be seen by people, multiple videos where he uses different aliases shouldn't be planned to be seen by the same people. So
right.
That's the best I can do with that. Is that now why would he want to hide his name? I don't know. But I think like you said, there definitely seems to be more secrecy in the beginning, and I think maybe to a certain extent there was some era of Dharma that was maybe more secret or something where this idea came from. Maybe by the time the Losties get there, it's not as secretive, but maybe in the early days, it was more secretive or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe so. I was going to say maybe in the later days it was more secretive.
Or in the later days, yeah, after all the because they felt like they had been infiltrated or something.
Yeah,
by hostiles. So
exactly, yeah. With a big incident like that, I can understand sort of clamping down a little more. Although Radzinski ends up in the Swan Hatch, he definitely knows who Pierre Chang is.
Mhm.
So it's not going to surprise him. And then he splices out a bit of the film. Oh, God.
For no apparent reason.
No apparent reason at all. What a, man.
That's why Kelvin shot him.
That's why Kelvin
Mhm.
Okay.
Why would you do that, Radzinski? Bang.
Bang. Okay. Wow. He just didn't understand why he did that.
Mm-mm.
I'm going to have to shoot you unless you tell me why you did that.
Why you did that?
Why you did that? Okay, so are you ready for the next scene?
Mhm.
Okay. Next scene, back to the islands. Desmond looks around in the cave. Desmond sees a pool with light coming out of it. There's a plug in the middle. Desmond steps into the pool. Light starts flashing, and Desmond yells. Then Desmond grabs the plug, pulls it out. We hear noises. It sounds like the area powers down. The water stops flowing. The light dims and goes out. There is a pause. Then the hole in the ground where the plug is goes red and starts emitting smoke. Desmond says, "No." Locke tells Jack, "It looks like you were wrong. Goodbye, Jack."
All right. So, when it made the power down sound, that's when I half thought my crackpot theory that the island was a spaceship was about to come true.
Mhm.
I'm like, oh, the power source.
Yeah.
The holographic emitters are about to go offline, and we're going to see what the island really looks like.
Wow.
And then it's like these aliens that have been there the whole time in some phased out dimension, and nobody ever knew that they were there. I watch a lot of Star Trek.
Is that the thing from which one was that? One of the movies?
Yeah. It's all over Star Trek, but one of the movies had that, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a good Voyager episode about something like that.
Oh, okay. Star Trek is nothing if not, thoroughly willing to revisit things.
Oh, they love it. They love taking ideas that they've shown and doing it again in a little different way.
Exactly. Yes.
We're not done with this.
Yes.
Much like the island.
Yes.
So this is craziness going on here. This is the beginning of the craziness.
Totally. Yeah.
So I don't even know where to start.
I don't either. Yeah, this is this is the first time we see what's in that cave. And Desmond is able to, pull out this thing and sort of make the island power down and start to go into shutdown mode or something.
Mhm.
The island is a spaceship theory definitely, it fits with the way they play this scene. But yeah, it kind of looks like, for whatever reason, that place is functioning as some kind of essential element to keeping the island together.
Mhm.
Like it starts to fall apart when that thing's unplugged and the light isn't on anymore.
Yeah.
When the plug went red and started emitting smoke, I was like, "Oh yes." And now we're going to get a volcano eruption.
I thought you were going to say a second smoke monster.
No.
Yeah, volcano. So, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I've long thought that there's going to be a volcano eruption on the show at some point. I always thought the ash was, I remember when we originally saw the ash circle, I thought the ash was connected to the volcano in some way. I think it's just because in the episode where they introduced the ash, there's that scene with Ben in school where the teacher talks about volcanoes.
Yeah.
And I thought there was like something about this weird volcano and it erupted and it left an ash line or something. I didn't know what I was thinking.
That's how volcanoes work.
Yes.
Well, the thing about the volcano, sort of, I have a thing or two to say about that because I thought the same thing that this gave a very volcano-ish effect,
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe this is the place to talk about my big theory about the island and the plug and how it relates to other things.
Okay.
Which would probably be us talking about the whole plug stuff in general, but I guess this is as good a place as any.
Okay.
So let me start just with what happens in this scene. Desmond moves the plug. The light dims. It seems to power down. We hear this power down sound, and then the little place where the plug was starts to glow red, and seemingly red hot, and then steam comes out. So what that makes me think is, or what I was thinking was something like we know there's electromagnetism down here, and we know that the plug, when in place, keeps that electromagnetism stable, allows the light to shine, and then of course when the plug is out, those two things aren't there. And also there's this thing about the water. Like when the plug is there, the water comes in. When the plug is out, there is no water.
Right.
And of course Man in Black said he was building the donkey wheel to manipulate the water and the light to get off the island. So I think, there's something there with the water having to do with the light.
Yes.
So here's where I want to put a volcano theory in there, which I know sounds ridiculous, so bear with me.
Uh-oh. Okay.
What if there is a volcano under here?
Okay.
And what sort of happens is, and this isn't a watertight theory, but what if the situation is that the plug itself, so there's a volcano down there, and sort of at the top or wherever you want to say, I don't know if the position matters, but along with this volcano is this electromagnetism. And what this plug does is keep, maybe the plug itself is made out of like some sort of rock or something, or maybe there's magnetic rock in that plug, something like that. But like the force of the plug being in that hole sort of counteracts the magnetism that's there and sort of keeps the volcano stable, keeps like the magma from erupting, basically. And I did a little bit of research, and, magma isn't really, like, magnetic. It could have some parts of rocks that could be magnetic, there could be magnetite in it or something. But in general, from the 5 minutes of Wikipedia research I did, magma isn't sort of generally magnetic. But I was just sort of thinking, okay, well, maybe that's sort of what the plug does, is sort of keeps this volcano from, using the magnetism keeps the volcano from erupting, which would, of course, destroy the island if that plug is removed.
Right.
So that's kind of one of the things I was thinking that was going on here.
Okay.
Just having the intense heat and the steam, it just makes me think volcano.
Well, I thought the same thing.
Yeah.
I was surprised the volcano came into your theory, because I thought it was just kind of a crazy thought I had.
Mm-hmm.
Just another crazy thing I thought when I was watching the episode. But it's like your theory revolves around the volcano.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, wow, I didn't see that coming.
So I don't know. What do you think about that? Because that's sort of the first part of my theory about what's going on here.
It sounds good to me. Sense? Yeah, I believe you. I'm impressed you tried to do research on whether magma was magnetic.
I wanted something to go on, because I'm like, I know it's made of rock, it's molten rock, but I'm like, what is it, what is it really? And, most of it is, of course, like, I say of course, but, most of it is,
what is
like,
most of it?
Well, most of it is like, what do they call it? Silicate. 90% of the Earth's surface is like silicate, or whatever the official term is, but something silicate.
Right.
So I guess silicon-based or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Basic, sixth grade science class of, what is the Earth's crust made of?
Oh yeah.
It's that stuff. But anyway, so okay, that's sort of the first part of my theory. So the next part has to do with the overall function of the plug and how it relates to the incident and how it relates to the Swan Hatch button pushing. So let's, if we will, flash back to the 70s.
Okay.
Whoosh. Okay, so we all know the incident. We all know what happened. Dharma was digging down towards this electromagnetism. They hit this pocket and it became unstable. And the Losties detonated a hydrogen bomb, or at least the core of it, which seemed to have prevented the island's destruction. And, the side effect, of course, is sending them to the future, but that's sort of irrelevant for what I'm talking about now.
Yeah.
But what it seemed to do, as Kate said, they still built the Swan Hatch,
right.
the Swan Station. So what I'm thinking happened here is, look at it from Dharma's perspective, they see these people come in who they call hostiles. We know them as the Losties. They come in, they seem like they're trying to mess up things. And what they end up doing is preventing the island's destruction by detonating its hydrogen bomb. So, so instead of so they basically realizing, okay, this pocket we were releasing was counteracted by this hydrogen explosion. So since that sort of saved them, I'm thinking, okay, well they would be they're glad they know that information. So basically, I'm thinking, of course, because of the incident, because this happened, the pocket never became fully stable again, thus the need to press the button. And so, and I'm thinking the button does something that, similar to the Jughead effect of, counteracting this buildup of electromagnetism or releasing it or something like that. But so the next part of the theory is that since Dharma knew that a hydrogen explosion could counteract the the release of electromagnetism, that is the same idea they use for the failsafe. So that when Desmond goes in terms of failsafe, what he's actually doing is like detonating a hydrogen bomb, which is counteracting the buildup of energy from the Swan Hatch. But of course, it's not exactly the same scenario. The Swan Hatch sort of gets imploded and all that stuff, but it does sort of prevent the island from being destroyed.
Yes.
So that's sort of the big bulk of that theory. And so then, of course, this plug is the next part of that, where I want to say, I guess flashback to the beginning of this history of the island, and I feel like a similar thing might have happened where the Egyptians or these original people dug down here too close to a pocket, and excuse the volcano thing for a second, dug close to this electromagnetism, and sort of realized, okay, this is bad, we did something wrong, and their version of the button is this plug, or their version of the failsafe or something like that is this plug. I guess it would be more of the failsafe is this plug, whereas, if something, this is something that can counteract the destruction of the island.
Yes.
So all those things are my big theory about what's going on here.
Okay. Wow. I think I totally agree with the idea that this thing is something analogous to the failsafe and sort of the button too, but for Egyptians or whoever built it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that sounds like that's on the right track. I mean, the writers put in a button reference. When Desmond goes down there, they have Desmond himself be the one to do it. The fact that he was able to, trigger the failsafe, the thing that happened, is tied in to his, ability, and that's why he's here to do this. Mm-hmm. I think there's pretty strong connections between those things. So
yeah, and they called him a failsafe.
Yes, they called him a failsafe, sure. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that drop in there that really makes it sound like there's a connection between the two things. So I think that's the right way to read that. Your thing about the incident sounds pretty much right to me. Again, I wish the show could have told us that somehow, but I do think that's the basic idea of what's happening. That sounds pretty much in line with what I would try to say if I had to what the incident did. And the volcano theory is interesting.
The volcano is an extra part. It's an extra thing that is only there because of this scene where it looks like a volcano.
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm more iffy on the volcano theory, even though that was the one I sort of thought, but I don't see. I mean, it's possible, but I think your general thing about the plug and the swan is is right. I disagree with that.
What do you think about the idea that the failsafe was a hydrogen bomb?
Oh, the failsafe is a hydrogen bomb. Yes. Yeah. I mean, I agree that it's something like that. I don't think it doesn't seem like it's literally that. It seems like it's something that has that effect.
Yeah.
You know, the Swan Hatch implosion is something I may never understand.
Yeah.
But I do think the basic idea there is you know, but it's somehow a permanent solution, you know,
mm-hmm.
whereas it seems like the hydrogen bomb just kind of bought them time and allowed them to set
Yeah,
up
it may not have been. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No.
I was just gonna say it may not have been enough. You know, I think like what I want to say is, you know, the incident showed Dharma. Okay, well here's a way we can counteract this stuff if it ever happens again, and they could, you know, they have the time and energy to sort of calibrate a better solution than, you know, a jury-rigged hydrogen bomb from Jughead. You know, they can sort of build the failsafe to be more sort of specific, and if they want more permanent solution to this whole thing, you know.
Yes.
But it just made sense to me that like Dharma would use the events of the incident to their advantage, you know, in terms of building the Swan and all the stuff they did over there.
Right.
And not just be sort of pretending like it didn't happen or something.
Right.
Like, oh, now that we're done with that, let's just go on as business as usual. I feel like it affected what they did with the station.
Yes. I agree. Yeah, it seems like the station never got to be what it was supposed to be originally.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it seems like originally they were going to study the electromagnetism there, but it didn't even get built before there was the incident.
Yeah.
So it turned into a station to just deal with this problem.
Yeah.
As opposed to a station to study anything.
Yeah. The volcano thing to me really is a stand-in for whatever vehicle of destruction that the island has.
Yeah.
And I feel like with the Swan station, the vehicle of destruction was electromagnetism. Like if it built up too much, that might have destroyed the island.
Yeah.
And it seems like they can't exactly do that with the sort of, you know, ancient tools that were available to these Egyptians, you know, but so they need some sort of thing that could destroy the island if left unchecked or if changed.
Right.
And so, to me, it makes a little bit more sense if it's something like, you know, something natural, like a volcano.
Yeah.
That they can sort of deal with versus like electromagnetism, which, you know, they didn't have the tools or technology to sort of deal with.
Right.
Because,
right.
You know, it's a lot easier to deal with a volcano.
That's been my experience.
You know, I have quieted down so many volcanoes in my day, but I can't get a grasp over electromagnetism.
Right, yeah. It's hard. Very hard.
Anyway, so I don't know. I like that general theory though that these sort of three things are all sort of related.
Yeah.
You know, the variations on the theme, the same way Lost is, you know, all these people are coming here and doing certain things, and the people who get close to destroying the island, you know, sort of realize how to not do it and put sort of these fail-safes into place.
Right. Yeah, and I do think that those hints are being dropped deliberately as a way to give us a sort of an answer about the Swan Station.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, and possibly also about the incident and, you know, and I think they made the connection pretty clear between the light and the electromagnetism and stuff like that. But I think, you know, taking it a step further is on the right track.
Yeah. I was also thinking something like with the water, like somehow the water cools whatever magma is on top and
mm-hmm.
And therefore, like in its more cooled state, it's you know, it gives off more electromagnetism or something.
Yeah.
Or magnetism, and therefore that's why it produces sort of the light or something like that.
Mhm.
But it's just sort of a weird thing anyway to just have this water come into this pool area and then this light to just sort of shine from that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
this is our new set for the finale.
Yeah.
This is the big island location that we've never seen before.
Yeah.
And I guess it's the last new one we're ever going to get.
I guess so.
But, it's, it has a fairly simple sort of, what they do with it is pretty simple. But I think since there's evidence, like you said, that people built it, there is a sense that somehow like the island was a natural force or something. It already had these qualities, but they weren't harnessed or they weren't controlled or something. And sort of people came in and, put in these various devices to harness or control or temper or something the natural forces that the island had.
Yeah.
It seems like that's sort of one of the big stories of the island.
Totally. I don't understand what happens to Desmond in this scene. So he's sort of on the ground trying to crawl away from the hole, and then everything turns red, and he sort of screams no, like he's being burned or something.
Yeah.
That was my first impression. And then he just sort of hangs down there, and I guess he passes out. I don't know what happens, but it seems really weird to me. And I'm wondering if he's saying sort of no in response to the light not working, because I thought he was saying no, like, no, I'm dying. But maybe he's saying, no, it didn't work. I didn't pass through the other side.
That's kind of what I thought he meant.
Yeah, I thought he was like, no, I'm getting burned.
Yeah, well, in retrospect, when I first was watching, I had no idea what was going on. But
yeah,
when I saw it the second time, that's what I thought. When I knew, when I more fully understood that that's what he was saying.
Yeah.
So I think that's what that is.
It's just weird to me that he passes out here.
Oh, yeah. He passes out? Yeah, I guess he does.
I think so, yeah. I think when Jack comes down later, he has to wake him up.
Yeah. No, you're right.
It's like, way to go, fail-safe.
Ouch.
Where's the fail-safe for the fail-safe? I guess that's Jack.
Pretty much. This is that's Desmond's big thing. That's the package doing his job.
Desmond's big thing is the package? Did you really just say that?
I did not just say that exactly, but sure, why not?
Oh, okay. So Locke says, looks like you're wrong to Jack, and then leaves. He looks like you're wrong. Excuse me. I'm leaving now. Do kindly excuse me. I will exit. The weirdest rivalry ever.
Yes.
And then...
the hero and the villain just kind of casually...
part ways. Like,
yeah.
Okay, well...
Looks like you're wrong, Darth Vader. I'll see you later.
Can you point me to the exit from the Death Star, please?
Yeah, no, that's There's been a lot of that this season. Like, he's been the villain, but he's been, like, hanging around the characters a lot.
Yeah.
That's not really normal. In the old days with the others, they didn't necessarily have them, like, just hanging out with the characters periodically.
Really quickly, no one ever asked MIB his real name.
No.
No one was like, should I call you something else besides Locke? Like, he seemed to be fine with that, but it's like, yeah, no one said, you're not John Locke, what can I call you? Or what should I call you,
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think they wanted to give him a name, and if they had someone ask that, then he'd have to say something. They could do it. They could have done it, but
he could say it's a secret.
He could totally say it's a secret. God.
How great would that be? It's a secret.
It's a secret.
Oh, that would have been awesome. So then Jack follows him out of the cave, and then he punches him, and then realizes Locke's mouth is bleeding, and says, "Okay, you are wrong too." So here we get the sense that pulling the plug was the connection to was Smokey's connection to his power, his immortality, and his smoke changing ability.
Yes, I agree.
And it's interesting because we heard before from Alana that Smokey couldn't change shape because Jacob was dead.
True.
So I wonder if he was wrong, or it was more like, Smokey's connected to the light source, but he also is getting some sort of power through Jacob, who's connected to the light source. So that's a little cumbersome to me, but.
Right. Yeah. No, really, I think they didn't want to let him transform into any dead person he wanted. And they're going to use those ghosts with Hurley, and I think they want to avoid going down a road of wondering who that is, and so I think they wanted to handicap him. They didn't, just like they don't have him use his scanning very much. They didn't want him to use his shape-shifting either. So I think they decided they needed to take it away, and they came up with some kind of reason, Jacob being dead. I don't know if that's a great reason. I think Alana says it because the writers told her to say it, because I think they wanted to get that idea out to the audience. Yeah.
I don't mind that. They obviously you need to make decisions like that. I just mind when it's wrong shit. Like if she would have said, "No, he can't change shape anymore. It's after the summer solstice." That could have been plausible. Fine, all right, whatever. But that's wrong. So I don't mind misdirection or answers or plot elements being sort of told for specific reasons. But I just don't want them to make up stuff.
Yeah.
That isn't, because I think that muddles our idea of what's going on here. Because now it seems like, why is his shape-shifting tied to Jacob?
Yes.
If anything, I would think if Jacob is alive, he can't shapeshift, and when Jacob is dead, he can shapeshift. That's what I would, intuitively think.
Right.
But it's sort of the opposite. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe they didn't have a light cave, so they couldn't tell us. Well, I mean, it doesn't even matter because the plug was still there. So.
Right.
Yeah, I don't even know.
Right. Yeah, it seems like Smokey becoming vulnerable is separate from Smokey losing his ability to shapeshift. But yeah. I mean, it's crap, but I think that's, I think they really just wanted to not have him have that ability, and they were willing to sacrifice the crappiness, to take that away from him.
Yeah.
It doesn't bother me that much, although, honestly, I would have liked to have seen it, just like I would have liked to see more scanning. I missed some of the smoke monster abilities, those are two of the coolest ones. Smokey throwing shit around, I mean, that's not the best.
Yeah. So you have any idea what actually happened when Smokey was thrown down here?
I don't have the slightest clue.
Okay.
I feel like your idea was the closest I've heard to an answer. I don't really understand what happened to his body, like the way the waterfall flows down there. It looks to me like he would have just thudded onto the ground, but it looks like he somehow ended up. It looks like he somehow ended up in that pool.
Yeah, so I'm guessing something happened because when Desmond steps in, he starts to sort of get hurt by it, and it's trouble for him to get close enough to even pull the plug.
Right.
So I'm thinking maybe what happened is Smokey, got pushed down there. He fell down there with the waterfall, got into the little pool, and it sort of shocked him, for lack of a better term. And basically killed him because he's not special like Desmond, who could withstand that energy or whatever's going on there. and then I'm done. I don't know why he turns into a smoke monster, but he does.
Yeah. Yeah.
And maybe that's what it is. Maybe if you die in that pool, it turns into a smoke monster. Yeah, we haven't seen anyone else die in there.
Yes.
So maybe that's just it. It's like, that's the fate worse than death. Is it takes you, I mean, I like to think that light has something to do with life or something to do with the other side or some connection there. So
yes.
So maybe it, your soul is sort of suspended or something, and that looks like a smoke monster.
Right. Yeah. Yes, I think that's right. I mean, I think that's, what can I say? I think that's the best kind of theory.
Yeah.
That you can have. I mean, there's so little to really cling on to come up with a theory of why a smoke monster, but I do think that's the basic idea.
Yeah.
He went down there, he got in the pool, maybe he died. Somehow, like, certain... Yeah, the other idea that you threw out earlier was like he somehow, the evil in the light went into him or something.
Mhm.
He embodied the evil part of whatever the light is. But I mean, somehow that light, if you're a certain kind of person, I mean, it doesn't look like it affects Des in that way. Maybe it is. You have to be dead or, whatever it is. You end up. I mean, Desmond's special. He's got this resistance, electromagnetism. So I don't know. It seems consistent to me that it, it doesn't necessarily affect him that way. And of course, he's not dead. So yeah, I think the basic point that the guy gets shoved down there and goes into the pool and maybe dies or something, and then I don't really understand why it happens, but it's like did you say why it happens?
Just no, I mean, I don't have a good reason of why. Just that something to do with his soul. I mean, obviously his body is separated from his soul, and soul in a general sense,
Yeah.
Whatever essence of that person that still can be around without a physical form.
Right. It's some kind of memories, identity, preferences, stuff like that.
Yeah. So it seems like that, that is a product of his dying in that pool.
Yeah. So there's something. The forces that are in that light pool are just kind of crazy, and somehow they can disembody you.
Mhm.
If you die in there, or if you go in there under the right circumstances or something, like, and the way they disembody you is in the form of a smoke monster.
Yeah.
That's crazy, but hey, if it's a volcano, volcanoes, I don't know, smoke monster.
Sure.
I remember some kind of crackpot theory I heard. Maybe I don't remember where it came from, but the idea that Jacob would like throw the man in black into the volcano and he would come out the smoke monster.
Yeah.
I remember hearing that. Like, this is sort of like that, especially if it's like a volcano there.
Yeah. But shouldn't he come out as a lava monster?
Well, maybe.
Yeah, it's pretty...
Love to see a lava monster.
Yeah, he'd be a little slower, but...
Yeah.
Pretty hot, though. Pretty hot.
Very hot. Very, very.
It makes me think... I got to say, I'm glad that he was unconscious when he went down there, so we don't have to speculate on what he might have done down there if he was conscious.
Oh, right, yeah.
Go, well, maybe he turned this, or maybe he did this, or maybe he... It's like we can pretty safely assume he didn't do anything.
Yes. I think we saw the thing he did.
Yeah, which was die.
Right, which was Did you say die?
Yeah.
Who are you talking about?
Man in Black?
Oh, now I'm confused.
I was saying I'm glad that Man in Black was unconscious when he was thrown down there, so we don't have to speculate about, okay, well, maybe Man in Black did something weird when he was down there.
I totally missed it. I thought you were talking about Desmond.
Oh, no. It's not Man in Black.
Okay. We'd have to speculate over what Man in Black did when he went down there, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe he touched the light, or maybe he tried to move the plug, or maybe he blah, blah, blah.
Yes. That would be, you would have to say that, yeah.
Yeah, thered be some extra speculations there.
Right. But yeah, he was totally unconscious when he went in there.
Mhm.
So I think, it was just some effects that came over him, not anything he did in particular.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think, Smoke Monster. Those particular abilities are kind of crazy. But,
yeah.
But it's a disembodied sort of spirit thing, and it has some affinity with dead people. Like that's the only people it can impersonate. So there's some kind of connection there. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. They didn't tell us.
No, they really didn't tell us. But I don't know. That's a try, I guess. So just to finish this next little bit, you said most of it, but outside we're getting earthquakes as Locke comes out of the cave. Jack tackles him, punches him in the face. We see that Locke is bleeding. Jack says, "Look like you were wrong too." Then Locke hits Jack with a rock in the head, leaves the area. Jack passes out.
Mm-hmm.
So I just like that, Locke tries to just say, "It looks like you were wrong," and sort of exit, out of the cave, and Jack just comes up behind him and like tackles him.
Yeah, like if Jack was wrong, Locke could have just turned to the Smoke Monster.
Yeah.
And just pummel them.
Yeah, totally. Jack would not stand a chance against the Smoke Monster.
No.
Sorry, Jack. Yeah, Jack's it's a bold move, tackling the Smoke Monster.
It is a bold move.
I was surprised when he pushed him in the water too. I was like, man, wow.
I tell you, when Jack does bold stuff, Jack and the dynamite and the black rock, even back in the beginning, I think the first piece of this was Jack deciding not to help Kid Ben with the surgery.
Yeah.
Doing bold things because he believes in something always looks good on Jack. It always makes his character seem really interesting.
Yeah.
The bolder the better. So yeah, it was like, I'm going to take you down, Smokey.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't just get to say I'm wrong and walk away.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to tackle your ass.
But again, Smokey could have just killed Jack.
Mm-hmm.
Stabbed him while Jack was looking at Desmond, looking for Desmond.
Yes. Yeah, but he just leaves him knocked out. And he could have just jumped for the boat.
Mm-hmm. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, but died.
Oh, Smokey, you almost made it.
Almost.
What a tragedy.
Now we're going to have to cross your name off the list.
So, yeah, I think it is clear, I think, from this that his power, the Smoke Monster's power, really came from this light pool thing.
Yeah.
And when that was shut down, it just didn't apply anymore. So he was somehow getting his power. I mean, I still find it confusing that sort of, okay, now he's vulnerable, but he's still Locke, so it's a little strange, but the basic idea is somehow the island was powering him,
Yeah.
It wasn't all him, like he needed the island. It's sort of, what did you say?
Surprise.
Oh, is that a surprise?
That Smokey's being powered by the island light source? Yeah, I think that's a surprise.
Okay. I agree. I just wasn't sure if you thought that was obvious or it was hard to tell. Anyway, I agree. It is a surprise. So it does make me wonder what would happen if he tried to leave the island. I mean, if he relies on the island as a kind of power source, I basically wonder if he left the island, if he would just if the same kind of thing would happen, like he wouldn't be getting the sort of energy or whatever the island gives him that lets him be invulnerable or do what he does,
Yeah. I mean, I want to even tie it to Mother saying you can't leave the island.
Yeah.
Not that I think he was necessarily connected to the light in the beginning, but that would be a good reason for her to say that if she knows that somehow this light is giving him life or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think by the time he's a smoke monster, it's definitely, I think if he left the island, I don't want to believe that the light could power him anywhere in the world. I feel like it should have a radius.
Me too.
Which might be the extensive barrier.
Yeah.
But it's weird. But, look at Jacob. I guess he had power off the island.
Yeah, it kind of looks that way.
So that's a little strange.
That's a good point. Yeah, ouch.
But maybe Jacob had more connection to the light since he was the protector.
Right. I mean, he is different. Smokey is sort of a creature created by the light, whereas Jacob is the the designated protector. He's not.
Yeah.
He's not like from the light literally.
Yeah, exactly.
So I can sort of vibe that maybe Smokey's more tied to it than Jacob is. It limits him more. But that is a little detail there.
Yeah, I mean, whoever is the protector seems to have the power to harness the light. Because, I mean, Jacob is, traveling all over the world.
Yeah.
And I just don't want to believe he's doing it conventionally.
I don't want to believe that either. Although, I don't exactly know how he's doing it, but I agree. I mean, they never show him traveling anywhere. So they make it like he's just there mysteriously.
Yeah.
So it definitely comes across like he's using some strange way of traveling.
And we do know, with the electromagnetism is connected to other spots in the world.
Yes.
So it always made me think somehow those is sort of a conduit or a channel he could sort of use to get to a certain place.
Yeah, maybe he can do like a more sophisticated, controlled, fancy version of what happens with the donkey wheel. That's in Jittu Tunisia, but maybe if you're really connected, if you sort of know how it works better, if you can actually go to the cave or whatever you do, maybe you are able to just, use that to transport you to any number of places.
Yeah.
Not just Tunisia.
And maybe he used the lighthouse to do that, like use the lighthouse to figure out where he wants to go or something. And then, because I feel like you need, not that it matters, but I feel like, you need to sort of know where you want to go before you get to go there, just even if you can, just teleport.
Right. That was a rule in Harry Potter.
Well, then science has proven it to be true, of course.
Yeah, you couldn't just appear if you didn't know where you wanted to appear.
Yeah, I feel like that needs to be true.
Yeah. It's a plausible rule.
You can use the lighthouse as a sort of first step to figure out where you want to go, and say, "Oh, okay, I want to go to Sawyer's Church." And then now he sees it, he can get there.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, I know I want to say another thing about the lighthouse. I know I keep bringing it up a lot, but
you're all about that lighthouse.
I know it's awesome. I just had deja vu. Wow, of like talking about the lighthouse and thinking about Jacob on a podcast after the show is over. Huh. That's probably happened. It's like hour 20 or something. I wanted to say this about the lighthouse. Mother says that, my mommy says everyone has a little bit of light in them.
Yes.
So lighthouse, maybe the lighthouse is reflecting the light that's in these people.
Yes.
The light that sort of corresponds to whatever big event that's in their life or something like that. But, maybe so that's what it's reflecting is that light that sort of, in them or something. Mm-hmm. Just want to throw that out there.
I was going to say, since it's a lighthouse, maybe it really is, to a certain extent, harnessing the power of the light.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe that.
Well, I mean, that would be part of it.
Yeah. Like it seems like it seems not accidental that it's a lighthouse.
Yeah.
Specifically.
Yeah.
Since light is like the sort of fundamental element of the island.
Hey, you remember when we first heard about the lamppost?
Yes.
And I was complaining that they should have called it the lighthouse?
Yes.
And now I know why they didn't. I just thought, lighthouse made so much sense. You use it to find, although it really didn't, but, if you're trying to find something, sort of proactively or actively, I think, you'd use a lamp versus someone's trying to bring you somewhere, they would use a lighthouse.
Yeah.
Sort of a bit different. But anyway, I remember complaining about that, and then they have a lighthouse, and it's like, oh, okay, well, that's why they, maybe why they didn't call it the lighthouse, because they had another lighthouse coming.
They were going to, it'd be weird if they had the lighthouse Dharma station and then the Jacob's lighthouse.
Mm-hmm.
It'd just be weird, redundant, confusing.
Yeah, so maybe the lighthouse is powered by the light, and it's just sort of it sort of shows the people's house or whatever place is important.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I definitely think the light is involved, but it just made me think, since it is sort of it's mirrors that are reflecting things.
Yeah.
And the idea that there's sort of light in people, maybe it's reflecting that light, and the result of that is sort of seeing the place that's important to them or something. I
see. Yes.
This is why we can podcast about Lost for a very long time. People often ask me, after 4 hours, after 2 hours, after 10 hours, what is there left to say? And I just go, well, I don't know. You got to listen to the podcast to find out.
Yes. Partial answer: intricate lighthouse theories.
It's like, we're like early Jack. We just can't let things go.
Totally. Totally. We never got out of the early Jack phase.
There's so many elements of the show we just keep bringing up and bringing up and bringing up, and no matter how many times we bring it up, we're just never satisfied with the answer. So there's always something new to bring up about it, and, so.
Yes. It's true.
I'm sure in 10 years it'll be like, I think I figured out the cabin.
I know. Well, I think it's one of those things, I don't think either one of us really likes having those lingering issues. And
that's definitely part of the magic.
Yeah, I can put them aside when I can't do any more for a while, but it's always in the back of my mind, and if I get any new idea about it, it's like, okay, can I finally solve it now?
Yeah.
Can I finally satisfy myself? And so it's it makes things come up a lot. But I like to think we try to get something new about them out there when we bring them up again.
Yeah.
That's what I tell myself.
I like to think that also.
Yeah. Good. Maybe if we both like to think it'll I don't know, that'll make it true somehow.
Maybe it's more likely to be true,
Yeah.
Well, anyway, so do we need to go back to this scene here? Do you have anything else about the lighthouse?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I think your theory about the lighthouse seems like it's on the right track. I definitely like. I like the idea of the light that's in people is sort of what's being reflected.
Yeah.
In the mirrors. I mean, that just sounds sort of right. Sounds like the kind of thing they would be thinking.
It's poetic in a way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly, and that's the kind of thing they like to say. It just when they tell when they give answers and stuff. So remember when Mother said blah blah blah.
Yeah.
So okay. So yeah, Locke knocks Jack out, but doesn't kill him, and that will be his downfall.
Fatal mistake.
Sorry, Locke / Smokey / Man in Black. So are you ready for the next scene?
Yep.
Okay, so in the next scene we flash sideways. Claire goes backstage and into labor. Claire catches up to her and asks for a doctor. Kate leads Claire to a place to rest. That's just a little bit. We'll come back to that, so I think we can sort of leave that unless you want to say that. Okay. Next scene, back at the concert, Drive Shaft / Dan continue to play. Eloise tells Desmond she told him to stop. Desmond says he chose to ignore her. Eloise says once they know, what then? Desmond says then we're leaving. Eloise asks if they're going to take his son. Desmond says not with me, no.
It's interesting when how people emphasize lines, and so Desmond says, not with me, no. Like, as if, I think that's where he puts the emphasis on
is that how he says it? Not with me, no.
Or maybe he says, not with me. I forgot. He places the emphasis on one of the parts that made it seem like Dan might be going with someone else. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Which I think is sort of true in the end.
Yes.
But it didn't sort of like, I don't think it really alleviates the idea that he might be leaving soon.
Yes.
Which is maybe her problem. Not that he's going to leave eventually, but it's just interesting to, when, how emphasis plays. Because, of course, the line is just not with me.
Right.
But, you could say not with me, and that'd just be weird.
That would be weird.
But,
or not with me.
Yeah, not with me. I'm taking him, but, like, not with me. I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means either. But, yeah, you could say, not with me.
Yeah, like, no way he's coming with me. I guess that's the implication of that.
Yeah.
Not with me.
Yeah. Not with me.
Not with me. You see that hat? Like going anywhere with a guy that wears a hat like that.
He walks in the room with that hat and everything's ruined. Yeah, no. So I think this is the closest we get to an explanation about Miss Hawking and her earlier scene with Desmond.
Yeah.
I think she basically didn't want him to go around waking people up. She didn't want him to wake up necessarily, and she's basically fearful about Dan being taken away.
Yeah.
So I think it's as simple as that. As far as I can tell.
Like, why wouldn't she want Dan and all her family to wake up and move on? Like, I guess she's having a good old time, but
yeah,
they're sort of living in this fantasy world, pretty much literally.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, she can be selfish if she wants, but it seems like like she should be able to go with them. So I don't know.
Right.
But anyway, I did like the line of Desmond telling her he chose to ignore her. Of course, it's all about choice. Choice, destiny, choice. So,
you can't spell choice, destiny, choice without choice.
That's true. You really can't. So anyway, I like that line of him saying, yeah, you told me and I chose to ignore you, and that's part of the rules. I can do what I want.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
So that's all I got.
Yeah, I guess the other thing I get out of this is it seems like Eloise is to a certain extent more aware of what's going on in this world.
Mm-hmm.
That Desmond might take her son away. Like she's chosen to stay there. Like it seems like maybe this is where Ben would go. You know, something more like this, or he knows what's going on, but he kind of plays along with it because he wants to be there.
Yeah, and that's sort of a bigger point too. Is what what is going to happen with Ben? Does he go back to? Does he just continue to have his island memories? And he's awake. He's awake now, and then that's it. He doesn't regress, of course, back to pre-awakened Ben or anything like that. You think he stays the way he is?
Originally, I didn't. Now I think that might be the case.
Yeah. Because otherwise, he'd have to be awakened again.
Yes.
And that seems a bit too much.
Yes, I agree.
I remember remembering this.
Totally.
Like, no.
Yeah, that's a bit much.
Yeah.
But
no, that's a good point. I like it that even though she's special, I like that she's an example of someone like Ben who chooses to stay behind.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's nice to have that because then it's at least it's at least clear there can be people like that.
Yeah.
Who just kind of choose to stay behind, who want to do their own thing. So I think it just ends up being. I want to say that maybe this is taking it too far, but I want to say that the real Eloise in the real world, the reason why she knew stuff, I want to say somehow it was similar to this. For whatever reason, she just, that is her, I guess it's kind of what we said earlier, like that is her ability, she just understands reality or something. She's somehow in touch with what's going on in the universe around her. It just seems like that's her ability. I don't know why.
So just say what's on your mind. You think she's Gaia. Just say it. That's fine. I'm not gonna say it's crazy.
I'm just saying, what if she is Gaia?
That's crazy.
Damn you!
Trap successful.
Curses.
Yeah, no, she's got some sort of gift, but a lot of people have inexplicable powers, and actually, I'll take that back. I think the inexplicable powers go back to the light source, so I'll say her power is from the light source.
Sure.
She was on the island, so.
Yeah, she was.
And maybe her the fact that she sort of kills her son, who she kills this man who she realizes very shortly after that is her son. Yeah. And then sort of spends the rest of her life with this sort of knowledge of the intricacies of time travel and, sort of like, realizing, that stuff is possible and that things change or don't change or whatever the truth is. And maybe that's, maybe that's what sparks this power of hers, because I don't think she has it before the whole incident stuff. So maybe, her being exposed to, this horrible tragedy of time travel with her son is what sort of makes her become open to this bigger awareness of the knowledge of the place of things or time or whatever. Right. Sort of that experience. I want to say something like that for Miles and Hurley too, like some catalyst for their powers. Mhm. Does Miles thinking his father is dead or something give him that power of talking to dead people? Something weird like that. Nothing that's like really straightforward, but just sort of analogy power of like, oh, this is your sort of issue, and you sort of get this weird power that's somewhat related. Mhm. Hurley, maybe, I don't know, what is Hurley thing? He sees imaginary people and then gets to see dead people. Or something. Yeah. That's what I was gonna say. Like, I feel like one of the things that happened was that Hurley had mental problems. He had an active imagination, and he, even had a whole imaginary friend, I think, with Dave that he interacted with and had a whole personality. And so I think once he started actually seeing dead people, that's sort of partially why he thought he was crazy. Yeah. And that's why he sort of throws himself back in the mental institution, because he knows he has that history, and so he's sort of susceptible to that kind of stuff, and it just turns out that it's true. Yeah.
You know, it turns out he's really seeing, you know, dead people. But he was already like, you know, he was already susceptible to seeing things that weren't there, and so it seems like somehow the island amplified that into seeing things that are kind of there, but most people don't see.
Yeah, it's like amplified his perception because he already had that ability to sort of visualize things that weren't there.
Yeah.
Sort of in the real world that weren't there, and he could just visualize things that are there in the spirit world.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to say that.
It'll work. That's kind of what it is.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to do with the fucking ghost walking around.
Is that all the people with powers?
Miles and Hurley and seemingly Miss Hawking?
Yeah.
I think so. Let me think. Yeah. No, the rest of the science team didn't really have powers. They just kind of... Well, I guess Desmond has his weird electromagnetism thing. If you consider that a power. Or if you drop your call, I think that's what happens. Yeah, it is. Okay, guys, what do we got? He's going to be on really soon, but just going to quickly check the news here while I wait. Let's see here.
I am back.
Oh, okay.
What did I miss?
Let's see. What were we talking about?
So just trying to figure out who else has powers.
Oh, I brought up Desmond.
Yeah, okay, Desmond. Yeah, I was about to say him when I got cut off. He's got. We know why he's special. Well, yeah. we know why he's special. We don't know why he's special, but we know why he's special.
Wait. What do you mean?
I mean, I feel like somehow his power is that he's special in terms of electromagnetism, but we don't know why he has that power.
True.
So maybe it's the light, but...
I think it should be tied to the island somehow. Like, I kind of don't want to believe he had that power before he came to the island.
Mm-hmm.
You know? But I want to say somehow his time in the hatch, maybe turning the failsafe, I don't know what, sort of gave him that power.
Yeah.
I mean, it almost seems like he needed the power before he turned the failsafe so that he could survive.
That's why I feel like he should have already had it.
Yeah.
I think that's what caused him to survive the failsafe.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
But it could be something to do, like we're saying with these other people who have these sort of these other issues that are somewhat related to their power. So maybe his time spending pressing the button. Like, I don't want to say his exposure to electromagnetism really did it necessarily, but maybe that made him open to the island giving him this ability. Yeah. Yeah. Because I don't think, other people who would have been down there the same amount of time would get this same ability.
Yeah, no, I agree. It doesn't seem like it's as simple as that. It's some kind of thing with him, but it's hard to separate out. And also, like, we don't really know that much about what Desmond did.
Yeah.
We got so little of that period of time. So it's sort of hard to guess, but yeah, I kind of feel like it should have happened that way, and it should be something intrinsically tied to Desmond, and I don't exactly know what that would be.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine with saying it's his time on the island, pressing the button.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's basically the answer.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find more than that, I guess. I mean, he did do it for a long time.
Yeah.
Longer than, well, I guess not longer than Kelvin.
How long was Kelvin down there?
Well, I guess I don't. Well, no, I don't really know.
Well, he got there late 80s, I thought.
Well, I think since he was in the first Iraq Gulf War thing.
Wait, there was a first one?
Yeah, in the early 90s.
You sure the current one hasn't just been going on for that long? Are you sure?
I don't know. That's what I keep hearing on Fox News.
Oh, yikes. Okay, yeah, that's right. I didn't mean late 80s. I meant early 90s.
Yeah. So, because since we saw him with Saeed there, like that sort of dates the earliest I think he could really be on the island.
Yeah.
So I think, that he, I think he could have come as early as say 93 or 94 or something like that. So probably at most 10 years.
Well, okay, yeah. So Desmond. Okay, that's right. So yeah, he was probably down there for a while. Okay.
Yeah, I mean he was definitely there before Desmond was. There's a whole history. Like Radzinski was there. They had that map. Like it looks like they were there for some extended period of time. Desmond is only there without him for a month and a half, something like that, month and 2/3.
Yeah.
So I think he definitely was down there longer than Desmond was. On the other hand, he never really got the chance to find out. Who knows? Maybe he was resistant to electromagnetism. I mean, we never really saw him try. He was planning to try to turn that failsafe. He just didn't have the guts to do it.
Mhm.
So maybe he would have survived. Who knows? But yeah, I don't know. It's a bit much. It is a long time to stay there, though. It's the idea with the Swan. I think you weren't supposed to stay there that long.
Yeah, but nobody told them the purge happened.
Well, yeah, apparently not.
They didn't get the memo. There's no one to send it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that part's weird. It's like no one told them the purge happened, but they do have these nice gas masks and suits to seemingly avert the effects of the purge.
Yeah. Well, the purge would have happened by the time Kelvin got there, right? So
that's a good point. That's one of the problems with dating the purge.
Yeah.
Because it's like he could have. I mean, the best you can say is that he should have got there within like months of the purge happening.
Mhm.
From the dates they give us.
Yeah, maybe the purge happens. Radzinski goes into the Swan Hatch at some point, or he's already there, or something like that. And then, when Kelvin gets there, the purge has already happened, and Radzinski sort of maybe never tells them what happened, but they know that this gas was out there that killed people, or something like that. But he doesn't know necessarily that it was the purge,
right?
But I forget about Kelvin. Is he expecting? He's not expecting a replacement though, so maybe he already knows Dharma's gone.
Well, he does question Desmond as though he's expecting a replacement.
Yeah.
Just as Desmond does. So there's that idea floating out there, but it almost seems like it's kind of a desperate hope.
Yeah, like they have the idea of a replacement, but they're not sort of expecting one. But when someone shows up, they'll say, "Well, are you the replacement?" Yeah,
exactly. That whole "are you him?"
Tell me, what does a snowman wear for a nose? Carrots. Is that the phrase?
I don't remember the exact joke, but it's something like that.
Yeah. What does one snowman say to the other?
Yes, that's it.
I smell carrots.
Yes. Smells like carrots.
You have a carrot nose.
Yeah, it should somehow more than smell like carrots.
Mm-hmm.
Smell should be carrots.
Yeah. Smell equals carrots. There
is no smell but carrot.
Now you're writing poetry.
Kind of am. That's what happens. So wait, what was my original point? Oh yeah. So I think even though they acted like are you my replacement? I think in a way they probably kind of knew that wasn't the case.
Yeah.
Especially because we find out Radzinski was fixing Desmond's boat. Kelvin was fixing Desmond's boat.
Yeah.
So I think he knew. I mean, now that we know how Dharma works, that's not how the new person would arrive. Crashing in some boat on the island. Like that's not the way the replacement should really show up.
Yeah, no. Totally.
Same thing with Desmond, you know, when people like dynamite and come down the hatch, like he really shouldn't expect that to be the replacement.
Yeah.
You know, that's really not how it should work. But again, yeah, I feel like it's just, you know, well, partially I think they're teasing us. At that point, we don't even know that Dharma doesn't exist anymore.
Mhm.
You know, so partially it's like they're playing it like Dharma's still alive.
Yeah.
You know, and it's only later that we find out how dead it is.
Dead is dead.
Yes. Yes. I kept hoping for some Dharma person to pop up, but they never did.
Oh.
Until they went to the 70s, and that counts.
And then the Dharma people that popped up were people you already knew.
So true.
You didn't even know they were Dharma people.
No, I really didn't. I wouldn't have suspected.
Yeah, it's so weird to me, man. I mean, think about this. Maybe this would have busted time. I don't know. But, like, say you're who could you be? Who's a good person for this? I don't know. Maybe say you're Jack. Well, that doesn't really work. I don't know. Say you're just one of the Losties who go back to the 70s, right? Okay. And, of course, you know that you were on this island in, you know, from 2004 on.
Right.
Until they time travel back, of course. Couldn't they have, like, you know, left some clue for themselves or something that wasn't really there previously? You know, like etched into the Swan Hatch, Benjamin Linus is another. You know, Henry Gale is another. You know, somewhere where, well, of course the hatch wasn't built, so this doesn't really work. But say the hatch is there,
no, I get your idea.
Or somewhere else. You know, like just leave this message that they know wasn't there before.
Right.
But like leave it now, which like in a place that they know they remember looking, and just totally change the future. And I guess you'd have to say they couldn't do that. But
yeah, that would sort of be the whatever happened thing. Like, they could do that, but they didn't.
Yeah, exactly, because it's like that's their present, so they could, you know, go write a message on a rock somewhere.
Yeah.
That they know they would find, but that's the thing. It's like, even though they won't, they could, but they won't.
Yeah. But if they could, then it would have been there.
Mhm.
I don't mean that. If they did, then it would have been there.
If they did, it would have been there, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I think it looks to me like on the show, the final word really is whatever happened, happened.
Mhm.
You know, you can't muck about with the timeline. They stuck to that in the end.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the idea of the universe saying, you know, screw these Losties trying to mess up my timeline. Send them back to where they came from. Get them out of my 70s. They're trying to ruin the past.
Yeah. Yeah.
So anyway, I just thought that'd be crazy thing to do, to be like, well, this might help me in the future. Maybe I can just change it.
Oh yeah. No, it would have been great to have that information.
Mhm.
If only. Yeah, I would have loved stuff like that. I would love if I actually believed that they were there in Dharma in the 70s before season 5.
Yeah.
You know, based on what we saw in the show before that, I don't quite buy it. But, you know, it would have been nice if they somehow put in little things that they could, you know, refer back to later.
Yeah.
To make that happen.
Like, Kate, you look good in a jumpsuit. What? You know, someone who saw her picture or something from the 70s,
yeah.
You know.
Yeah, totally. I thought that was weird, but now I get it, yes.
Yeah, you would have been like Kate, who thought that was weird, and then she'd get it. She'd go back to the 70s and put on a jumpsuit and go,
oh, yeah.
I do look good in this.
They were right.
Why didn't I wear jumpsuits more often?
Yes. No, yeah, that would have been that would have been nice. I would have liked to have seen that. even stuff with Ben and Saeed, and like they could have put in some little thing there.
Oh man, like not that Ben they wrote that Ben wouldn't remember all that stuff, but like it would have been so great for him to be like, "Are you gonna shoot me, Saeed? You're gonna shoot me again? What are you talking about? That's never shot you."
Perfect. It just turned British at the end.
Yeah, a little British. A little bad British.
Yes. No, exactly. I mean, basically they had to write it that way because clearly he didn't remember.
Yeah.
It definitely seems like, and I say seems like because this is like verbatim what Dana Carlton said, they wanted to tell stories, they wanted to show us some of the Dharma Initiative and tell some stories about the Dharma Initiative, but they didn't just want to, do flashbacks with characters we'd never seen, have some character run out of the jungle and say, hey, I got some stories to tell about the Dharma Initiative, So their solution was to sort of put our characters, the main characters, into Dharma, and that would be their vehicle for doing that. So I think in the end that sort of, it was a pragmatic way to show Dharma on the show, and so in the end I think maybe it didn't get fully integrated into the story as much as it could have been, because in part I think it was a bit of a device.
Yeah.
I mean, they made it work. They built a whole season around time traveling, so it fit in, but I think it really was just, to show us Dharma without losing the main characters.
Yeah, just, they have to screw with time.
They have to screw with time. That's the downside.
Wow.
So I think they tried to alleviate that with the whatever happened thing, and then they decided they would freak us out and hint that they could change things, and then trick us with this flash sideways thing.
Yeah.
Being like, oh, that's what they did. So it sort of tied into their whole, end game, I guess.
Mhm.
So that was nice. I mean, it all fits. I understand what they were doing. I see the plan.
Yeah, the plan.
It was a plan.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say about it.
You want to say something about the next scene?
Very nice. Classic segue.
Thank you. I'm bowing.
You should be. Okay. Next scene, Claire is really in labor. Kate tells her to breathe. Charlie shows up backstage and sees there's something wrong. Kate asks Charlie for water and blankets. Charlie leaves to get them. Kate tells Claire to start pushing. She gives Claire a pep talk. Claire pushes and pushes, and then Kate gets her island memories. Kate pushes again. Kate has more memories. She hands Aaron to Claire. Claire takes Aaron. Claire says, it's Aaron, and cries. Kate cries. Charlie shows up with the blankets. Kate tells Charlie to bring the blanket to Claire. When Claire touches Charlie's hands, he gets his island memories. Charlie recognizes Claire. They kiss. Aaron cries. Desmond asks Kate if she understands. Kate says, now what?
All right. I do like Kate telling Claire to breathe, breathe, breathe. That is classic Kate. What was the origin of that? Was it Libby and Kate?
Yeah.
Libby trying to, she was remembering things, or?
Yeah,
what was going on?
I want to say it was Libby and Claire, although I could be wrong.
It was Libby and Claire.
That's what I want to say. I could be wrong about that, but I want to say like Claire. I want to say Claire was freaking out about something, like maybe it was maternity leave or something, and like she's getting her memories back, and Libby tells her to breathe.
That's right. It was Libby's professional skills here at work. Breathe.
Just breathe.
Yeah, because she was like, step aside, I'm a psychologist.
Yes, exactly. That's what it was. Expert here.
Expert.
Yeah, no, and also there was the thing with Shannon when she was having the asthma attack and Jack told her to just breathe.
Just breathe. Yeah.
Exactly.
This reminded me of that. You're in labor. Just breathe. That's
just
all right. Just breathe. Thanks. I wasn't planning on breathing. I was going to have this baby holding my breath. Thought I'd give it a whirl.
Yeah.
I'm an adrenaline junkie that way. You know.
Yeah, that's why else would you do that? I think I could have a baby without breathing.
Yeah. If I hold my breath, it'll come out faster.
It does come out pretty fast.
Man, I tell you, this is the quickest birth ever on television. I'm telling you, it was so fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was watching this with a friend of mine, Jerica, and she mentioned, who you know, and she mentioned, did they even have time for Claire to take off her underwear? You know, like, and it's like, she's having a TV pregnancy. She's not wearing underwear.
Totally. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no umbilical cord. It's like this. It just kind of pops out painlessly.
Yep.
The no placenta.
It's Insta baby.
It's totally Insta. It's almost like there's a baby that they have on set that they just kind of hand to Claire, and it didn't really come out of her. It's almost like that.
How dare you insult the acting stamina of Emily DeRavin, and to suggest that she did not become with child and carry it for 9 months and delivered on cue for this scene in the finale. How dare you, sir? She is a method actress.
You're right. How
she's had so many babies on that show. Every time she's in a scene giving birth.
Who am I to question the great Emily DeRavin?
I don't know anymore.
I don't either. I don't know who I am.
All right, so let's see what else is happening here. So this is the big scene when they all realize. So Kate and Claire have the connection of Kate helping Claire give birth to Aaron on the island, and so this is their big connection here.
Yes.
So they get their memories, and then Charlie comes in, and, you know, he's got a big connection to Claire and Aaron, so boom, he gets the memories. Mm-hmm. And that's about it. What else you got?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, push. 1, 2, 3, push.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's sort of a replay of the scene when Claire gives birth, and I guess this is the third time we've seen that scene on the show. I guess the only person missing is Jen.
Well, really, the other person who's missing is Sawyer, right?
Oh, yeah, Sawyer should be watching from the... Oh, that would be so great.
I just love during the recap, you know, when they're showing Claire giving birth, and I'm saying, Sawyer's right over there. Yeah, they don't show that part, but it's like they're trying to tell us he's right over in those bushes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's one of those things on a rewatch. It's going to be weird.
Yeah. I remember when that first happened, how incredulous it was that we were supposed to believe that. We've come a long way.
Yeah.
You know, Lost has really tried the patience of the modern TV viewer.
Yes.
You know, how much can we suspend disbelief?
Yeah.
You know, and I remember that was a big one to say that not only are these characters time traveling, but like Sawyer was there when Aaron was born.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I need a minute on this one.
Yeah, future Sawyer was actually there.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, other of the characters were other places on the island nearby as well.
Yeah.
So you got, like, future Locke, and you got future Charlotte and Dan and, you know, Juliet. And they're, you know, Jen's around somewhere. So it's so bizarre because you have all those characters on the island, and then you have their future selves in various places. And, yeah, that was hard to swallow.
Yeah.
The first time they told us that. And, of course, it's worse when they put Sawyer, like, right next to a scene.
Yeah.
You know, it's one thing to sort of generally know they were there, but something like, when you watch that scene, it's hard not to think, like you said, oh, Sawyer's right over there, watching them from the future.
Yeah. Wanting to touch out and reach Kate, but he can't.
Yes.
Because they didn't film it that way originally.
That's right.
I mean, he chooses not to. Sorry. He chooses not to.
No.
He could have, but he didn't. That's what it is.
Exactly.
All right. So then Desmond says, "Do you understand?" And then, of course, he's saying, "Do you understand that we're all dead and we need to move on?" And then Kate says, "Yes."
Yeah.
Or Kate says, "Now what?"
Right.
Now we go. Now we get the rest of our group and we leave, I guess.
Time to go.
Yeah. So, cool. Yeah, this was sort of, I don't know how emotional you can be about this kind of scene, but it was, it was good.
Yeah. It worked. I do think, the original version of this scene, where Kate got to say, this baby is all of ours, and that was a great line. And then the way they juxtaposed that with Jack trying to save Boone, like it was just the drama was like sky high, and I think they can't really have that because like here Kate and Claire are strangers initially, so Kate doesn't get to deliver that thing. We don't have the simultaneous bad sort of drama going on, so you don't get that weird emotional juxtaposition. So I think it doesn't quite match the original scene.
Yeah, totally.
And it's sort of about the realizations, and again, it's just, especially in this one, it was a lot of clips. It's like, okay, the clips, I understand.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think basically Kate stays behind and meets up Jack when he shows up later.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd think her transition moment would be something with Jack, but they wanted it to be with Claire.
Yeah, I mean, the writers decided that her big connection would be with Claire.
Yeah.
I guess they started down that road when they had her take Aaron.
Yeah, and that was a big thing, and plus her whole thing about coming back was to get Claire, and even in this finale that we're talking about, by the way, she Jack tells her later that she needs to go get rescued so she can go rescue Claire, basically. Like that's what makes, I think that's really what makes Kate leave Jack.
Yeah.
He says you need to go get Claire and save her, because not like you need to go save yourself. I think Kate would have stayed.
Right.
But he reminded her about Claire, which is a big thing for her. So yeah, it fits in that it's her connections with Claire.
Right. The only thing I'll say is that, I know Kate did sort of help deliver the baby on the island originally, but I never really got that Claire and Kate had much of a connection. It seems to me like it really came to the forefront as an issue for Kate once she actually started taking care of Aaron.
Yeah, I think in the early days, Kate was too busy doing missions to hang around and hang out with Claire. It was really Sun who was the one who took care of Aaron when Claire couldn't.
Yeah.
So really that should have been, aside from the birthing thing, of course, but, that was definitely Kate helping Claire. But but in terms of baby care and stuff and connection in terms of talking, it seemed like Kate and her weren't the closest.
Yeah, totally. And of course, Sun initially is the one that has Aaron, even up to like the helicopter times. So it was definitely, Sun was definitely the go-to person to kind of pass off. Because, Kate was always doing stuff, so she usually wasn't available, but basically she went back to the real world and settled down and just kind of took care of a kid for 3 years. So, Claire's kid, of course. And so I think that sort of solidified it. And then, she actually comes back to the island and actually, ends up sort of saving Claire in the end.
Yeah, coming back to save her.
And actually getting her off the island.
Yeah, so.
And presumably bringing her back. So, yeah, that's enough.
Yeah.
But
No, I want more. No,
I'll take it. But it's just, yeah, I mean, in terms of things being, that's definitely something that was a later development.
Yeah, totally.
Like early on, I think they weren't that connected. It did seem like it was more Jack from the early Kate days. And based on what they're doing in these episodes, definitely comes across like, that's what they would go with.
Mhm. I also want to point out that the word Claire has all the same letters that the word Charlie has. Or I should say, all the same. The letters in Claire are in Charlie.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, it did look like Charlie when I read it. I like to excuse myself for that based on that. But yeah, no H though, I guess.
No H.
But very close.
So you're telling me the only difference between Claire and Charlie is an H?
Yeah.
And we know that the thing about Charlie is that he likes what? Heroin.
Oh.
Starts with an H.
Wow.
Did I just make a connection, or did I make something up and pull it out of my ass?
Well,
you decide.
Yeah, I like the idea that that's a connection, but...
Excuse me, kind sir. Did you pull that fact from your rectum?
Right.
Bill Maher.
I know.
That's what
Classic Bill.
All right. Anything else?
No, I think that's it, I think that baby gets to go into the afterlife later.
Lucky baby.
The afterlife. Yeah, that baby didn't do anything.
Baby had nothing to do but be born.
Totally, yeah.
I can do that.
Me too.
Wait a minute, I did do that.
I think I did.
Whoa.
Holy shit.
Are we in the afterlife?
We might be.
That's the next logical question.
It really is.
Well, I guess we'll just have to die and find out.
Good point.
That's the test, right?
It really is, yeah. I think that's all there is to do.
Yeah. Well, we should wait till after the podcast.
Okay, okay.
That's that theory.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. No sense in dying before the podcast.
No. We should finish what we started.
Yes. Clean up our mess.
Yeah. All right, next scene.
Okay. I don't have a next scene.
So the next scene, we're transitioning to myself narrating, and I will be your host, your guide through the rest of the episode.
All right.
Okay, so the next scene, we're on the island. The island is shaking and rumbling. Kate and Sawyer, Hurley, and Ben are thrown about. A large tree begins to fall. Ben pushes Hurley out of the way, and the tree slams down, pinning Ben to the ground. That's sort of the bad scene. I can continue. Outside the light cave, Jack wakes up after being knocked out by Smokey. He enters the cave and calls out for Desmond. He pulls on the rope, but Desmond is not on the other end. Jack runs out of the cave and dashes after Locke. Those are those scenes.
Was that it?
Yeah, that's that little sequence.
Okay, so Ben saves Hurley and then sort of pulls a son.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I ever really figured out how he got out from under the tree. But
yeah, they show in the next scene when they come back, they show Sawyer using a stick as sort of a lever to push the tree off of him.
Okay.
So it's like they don't really show him getting out, but because they sort of end with, Locke has a boat.
Yeah.
And but he's using a stick for leverage to get that tree off. So I think that's how he gets it off.
Okay. But yeah, they never actually show it getting off. They just kind of show him. They're trying to get it off, and then it's off.
Mhm.
So I figured that was what was going on. The other thing is when Jack calls for Desmond, it does not sound like Jack's voice.
Oh, really?
He's got the weirdest voice when he calls for Desmond.
What does it sound like?
It sounds like no character I've ever heard.
Really?
I would never guess that's Matthew Fox doing the yelling. It sounds like somebody else to me.
Oh, I didn't notice.
Edmund! Like, it's just weird. He just doesn't sound normal. And I've heard him yell before, and he's never yelled like that.
Mm-hmm. Daddy's never yelled like that before. Mommy must have done something bad.
Yeah, comparing that to, like, I don't know, when he used to yell in season 3, or, why did he put my name on this thing? What did he want from me? Like, he just doesn't sound like that.
I hope you put together a clip of Jack yelling so we can compare and contrast. Soon you did at least that much work.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Wow. And then you bring this up.
Well, I just invite anyone who has the episode to go listen to it, and then say to pull up, I don't know, Stranger in a Strange Land or something. Listen to Jack yell, go watch it or something, and compare the two. See if you can tell the difference. I don't know. To me, they're different, but it's not a big deal. It just when I first was watching it, I was like, God, what's wrong? That's not. It was almost like they had some ADR guy do it.
Mhm.
Because it just didn't sound. I mean, it might be his voice, and he's just pushing it more than usual or something, but it just doesn't sound like his voice to me.
Yeah, they might have put some effects on it since it's a cave and some echo stuff.
Yeah.
So maybe it just sounds weird because his voice normally in that, him shouting just on set, and then they might have fucked with it some more. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they probably did. That could be it. That could be it.
Makes it maybe sounds more hollow or something.
Yeah. It's not as deep, and I don't hear that whatever it is that Matthew Fox's voice has. Yeah,
I just listened to it again. It sounds like him to me, but it's definitely like hollow.
Yeah. Like Jack's usually a very powerful yeller, and it feels kind of weak.
Seems like the mic is like somewhere else.
Yeah.
It's not like on him. It's like back further or something.
Yeah.
Since he's yelling in the echo, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Maybe that's it.
All right. You have anything else about this sequence here?
Let's see. So what happens? No, I think that's it. I think the big thing is that Hurley saves Ben.
Mhm.
I mean, the other way around.
Mhm. Oh, Hurley saves Ben, all right, but not in this scene. All right. So next scene.
Yes.
All right. So we're on the other side of the island. Kate, Sawyer, and Hurley attempt to rescue Ben. We're coming back to that. They lift with all their might, but the tree's too heavy. Another island quake throws them about. Kate asks what's happening, and Sawyer tells her Locke was right. The island is going down. Miles radios to Ben on the walkie as Frank and Richard repair the windshield on the plane. Kate grabs the walkie and asks Miles if Claire's with them. Miles says yes, but says Claire doesn't want to come with him. He tells Kate that the plane is being repaired, and then they're leaving. Another island quake shakes the ground. Miles asks Frank how much time there is until takeoff. Frank says about 5 or 6 hours. Richard says they maybe have 1. Miles tells Kate to hurry. Sawyer, using a branch to rescue Ben, questions how they will make it to the plane in time. Ben says he knows how. Locke has a boat.
Oh.
Yeah, I kind of like that from Ben. It's almost like, I don't know if I want to tell you where it is. Maybe you should rescue me first. Kind of like they have an incentive to rescue him now because he's got information they need.
Yeah.
Not that they weren't going to anyway, but...
Yes, they were trying. But, yeah. I think as you pointed out earlier, they sort of know Locke has a boat.
Mhm.
Because they used it earlier.
Mhm.
But yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I don't think they know where it is, though.
I guess not.
Yeah,
I think
we're supposed to believe Locke told Ben when they were together recently. where his boat was or something like that.
Yeah. I guess that's the point. They know where it is.
Yeah.
But it's not a surprise that Locke has a boat, I think. So, let's see. What else? What was the earlier part?
The earlier part was Miles and Frank and Richard repairing the plane.
Oh, yeah. Right. So
they're getting that off the ground.
So, yeah, the whole business at the plane, they just kind of repair it.
Yeah, I didn't, if you would have told me they had a blowtorch handy, I could have said, okay, well, they can weld that window seal. But I wasn't thinking they just have a blowtorch handy.
I didn't either. I don't know where they got that blowtorch.
Standard repair protocol for planes or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a pilot, despite what it says on my business card.
Right. Yeah. I didn't really. I guess I thought it was damage beyond repair.
Yeah.
But if that was true, I suppose it would have been ridiculous to even talk about taking it, which I always thought it was.
Mhm. Yeah, like I said, my biggest thing was always the windshield, because I figured since they had the runway, then it was not damaged enough since they landed it. Like it wasn't so severely damaged since they actually had the runway. Because else, what's the point of the runway?
Right.
If the plane's just going to get too damaged. But yeah, I didn't know they were just going to whip out this solution of, we'll just weld the window shut and duct tape anything else they've broken.
Do some duct taping, yeah.
Yeah, they got lucky. I think they got lucky.
Yeah, I mean, it's I mean, now that I know they could just repair it and fly away, it's like, oh, man. Like, if he didn't have to kill all those candidates, he really seems like he could have left.
Mhm.
Get Frank, go over there, maybe get a couple other people to do the repairs, and then they're gone.
Yep.
No problem. But looks like he didn't even want to try to do that.
Yeah, it seems like he was just going to sail away. Maybe he didn't like the plane in the sub, too high tech for him or something.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. He doesn't like technology.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't like technology. He's
him and his
like,
brother.
I'll stick with the sailboat.
Yes. Speaking of, I had this weird thought, maybe because, this doesn't even make sense. I'm just going to throw it out there. Maybe because people come to the island and, that, like Man in Black sort of built this donkey wheel and to harness the light and, Dharma did stuff, there, which certainly, and, the donkey, I mean, you can, who knows what it is, but it's some kind of technology,
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I was thinking, maybe the reason, if it's even true, maybe the reason Jacob doesn't like technology is because it can be used to sort of mess around with the source of the island.
Mhm.
It's the sort of tools of, mucking about with things that could be catastrophic or something like that.
Yeah. I kind of was thinking that since we sort of figured out that Man in Black is the one who was in Jacob's cabin, that it's not really Jacob who doesn't like technology, but Man in Black.
It could be, although it's interesting, Man in Black was the one who sort of was, trying to use technology to get off the island. I mean, that makes it sound like he does, but you might be right. It might just. But
I mean, that's sort of a general view of technology, versus high tech electronics and the kind of people who don't like technology likes the technology they have. So you know what I mean? I think he wouldn't be discounting the stuff he made to try to get off the island.
Yeah.
So much of the more modern stuff that people are sort of referring to.
Yeah. It just seems like he was, I mean, maybe he just liked it if it was going to help him get off the island. But it seems like he, it was for the time he was in, like it was sort of technology,
Yeah, but I think like I said, I don't think Ben would be saying or the idea is he just hates all technology. It's probably more specific, like newer stuff that isn't from stuff he made on the island.
Yeah.
Because like I said, even people who are anti-new technologies don't want to go back to just having fire.
Right.
Which is a technology.
Right.
So you know what I mean? Like, I think there's like a dividing line between like, okay, what's acceptable versus what's not.
Yeah. I guess that's just never made sense to me. So I'm trying to just, make technology be what it really is, which is a progressive thing. There's not like sharp line. This is technology and that's not technology.
Yeah, but I think that's how people who don't like technology think.
Yeah.
They make a sharp line. They have to.
Yeah, but it doesn't make any sense. I don't understand that.
Yeah. Well, I agree. I don't think it makes sense, but I think that's how they think.
Yeah. So that would be the idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be right. Although I think Ben never even saw. I don't even know where that idea sort of came about.
Yeah, it might not even be a real idea, but I was just figuring since Jacob wasn't the one who was in there, then. Unless he heard it about Jacob, someone said Jacob doesn't like technology.
Yeah.
But if he got it from his experiences in the cabin, then that was Man in Black.
Yeah. It almost seems like something happened. Something happened at some point, like along the lines of what happens when Locke turns on his flashlight, and
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like it turned into some kind of folktale or something. Jacob doesn't like technology. That must be the explanation.
Yeah, something like that.
That's why he freaked out when, whatever happened in there. So that's my best guess, but who knows? I mean, from what we saw, the best I can do with Jacob actually not liking technology is just in terms of messing around with the light. But then I think he probably isn't against it in general. Probably just in terms of it harming the island or something. So okay. Anyway, the whole Man in Black thing made me think of that.
All right. Next scene?
Think so.
So, next scene, we find Locke standing at the edge of the cliff, looking out into the ocean at his boat. Victory in his grasp.
Yes.
All there. But then enters the challenger. Jack screams Locke, and the music gongs.
Gong!
Locke takes out his knife. This is a big action scene. Locke takes out his knife. He and Jack stare each other down and then charge towards one another. Jack leaps off a rock and throws a flying punch. Jack and Locke collide, knocking each other down. They recover. Jack lands a right hook, knocking Locke back. Locke takes off his backpack in time for a swift kick and punch from Jack, who then grabs Locke in a chokehold. Locke gets out of the hold and pummels Jack until the island quakes again, causing John's knife to slide down the cliff. John goes for his knife, and Jack dives after him, tackling him to the ground. Jack sits on top of Locke, strangling him until Locke manages to grab his knife and stabs Jack in the side. Jack falls over in pain. Locke, knife in hand, strikes towards Jack's throat, but Jack stops him. As Locke pushes down, the tip of the knife cuts Jack's neck. Locke tells Jack that he wants him to know that he died for nothing. A shot rings out, and Locke gets shot in the back. It's Kate who exclaims, "I saved you a bullet."
Ah!
Jack stands up, towers over Locke, who says he's too late. Jack kicks Locke off the cliff and peers over the edge to see Locke's dead body on the cliff below. Boom.
Wait, who says he's too late?
Locke says he's too late. Locke tells Jack, "You're too late."
Oh, okay. Locke says you're too late.
Yeah.
To Jack, not he's too late. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Got confused. What does that mean? Oh, to save the island or something? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, because the island's still quaking.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Did you watch the episode? I'm kidding.
I thought so. It played and my eyes were looking at it.
I don't know if that counts.
So this is like probably the most stylized Lost action sequence I've ever seen.
Mhm.
It's very very, I don't know, particularly the charge.
Yeah,
You know?
I mean it was old school, like high noon shootout, like like I said, there was a gong.
Yeah.
When Jack stepped in and screamed Locke's name, and it's I really enjoyed when they go running towards each other, and then like Jack jumps up and he's throwing a flying punch,
Mhm.
and then they cut to commercial.
Yeah.
But I hate the fact that when they come back, they replay that, and Jack, they sort of miss each other, and they just like knock each other down, and it's just like, I just like the idea of Jack, because earlier when Jack and Hurley were talking, and when Jack was going off with Locke to the cave, Hurley takes Jack aside and he goes, "I believe in you, dude." And I'm thinking like, "Ooh, Jack just got a power up," like do 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 do. And then you have this scene of him doing this flying punch, and I'm like, yeah, look at Jack, he's like a superhero now.
Mhm.
But of course they don't make him land it, and it's a little unsatisfying. But
I think after coming back from a commercial break, it probably would be less weird. But when you watch it back to back, it's like, what happened to that punch?
Yeah, exactly.
It didn't really work.
No, he kind of just flailed at the end.
He did.
Yeah, it was a little weird.
It was really weird. But it was a good charge. I like the rain.
The rain was great. Yeah, if you notice, like, in those two different shots, the rain in Locke's shot is falling straight down, and the rain in Jack's shot is, like, diagonal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. No, I didn't notice that. And I also like that location, the little rocky area.
Mm-hmm.
That's a cool location. It's sort of like where Desmond killed Kelvin. And so that makes it sort of, cliffside fight, always fun. And so I enjoyed this a little bit. It was, the hero and the villain doing their big confrontation. This is it right here. Mm-hmm. This is kind of what I thought would be towards the end of the episode.
Yeah.
And we're really not. There's like a lot after this.
Yeah.
So I was really surprised. That we got this. And when we got it, I thought, that's not it. He's coming back.
Mm-hmm.
No way. But alas, this is his defeat.
Yeah.
And I think I like when Kate comes in and sort of saves Jack. That was a good little bit there. And then they kick him off the cliff. Now all he had to say was, "I want you to know you died for nothing," or something like that. Is that what he says?
Mm-hmm.
And then you're too late. And it's like, yeah, at this point, I think it always happens in Lost. At a certain point, like, the villains just become kind of two-dimensional, and they just kind of say their little standard kind of lines. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's okay. It makes sense for him to say that, but I miss the crazy Smokey who just starts, like, pretending like he's Locke even when it's not going to work.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was great. I love that part. And here he's just kind of a regular villain at this point.
What did you want him to do?
There's not anything in particular I wanted him to do. He doesn't seem as interesting to me at the end.
Mm-hmm.
I like his ending to have something more than what they gave him. Because there are certain qualities of his character I really liked, and I just thought he maybe deserved a more interesting couple of things to say before he dies.
Mm-hmm.
But what are you gonna do? It was a good scene.
Yeah. Yeah, I love Kate coming in to help Jack and shooting Smokey in the back, like, she's the one who said, we got to kill him.
Mhm.
And the whole "I saved you a bullet."
Oh yeah.
Well, you can't beat that. I was disappointed that Locke didn't stab Jack with Locke's knife, his cool knife. I don't know where that is, but the knife that he's had since the beginning. The Roman knife.
Oh, well, he doesn't have that.
Yeah, I know. I'm just sad he didn't have it to stab Jack with.
Oh, well, because Saeed had it, and he killed Lennon with it.
Mm-hmm.
So it was in the temple. He would have had to, I guess, pick it up when he was in the temple.
Yeah. I just thought it would be nice symbolism for that to be the knife.
Oh, you just thought, yeah.
That's his special knife, and this is the fatal wound for his enemy. So
that's true.
I just thought it'd be cool because he stabs Jack with just a crappy, knife, and it's just like it'd have been nicer to have the cool knife.
Yeah, it's pretty big, but it's not as interesting looking.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I really wonder where that knife came from, but whatever. They never really showed it. A little bit of behind the scenes I heard about this on, I think, Geronimo Jack's Beard, that when they were shooting this, when Locke drops the knife, so originally he's holding a real knife. When he drops the knife, picks it up again, he picks up a retractable knife, so he can do the stab.
Mm-hmm.
And even when they use retractable knives, apparently it's normal to wear some kind of pad where the stab's going to go.
Mm-hmm.
So Matthew Fox actually had a Kevlar pad right there to take the stab wound, but somehow he didn't get a retractable knife handed to him. It was the real one, and so he ends up actually stabbing into Matthew Fox. But since he was wearing the Kevlar thing, it didn't actually go in him very much. It just went through the Kevlar and, did a little bit of damage to his side.
Yeah, I heard that. That's so crazy.
Yeah.
I'm glad they have those safety precautions.
Yeah, I was like, oh man, God, it's really scary.
Mm-hmm.
I could just imagine Matthew Fox dying, making this, last episode, and it would just be so horrific.
It's like Henry Cusack, beating up. What's his name? Michael Emerson, giving him a real black eye. That's the thing, when you see fight scenes and martial arts scenes and stuff like that, even though it's really choreographed, you can still hurt the other person or miss your mark and kick them in the face, or it's so it's still dangerous.
Yeah, the thing is, I think it looks better the closer you get.
Mm-hmm.
So they try to get it really close, but that means the margin of error is higher, And Henry Cusick was just we did the scene several times, and I thought I had it down, and my concentration was kind of off because he got too sort of confident, and so this punch just went, a few centimeters further than it should. So it's dangerous. Potentially, you have to actually be careful with that.
You hear that, kids?
Yes.
Don't try stage acting at home.
Okay.
Or stage fighting.
And stop listening to the Lost Lowdown.
But I like Lost.
Yeah, but it's too long.
Yeah, they have a pretty good fight here. It's nothing. I think it's monumental, but I think the fight in and of itself is, okay. The situation's sort of more monumental than it's not as cool as something like the Saeed fights, but it's still good to see the two main people battling. Yeah.
Jack's neither one of these guys are really going to have a Saeed fight, probably.
Yeah.
That would be a new thing. I wouldn't expect that, but they did get that nice charge in there. That was pretty fancy for Jack, I think. And it looks cool, like the rain. Yeah, it wasn't a big battle. It did feel it did feel short and easy to me. I was disappointed with how easy it felt.
Yeah.
But
because he's fighting a guy like, older than him.
Yeah.
And who doesn't have any power, so it's like it's, at best evenly matched or something.
Yeah.
So it's it wasn't a big, Man in Black did not. His greatest victory was accomplishing the loophole,
Yeah.
And then that was the peak, and then he sort of went down from there as he tried to, fulfill his plan, but of getting off the island. But in the end, he was just a man.
Yeah. 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 He went about things in a strange way, and his plans are very convoluted. And it definitely seems like, it's hard for me to even know what his original plan was, because of what he ends up eventually doing is so, there's just, to me, there's no way he could have known he was going to do that in episode, in LAX or something.
Mm-hmm.
When he says he wants to go home, it seems to me like his plan couldn't have been, unless he really knew about Widmore already.
I don't think his plan. I would imagine his plan at the beginning was, when he wakes up as Locke, is to kill the candidates and sail off on Desmond's boat. I think that's his plan, and he's gonna, try to make it happen. And things change as new things develop. He finds out about Widmore, and then that gets factored into his, what he does. But I think just his overall plan at the beginning is just those two things.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I know he wants to kill the candidates. It's just, since the way he ends up doing it involves, taking Widmore's bomb off the plane and then sneaking it in Jack's thing and using Widmore's submarine, that.
Yeah, I don't think that was part of his plan. I don't think he could have known about that. But that's the whole thing is, he doesn't have to plan to do that. He can make that happen in the moment, which is what I think he does. I think, when he knew about the Ajira plane, I think he wanted to kill the candidates, and he probably also specifically wanted to get them in one place at one time, and like they said. So I think that's just his main plan. The rest of the stuff is he's playing by ear. He's not seeing the future. So I think he's just just a smart guy who can roll with the punches and be deceitful and manipulative and like Ben. Ben did a lot of crazy stuff, but it was because he can think on his feet.
That's what I was gonna say. More like Ben, because his, Ben has plans, but he always gets presented with new situations and he has to improvise, and usually a lot of what he does comes down to just how he improvises.
Mm-hmm.
And how he's able to quickly turn a new situation to his advantage.
Yeah,
I think that is sort of what he's doing. It's probably pointless to really speculate because this is a story, but I just wonder, did he want to get them all on the plane and then just blow up the plane or something? Is that sort of the idea?
Yeah, I think so.
Something like that, yeah. But it was tricky because he needed a reason to sort of not get on there, and it was great because Widmore's men were shooting at them, and in fact they didn't even want him on the. Maybe that would happen. Maybe he was. I don't know.
I don't think he expected Widmore to come because Widmore only came because Jacob told him to, and Man in Black definitely didn't know that.
Right.
So Widmore was a surprise. I don't think he could have factored that in before he knew about that.
Right.
Before he knew about him.
But Widmore played such a. Widmore's stuff played such a big role in what he tried to do.
Well, and what he eventually did. But same did, tons of other decisions that people made,
Yeah.
Because, Jack and those, and Hurley and those guys deciding to join them. He didn't, that's something that he, for whatever reason, was waiting for, but, he couldn't have counted on it,
And if Widmore hadn't brought Desmond, he never would have gotten to try to destroy the island.
Exactly. That was, that wasn't part of his plan.
Yeah.
His original plan. He just thought he could leave. He, just would be able to leave. I wanted to say, though, in terms of, this whole, so much of the show being about, about Man in Black's loophole and trying to get out of that, his relationship with Jacob, to me, the path of least resistance for him really should have been like, back in the day, after the stuff with killing the mother and all that stuff. Like, I think he should have like maybe, just tried to be nice to Jacob, and tried to convince Jacob like that he wanted to stay there and everything would be fine. And I don't know, just if there was some way he could convince Jacob that he could be the island's protector one day. Okay, Jacob, once you're done with it, I love the island as much as you do. I'll take care of it. And then once Jacob is gone, he can, if he gets it, then he can just leave.
Right.
Maybe that's a plan he can't count on, but that would have been another way to go about it.
Right. Or if he had, known sort of what the protector could do from the beginning, if he had known that his mom wanted him to be the protector, if he just waited, he probably could have been the protector from the beginning and, left the island much as he wanted, apparently.
Yeah.
So that part is, I don't know what Jacob would have been doing if Man in Black became the protector, but still, it does seem like there was other ways for him to leave the island.
Mm-hmm.
And the loophole thing. In the end, I just all I got is he just needed someone else to kill Jacob.
Yeah, that's the loophole.
I don't know why I thought it had to be a lot more intricate than that.
Well, it seemed like it had, since it was Ben who did it, it seemed like it may have mattered that the person was, a follower of Jacob or something, or a former leader, or all these other little things that seemed like qualifications at the time. But I think, now it just looks like he just needed someone else to kill him because he couldn't do it directly. Yeah,
and maybe the other thing that kind of helped was becoming Locke, who was supposed to be the leader of the others, so that sort of gave him access.
Mm-hmm.
He had. I don't know how much of that's true, but like.
I really don't believe that, but I think there's room for that to be true. But I don't really think like only X person gets to see Jacob. I think if you walk in the room where Jacob is, you're going to see him.
Yeah. I kind of do too, but because they have that whole line, and Richard sort of sees him on the beach, and it's this like Locke. I mean, in that case, it seems like if maybe Locke didn't know where he was, although he knew Jacob lived there. But
well, that's the thing. Like that idea comes from Richard saying, only what did he say? Like only the leader can see Jacob, or gets permission to go in, or something like that. Like that's because that's what Jacob told him. When he first arrived there. Yeah. But he didn't say, like, no one will be able to see me. He was just saying, no one comes in without my permission. But that doesn't mean that, like, if you come in without his permission, you won't be able to see him.
Yeah.
So I think, like, it's on shaky ground, the idea that if Jacob's in a room, you won't be able to see him unless he gave you permission to come in.
Right.
Could be true, but I don't choose to believe that was true.
Yeah. It just seems like instead of like going to the others and going through all that, I guess he needed to go tell Locke, time traveling Locke, to go die, but I don't know, he could have got Ben to do that or something.
Well, no. When Men in Black says he chose John Locke because he knew he could get an access to Jacob, I think it was because like when he is pretending to be Locke, when Man in Black is in Locke's body, he tells Richard, "Take me to Jacob." Like I don't, even though I think he knew Jacob lived there, it seemed like he wasn't sure or something, or I think that mattered, that Richard is the one who took him, and Richard only took him because John was the leader of the others.
Right. I get that part. It's just, if that whole leader of the others thing doesn't matter, then it seems like he could have just taken Ben gone straight there. You know, skip the whole.
Yeah. Well, and I think it had something to do, some meaning that he wanted all the others there. He wanted to show. I think he wanted to show them him killing their leader.
I guess you're right.
I think he wanted to make a point about what was going on. So he could have done it the easy way.
I forgot about that. He does walk into the camp and sort of make a speech about how you know Jacob's your leader, but you've never met him, and you know that's not right, or something along those lines, and that's not how things should be done. So we should go see Jacob right now, and you know. The weird thing is, it's, you know, we don't really know what he's doing at the time, but because you still think it's Locke, but maybe that sort of ties in with him saying, "I'm very disappointed in all of you."
Yeah.
Like somehow he just thinks it's crappy to follow someone under those conditions.
Even though he doesn't like people, he's not disappointed anyway.
Yeah, he thinks people are bad, but he's still disappointed in them. That part's weird, but yeah, I maybe that's how that ties in, because it definitely seemed like I can see that. I think the idea of him clearing out the temple was just because the candidates were going to bunker in there originally. You know, and if Dogen had been allowed, you know, if everything had gone according to plan, it looks like Smokey couldn't have really even gotten in there, and that would have ruined everything. As far as his plans go. So I understand that part, but definitely at a certain point, you know, especially when, you know, the Widmore missiles started flying, it came across like he didn't really give a shit about the others anymore. You know, like disappointed, not just who cares, like they can just go their own way. I'm done with them.
He didn't care about anybody.
Yeah. Yeah, like he had opinions about them, but he didn't really care about them.
No.
Sort of. It's just that first part, that whole thing, you know, you're free, and, you know, all those lines, you know, he talks to Zach or whatever, you know, don't be afraid, son, like, you know, that whole thing, it's just weird. I didn't really... Like, having the army of others seemed totally pointless.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, you know, I think part of me wants to believe he seemed to be genuinely interested in people who chose to follow him, and, you know, if you choose to come with me, I'll rescue you. Like, that seemed to be true, but I think at the end of the day, he just really didn't care about anyone else being alive, so... I think that was just all part of his plan, you know.
Yeah.
To seem like the benevolent guy, you know, because it's the same sort of spiel he gave to the candidates.
Right.
You know, come on, I'm a good guy. You can come with me. I'll take you with me.
Right. Okay. Maybe that's it. It's just that's sort of part of it. I'm just gonna. It's going to really look like I'm leading a big group of people off the island, just trying to help everybody.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, he seemed very big on cons, you know, that whole, you know, when Jack realized, you know, that, you know, sort of like, you know, I shut Locke out, he's like, that's exactly what he wanted you to do.
Yeah.
You know, so he had already sort of planned that from, you know, and, you know, I think predicated on Sawyer telling him, I trust you. I was wrong about you, Smokey, you know, I trust you. Not.
And that's how he knew Sawyer did not trust him.
Exactly.
Because he's the best. Sawyer's the best liar he's ever met.
Exactly. So he believed Sawyer, and he thought Sawyer's lying because I believe him.
Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. When you look at it that way, it doesn't seem as bizarre.
Yeah.
I guess I kind of understand. He really wanted that plan to come off. I do think Widmore sort of fucked up what his original plan was. You know, and I think originally he might have just sort of killed everybody, candidates and everybody else, but in the end it was just the candidates and whoever else was on the sub. You know, the pilot basically.
Could he have killed Jack?
Here?
Like, can he kill? No, well, just in general, could he have killed a non-Jacob protector?
You mean like...
If that makes sense. Someone who's not Jacob, but who's the protector of the island.
Right, I understand your question. So, you like right now, you mean in this scene with him and Jack?
No, just in general. Not
just in general.
Ignoring all the plug stuff, the plug and the light stuff.
Forgetting the plug and the light.
That changes things.
Okay.
I just mean, like, if, like you were saying, if Desmond didn't come to the, Desmond coming screws up his plans, it gets him killed because it makes him mortal. So, like, if Desmond didn't come, he would have never become mortal.
Right.
And, trying to kill all the candidates, but I'm just wondering if he's still Smokey, could he have killed the protector, which would have been Jack, after Jacob died.
Oh, okay. But none of them, at the time of the submarine, none of them actually had the job yet.
Oh, yeah, I know that.
And he did kill a few of them, so...
Yeah.
It looks...
they killed each other, but yes.
Well, he had to do another loophole kind of thing, but...
Yeah, he did a loophole, yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I mean by kill them, like set up some situation where they'll kill themselves somehow.
Yeah.
Or kill each other.
But, if it's just him and Jack at the end, I'm just wondering, or is he just stuck on the island, or does Jack count? Can he still kill Jack if Jack's the protector?
I think, I don't know. It does come across like that thing was specific to Jacob, because Man in Black kills Mother, who's the protector, or I guess he had transferred it at that point.
Yeah.
That muddles things a bit, but he did kill her, and her thing was about him and Jacob before they were protectors. Before Jacob was the protector,
Yeah, I'm thinking it was more Jacob specific. Yeah,
it looks to me like it's Jacob specific, and it's Man in Black specific.
Mhm.
Like other people can kill Jacob, like Ben.
Yeah.
So it really does look like it's just a thing. So by that logic, he should be able to kill Jack.
Okay.
It could be wrong, but I don't know. That looks to me like what we have. So basically, when he hit Jack in the head with the rock, it does seem like could have just killed Jack right there. That might have been a better idea.
Mhm.
No,
he missed out on some good ideas. On a lot of turns. It's like, yeah, you should have just done that here, and you would have won, but...
Yeah, and then there's the just jumping for the boat move, which would have been a good idea as well. And just
instead of thinking he's better, he can beat Jack, he's better at ball. Going for it.
Yeah, I feel like he should have been more cautious since he doesn't have the Smokey invulnerability anymore.
Mhm.
But on the other hand, I guess I can kind of understand, like, psychologically, if you're kind of invulnerable for 2,000 years, maybe that confidence doesn't just go away instantly, and you're still like, yeah, I could take him, whatever.
Yeah, I'll buy that.
I can sort of see that happening, and it does seem like he has a certain, I don't know what it is. He couldn't let it go, basically.
Yeah, he couldn't let go.
Yeah. Yeah, the whole thing with he wasn't going to let Jack challenge him and him just run away.
Yeah. All right. Well, anything else for this scene?
So, R.I.P. Man in Black Smoke Monster, I guess.
Yeah. We really got to know Yi.
We did. We got to know Yi way more than we should have.
Mhm.
Way more than I would have thought we would have at the beginning of the show.
Yeah.
When you're just kind of a roar in the bushes.
Yeah. Clank, clank, whistle, whistle.
Clank, clank, whistle, whistle, exactly. Yeah, he got a backstory. He got a lot of screen time this season. I thought he would come to more as a villain. He was very good in a lot of places. For me, really, For me, his high point was actually the end of season 5. I really liked him the best in those scenes. That was really strong stuff. But he had a lot of good stuff this season as well.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, he just, yeah, his plan just wasn't good enough, you know. You know, and he didn't plan for his mortality to come back into play. So,
yeah,
you know, that was a big error.
Yeah,
but yeah, it would have been nicer to have something bigger come from him. But I don't know what else they could have done. You know, he tries to destroy the island. He gets really close.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know what else he could do. He killed a lot of characters.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. It's not that bad. Somehow I thought he'd be even worse than this.
Yeah, he didn't really go out with a bang. He kind of went out with a boom. I don't know. Like,
yeah.
It wasn't a whimper, but it was just like it wasn't as big as it seemed like it could be. But again, like, you know, so much of what we thought of him was predicated on him being evil incarnate in the beginning. You know? And I think, like, you the closer and closer you get to the end of season 6, the more you realize he's just a guy,
yeah,
you know, who can change into a smoke monster, and then at the end he can't. And
right.
And that sucks for him. So, yeah.
Yeah.
He gets demystified and brought way down to reality, and so...
Definitely.
He gets a fitting death for that, but in terms of what he started out as being, you know.
Yeah.
Definitely what didn't sort of compare.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. The guy who kicks Jacob into the fire, you know, just seemed like the ultimate villain.
Yeah.
You know,
that was part of the plan he had probably thought about the most.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to cut him this way, and, you know, I'm going to do this, or I'm going to, like, stand here when I do, and I'm going to say this thing, you know.
Yeah.
He's played that scene out a lot.
Yes. That's a good point. That's what he had really been waiting for.
Yeah.
The second phase was like, okay, if I can even get this done.
Exactly,
you know,
yeah.
But that was the first big hurdle, and so I agree. He probably hadn't thought through the next part as much.
Yeah, finishing the loophole, getting Locke to help him with the loophole was big. Getting Ben to convincing Ben to kill Jacob is big, you know.
Yeah.
And then the end of that is killing Jacob, and everything after that is, you know, the next part.
Right. Right. I still wish I understood. You have no idea what I went through to be here. That still sounds weird.
When did he say that?
When he goes in to have Ben kill Jacob.
When they're going in?
Yeah, when Jacob says,
he tells that to Jacob?
Yeah, Jacob says, I see you found your loophole, and he says, yes, I did, and you have no idea. What did he say? How hard it worked to get here? What was it?
Something like that.
Now I don't remember the line. I had it 2 seconds ago, and now it's gone.
Well, isn't he just talking about everything he did to finish the loophole and getting Locke's body and all that stuff?
Oh, what I've gone through. That's what he says.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Jesus. You gotta love shit that just starts playing.
Yeah.
By love, I mean hate. Yeah, so anyway, you have no idea what I've gone through to be here.
Mm-hmm.
So wait, you haven't...
Isn't he just talking about the loophole? Isn't he just talking about, like,
I guess,
convincing Locke and doing all that work and just all the work he did? You know, that was a lot of work.
Yeah, okay.
He had to talk to a lot of people and tell them to do a lot of stuff and, you know, impersonating Christian a lot of that time.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that's what he's talking about.
I guess you're right. It's probably kind of... From the way he says it, I expect more. It is a lot, though. I guess it's kind of like when Richard's like, I've been on this island longer than you can possibly imagine.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, okay, all right. It was a lot. I mean, he, you know, and he was even doing stuff we didn't know he was doing up to that point. Like,
yeah.
Like he was, you know, running around pretending to be Christian to Son and Frank, and then saying "wait for Locke," and then he dashes over.
Yeah,
okay.
I think he's saying, like, he's not necessarily saying the magnitude so much as the sort how surprised Jacob would be to find out what he had to do.
Yeah.
You know, like, you'd be surprised that I did this and this and this and this, and
yeah.
You know,
yeah.
no one would have expected that's what he's doing.
Right.
You know.
Potentially time traveling or something.
Yeah.
You know.